rusted iron and the awful smell of death. The stale air of a carrion house screamed of the violence that had taken place in my cargo bay, violence I couldn't remember through the pounding of my head. "Hail! Get up now!" Whoever's voice was in my head, it was enough to make me move, or at least try to. I scrambled to my feet, pain stealing what grace the gods had gifted me. My boots, gorgeous red-black Holicon 4s I'd borrowed from a dead raider 6 months prior, slipped on the blood-slick metal. I went down hard, cracking my already abused face on the deck, and the world grayed out for a moment. More pain flared when I tried to flop over onto my back and failed. All right. So, not dead. Because even now, at my most cynical, I didn't believe for an instant the gods let you still feel pain after you died. It just didn't seem proper. "Look at this mess." This voice was outside my head, which made it infinitely more dangerous. I froze, face down, in what smelled like someone else's guts. Judging by the events filtering back into my brain, I suspected the guts belonged to my navigator. A vague memory of trying to strangle her with her own intestines flashed before my eyes. Mems had been a tough bitch. She'd landed a few good punches before I'd given up and broken her neck. "Weakly saints preserve us." I heard several other curses from behind me, but the high, lilting call for the saints to my left was what caught my attention. It was edged with a Farian accent, and that was enough to keep me from moving. Farians. An alien race who could kill or heal with a touch. The only thing that kept them from ruling the universe was some strange religious code enforced with a fanaticism privately envied by most governments. They had 7 saints, 1 for each day of the week. It was the Thursday one, I think, who abhorred violence. According to Farian scripture, he'd set an edict on their power. It was to be used for healing, not death. Killing people with their power drove Farians crazy. I'd never seen it firsthand, but the vids I'd seen had given me nightmares. Grief-stricken, screaming Farians held down by their own comrades as an executioner put them out of their misery. Not moving was a good idea. Anathema or not, there was always a chance this Farian was ghost-shit insane, and I didn't have a gun. "You claimed to sense a life sign, Sergeant." A female voice, several octaves lower than the Farians, didn't so much ask the question as pick up a previous conversation. "Did, Cap. In this room. Only one," the lilting voice replied. "That's as close as I can pinpoint it." "Fine. Fan out and check through this." The owner of the voice paused, but I resisted the urge to lift my head and see if she was looking around the cargo hold. "Rubble," she finished finally. "Sergeant Terras says one of these poor sods is alive. Figure out which one." I kept my eyes closed, counting the footsteps as my unwelcome guests fanned out around me. There were 5 people total, all moving with military precision. They were probably fucking mercs come to claim my ship. I hadn't been able to figure out whom Portis, my bastard of a first officer, thought he was going to sell Sophie to when he started his little mutiny. "You mean when you killed him?" Grief dug razor claws into my throat, and I choked back a sob. "Gods damn you, Portis. Why did you betray me?" Except I wasn't entirely sure he'd been trying to kill me, or that I'd been the one to kill him in the end. My memory of the fight was as fuzzy as a Passacol sheep, and had teeth just as sharp. Trying to dredge up anything resembling coherency made the pain in my head turn on me with snarling fury. I snarled back at it, and it dove away, whimpering, into the recesses of my brain. There were more important matters at hand, like getting these bastards off my ship and getting the hell out of here. Sliding my hand through the gelling blood on the floor, I wiggled my fingers deep into the thick, squishy mess. A spark of triumph flared to life when I closed my hand around the hilt of my combat knife. I knew it was mine, because I felt the nick in the handle, even through all the gore. The day was a fucking waste, but at least I was armed. The intruders moved past me. By some grace, I'd ended up partially beneath the stairs and out of sight. I eased myself sideways, rolling over Portis's torso and away from the abstract blood painting on the floor. I saw his profile, and all at once I wanted to kick him, curse his name, and drop to my knees and beg him not to leave. "There's no time for this, Hale. You have to move." The voice I now recognized as my own damn survival instinct shouted at me with the crisp precision of an Imperial drill sergeant. I got my feet under me and rose into a crouch. My left leg protested the movement, but held my weight. The strangers had their backs to me. I almost thanked the gods for it, and then reminded myself there was nothing the gods of my homeworld had done for me lately. Portis had been the believer, not me. The dim emergency lighting might be just enough for me to slide into the shadows and make it to the door. The ship's AI wasn't responding to my Smarty's requests for information. At this point, I couldn't tell if I'd been hit by a disruptor that had shorted the hardware wired into my brain, or if the problem was with Sophie. Either way, it didn't matter. I had to get to the bridge and access the computer manually. If I could space these jokers, I would be long gone before they finished imploding. If. I backed straight into the sixth intruder before I had time to remind myself what "if" stood for. He was hidden by the shadows I was trying to blend into, as still and silent as a ghost. He didn't make a sound when I spun and drove my right hand into his ribs. The blue shimmer of his personal shield flared, and I swore under my breath. It would smother any strike I threw at him, making the damage laughable. But the kinetic technology didn't extend to his unprotected head, so I swung my left up toward his throat, blade first. He caught my wrist, twisting it back and away from his head. I matched him in height, and, judging by the surprised flaring of his dark eyes, we were nearly equal in strength. We stood locked for a stuttering heartbeat until he drove me back a step. Sophie's emergency lighting made the silver tattoo on his left cheekbone glow red. My heart stopped. The Imperial Star, an award of great prestige, was an intricate diamond pattern, the 4 spikes turned slightly widdershins. But what had my heart starting again and speeding up in panic was the twisted black emblem on his collar. He was an Imperial tracker. Bugger me. The curse slipped out before I could stop it, slipped out in the old tongue as my shock got the better of me. There was only one reason for a tracker team to be here. The reason I'd spent the best part of 20 years avoiding anything to do with the Indranan Empire. Oh, bugger me. Trackers always worked in pairs, but I couldn't break eye contact with this one to check for his partner. Instead, I eased back a step, my mind racing for a way out of this horrible nightmare. My captor smiled, a white flash of teeth against his dark skin, just enough to bring a dimple in his right cheek fluttering to life. The fingers around my wrist tightened, stopping my movement and adding a high note of pain to the symphony already in progress. "Your Imperial Highness, I have no wish to hurt you. Please, let go of the knife." Oh, bugger me. "I don't know what you're talking about," I lied easily. I'm just a gunrunner." He tapped a finger next to his eye, just missing the tattoo, and now I could see the silver shadow of augmentation in their dark depths.
"I see who you really are. Don't try to fool me."
A stream of filth that rivaled any space pirate poured out of my mouth and blistered the air. The modifications I'd paid a fortune for after leaving home had stood up to every scanner in known space for the last 20 Indranan years, but of course they wouldn't stand up to this one. Trackers were fully augmented, their smarties were top of the line. The DNA scanner had probably activated the moment he grabbed my wrist, and that, coupled with the devices in his eyes, had sealed my fate. Bluffing wasn't going to get me out of this, which meant violence was my only option.
"Highness, please,"
he repeated, his voice a curl of smoke wafting through the air.
"Your Empress Mother requests your presence."
"Requests?" My voice cracked before I composed myself. "Are you kidding me? She fucking requests my presence?" I wrenched myself from his grasp and kicked him in the chest. It was like kicking the dash when Sophie's engines wouldn't power up, painful and unproductive. Fucking shields. The guard stepped back, his suit absorbing my blow with a faint blue shimmer as the field around him reacted to the impact. Hard hands grabbed my upper arms. There was the other tracker. I snapped my head back, hoping this one was as helmetless as his partner. The satisfying crunch of a broken nose mixed with startled cursing and told me I'd guessed correctly. I spun and grabbed the man by the throat with one arm as I flipped the knife over in my hand and smiled a vicious smile at tracker number 1. "You come any closer, and I'll cut his throat from ear to ear." It was a good bluff as they went. I knew the tracker wouldn't risk his partner. Couldn't risk him. One of them died, and it was likely the other would follow them into the Dark Mother's embrace. It was the price of the connection, the bond that had been set when they were just children. "I don't know who you are, or what you promised Mems to try and take my head, but it's not going to happen today."
"Highness, we weren't responsible for this."
The tracker took a step toward me. "Back yourself off me, and get the hell—" The sound of phase rifles powering up cut off my snarl. Shit. I'd forgotten about the others.
"Hold!"
The tracker held up a hand. I dared a glance to my left and wasn't surprised to see the others arrayed around us with their guns at the ready.
"Highness, your sisters are gone to temple,"
he said formally. The words drove into my gut like a hot knife, and my grip on the semi-conscious tracker loosened. Ciri. Pace. Oh gods, no. An image flashed in my mind. Ciri, 2 years my senior, her raven black curls flying behind her as she sprinted over the hand-painted tiles of our quarters. Ciri chasing a tiny blonde Pace, whose laugh was like the bronzed waterfalls in the palace square.
"Princess Haley Mercedes Jaya Bristol, your Empress Mother and the whole of the Empire need you to return home."
No. I breathed the word, unsure if it was a denial of the formal command or of my sister's deaths. I thought I saw some sympathy in the tracker's expression. He extended a hand toward me, unfurling his fingers in an impossibly graceful movement. Pale, lavender smoke drifted across the space between us, slithering into my mouth and nose before I could jerk away. "You fucking rat bust!" I passed out before I could finish the curse, falling on top of the tracker whose nose I'd just broken. I awoke in the dark, my head still pounding, and muttered a vicious curse when I remembered the events that had put me here in the first place.
"Be at ease, Your Highness."
The voice and the sudden light sent me rolling from the bed. I landed on my bare feet, settling immediately into a fighting stance as I swept the room with a quick glance. 2 men watched me carefully. The one by the door was the tracker I'd faced off with, and I could only assume the one on the opposite side of the bed was his partner. There was no evidence of my head strike, which meant the Farian had healed him. This tracker was a little shorter than me, with bronze skin and eyes like the sand on Granzia. The grey-green colour even shifted like those sparkling sands.
"Your Highness, we mean you no harm."
Tracker number 2 had his hands up in a useless, placating gesture. His polite tone and downcast head made my stomach turn. "Here you go, Hale. Back to the pit." I answered his platitude with a snort and a cold glare at the tracker by the door. "I want my clothes, my boots, and my ship," I replied with a wave of my hand at the drab grey tank and pants someone had dressed me in while I was unconscious. "My name is Crescent Stone. I don't know who you think I am, but—"
"Liar."
Tracker number 1's voice was all smoke and heat, like the smouldering coals of a fire about to burst back into flame. It drifted lazily through the air, the taunt burning as it slammed into me. I'd been away from home a long time, and I was well used to the way the rest of the universe operated. Preferred it, even. But to hear an insult delivered with such casualness from a man of the Empire stunned me a little.
"Emery."
Tracker number 2 had raised his head, but didn't look away from me as he issued the rebuke. Not that it had much of an effect on his partner. Emery kept his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes boring into mine. Finally, he gave me a small nod, the barest of required acknowledgments.
"My apologies. You are a liar, Highness." "That."
Tracker number 2 sighed at the ceiling, running his tongue over his teeth. Then he looked back at me with a surprisingly earnest smile.
"Please forgive my partner, Your Highness. He's not a people person."
"Fine," I said, only because I knew we wouldn't get anywhere if I didn't forgive the man. Inappropriate behavior or not, he'd been right. I was a liar, and we all knew it. As trackers, they'd have a file of my whole life. They would have studied me, gotten as deep into my head as humanly possible, all for the express purpose of hunting me down. I wondered briefly if they really knew why I left home, or if they had the sanitized version about me running away. Judging by the attitude, I guessed it was the latter.
"Let's start at the beginning, shall we? We are here on a mission from your Empress Mother. Do you promise to forswear violence against me and my partner?"
I considered it, then shrugged. "I promise. For the moment," I added, careful to keep from swearing an open-ended vow. "Who are you? You can't keep me here." I kept my voice as even and cool as I could, given the circumstances. "Bugger you, you bastards! My head hurts." I pressed a hand to my temple as the pounding increased.
"Tell me about it,"
Tracker number 2 replied automatically. Then he winced. Apparently, out of the 2 of them, he had some sense of propriety.
"Sorry, Highness. This apnea was for your own safety."
"Foul lavender smoke," I muttered. I realized as he was apologizing that my head was the only thing that hurt. All my other aches and pains were gone, and my mouth dropped open in shock. "You let that Farian touch me."
"Sergeant Terrace is fully vetted, Highness,"
Emery said.
"There was no question of your safety in her care. Given the circumstances, we felt it was better to return you home in full health."
I glared at him a moment, then transferred my gaze to the other man. "Who are you?"
Apologies for my rudeness. I am Starzin Hafen, Your Highness, Level 5 Tracker. This is my partner, Imorlian Tresk. We've been sent to retrieve you and bring you home. You are needed."
Starzin was all palace formalities and proper folding of the hands. It was amazing how that immediately put my teeth on edge. I preferred Emery's hostility to the obeisance. Fine. The chance of lying my way out of this had been non-existent from the moment Emery had touched me and gotten a verified reading. "What does Mother want with me? I'm having a hard time believing she just wants me back to have a chat about my sister's deaths. We didn't exactly part on the best of terms." That was a bit of an understatement. Officially, I'd run away from home to avoid an arranged marriage just after my 18th birthday. Less officially, but still not approved by my mother, I'd left home to hunt the mysterious third man responsible for my father's death. My mystery man had vanished like coven smoke in a stiff breeze shortly after the first year away from home, and no matter how many feelers I'd put out over the years, I never got a good lead. I'd expected General Saito or Director Britlin to send trackers after me when I told them I wasn't coming home. I'd seen how the rest of the universe lived. It was far from perfect, but I'd sworn to myself I'd never go back to Indrana and her antiquated ways. I wasn't willing to give up on my search for my father's killer, and had kept hunting him long after the trail had gone cold. Both trackers winced at my sharp words. I was trampling over every social convention possible, asking questions, being callous about my sister's deaths when all I really wanted was to scream out my agonized grief to the stars. I buried that desire as deep as it could go. Better that they thought I was a cold, heartless bitch rather than a grieving sister. Better for my chances of getting out of this mess with at least some of myself intact.
"Highness, your sisters have gone to temple."
Starzin's voice was low and filled with pain.
"You are the heir. It is vital you return home."
His words slammed into me, burning like the 10,000 volts of a Solarian conglomerate police taser. "What?" I gasped for breath. "No. Siri had a daughter. I saw her on the news. Atmika is heir, not me. My older sister's only daughter should inherit the throne."
"Princess Atmika was killed in the same explosion as her mother."
The air rushed out of my lungs. Added grief for a niece I'd never known. One more log on the pyre set to burn my freedom to ashes. The hope I'd had of getting out of this mess was lost in that instant, and I couldn't do anything but stare at Emery in abject shock.
"Damn it, Emery!"
At his partner's sharp curse, Emery looked away from me. I shoved my grief down with the rest of it and took the opportunity to glance around quickly for a weapon. There was a heavy metal bottle, probably water, on the bedside table. I inched toward it.
"She deserves to know, Zin,"
he replied. Zin shook his head, his eyes a little wild. It was too blunt a discussion about the dead. Talking about them could drag their souls back to their bodies, trap them here. Only a priest was supposed to speak of how they died, and their names shouldn't have been mentioned at all. But Emery had already started it, and I was 20 years absent from our social conventions, and not in the mood to play the games required. I didn't believe saying their names would do anything to my sisters. They were dead and gone. Just like Portis. I swallowed back the tears and fixed my eyes on Emery. My niece and both my sisters dead added up to something ugly going on at home. Whatever my feelings for my mother and homeland were, my sisters had meant the world to me. It had killed me to leave them, killed me even more to cut off all contact when I decided to disappear. I'd known the minute I chose to go with Hao that if anyone had heard me talking to my sisters and discovered who I was, they'd have killed me. Or worse, tried to ransom me back to my mother. How did Pace die? My question hung, ragged, on the recycled air.
Highness, it's not for us to speak of how your sisters went to temple. You will need to speak with the priest.
Zin tried again to gain some control over the situation. I wasn't about to let it go, so I ignored him and pinned Emery with a fierce glare. Portis had always told me I could kill a man with one look from my hazel eyes. According to him, they flared with green when I was angry, brighter than a dying star. He'd always had an over-dramatic bent. Emery was as cool and calm as could be in the face of my determination, his face an expressionless mask. How did Pace die? I repeated.
Ibolenza, Highness.
This time it was as if someone had sucked all the air out of the room. I stumbled back against the wall, sliding down to the floor when my knees gave out and refused to support my weight. Images of my sweet little sister dying the kind of vicious, blood-soaked death Ibolenza caused made bile burn my throat. At least Ciri and Ami had gone quick. But Pace... There were only 3 people in the whole universe I'd wish that kind of death on, and not even my mother was on the list. Certainly not Pace. Ibolenza wasn't a naturally occurring disease. It was bio-warfare at its worst, and that my sister had died of it meant only one thing. Someone had killed her, too. I snapped my eyes open just before Zin touched me and slapped his hand away. It felt even more stupid and petty when I spotted the confused hurt flickering in his eyes, but I stomped on those emotions as hard as I could. I couldn't afford to let these people see any weakness. As Po Sin had always said, show no fear, not to friends, nor enemies, and certainly not to strangers. The thought of my old gunrunner boss was enough to push me upright. I'd run guns for the most feared Chang gang lord in the universe. I'd earned my keep, earned my own ship, and earned my reputation, all on my own. I wasn't going to be welcomed home with open arms, and that worked fine for me. I could think of 1,000 places I'd rather go than back into that gilded cage. Scrambling to my feet, I spread my hands wide and gave the trackers my best gunrunner smile. So, someone murdered my sisters and my niece. Tried to kill me too, from the looks of it, unless I'm to believe this little mutiny was coincidental. Now Mother wants me to come home like a dutiful daughter. For what? So they can get a second crack at me. I'm not sure I want to go home and put my life on the line. What has the Empire ever done for me? My diatribe shocked both men into silence, at least on the surface. I was willing to lay 10 credits down they were having a heated conversation over the communication lines provided by their smarty. I moved casually to the bedside table and grabbed the bottle. Emery stiffened, so I shot him a grin over my shoulder. Easy, tracker. Just thirsty. Ignoring the cup, I drank straight from the bottle. Cool water, tinny with the familiar taste of onboard recycling, flowed over my tongue, erasing the lingering bitterness of the sleeping drug. I dropped my arm to my side. 2 fingers looped loosely around the neck of the bottle. I didn't know how I was going to get out of here. As the trackers talked, I spun several scenarios and dismissed them all. At this point, I didn't particularly want to kill either of them, whatever I'd threatened back on Sophie. They were just doing their job. I could go home, find out who killed my sisters. That thought appealed to the anger in my gut. Revenge would be exacted for this, one way or another. However, I didn't have to go to the palace for that. In fact, it would be easier if I weren't trapped by protocol and the endless cowshit of royal requirements. I didn't want to see my mother, and I really didn't want to be the heir to the gods-damned throne of the Indranan Empire. Discarding the idea of a frontal attack, I took another drink from the bottle and set it back down on the table. Crossing my arms over my chest, I leaned back against the wall and favored Emery with a smile I hoped hid my frantic indecision. "Look, Emmy." His mouth tightened fractionally at the nickname, and I was glad to see I could do something to needle that stone exterior. "I'll give you my word. I'll go see Mother, have a little talk with her. But I need clothes, and I'd much rather travel on my own ship."
"We have clothes for you, Highness," he replied, and an uncomfortable look scuttled across his sharply planed face.
"I want my clothes, Tracker, and my ship."
"There are clothes in the wardrobe for you."
He gestured behind me.
"I'm afraid your ship has been removed from the equation."
"What?" An icy fist drove into my chest. "What did you do to Sophie?" Emery shot Zin a sidelong glance before looking at the ceiling.
"Several charges on the reactor. I saw to it myself. Your ship is space dust."
"You blew up my ship?" Somehow I kept my voice even. I fisted my hands, blunt nails cutting into the skin. "The moment's over, Tracker." The warning surprised me. I should have just taken my much-needed advantage and struck, damn my oath to blazes. Gods, how easily I slid back into the social bindings of the Empire. My hatred of them couldn't overcome the conditioning. If we'd been anywhere else, I would have struck without warning. Both men put their hands on their guns, nasty-looking Hessian 45s, with a stun function worse than the SC models. For my part, I wished I hadn't put down my only weapon.
"Highness, it was necessary to remove proof of your crime,"
Zin explained. "Necessary? Not even back on planet, locked in the confines of the palace yet, and I was already sick to death of hearing that word. My things all gone. My Sophie gone. Wait, what? What crime? My goddamned crew tried to kill me. I defended myself. What do you care if I killed a bunch of gunrunners?" An inscrutable look I almost thought was pain flashed over Emery's face.
"Portis was ITS, Highness. He was there to protect you, sworn to do so with his life. He wouldn't have tried to kill you. He was trying to bring you home. Nothing more."
My laughter shocked them. "Portis was ITS. Emphasis on the was. They kicked him out."
"Lies are easier to believe when they're based on truth,"
Zin replied softly.
"Portis's records reflected a banishment from service, Highness, but it was all for show. He was undercover, recruited by your bodyguards and Director Britlin. It was necessary, the easiest way to keep you safe."
For the third fucking time, all the oxygen fled my lungs, faster than an open airlock in a vacuum. That's why General Saito hadn't argued with me, hadn't sent trackers after me. They'd had someone watching me all along. My primary bodyguard had sent Portis after me. My brain pulled up the introductions I'd let slide by earlier. Tresk. You said Emery Tresk. I whipped my gaze from Zin to Emery and back again, my mouth hanging open. They were lying to me. They had to be, otherwise... Oh, bugger me. My whole life had been a lie.
"Portis was my brother, Your Highness. He accepted a request for assistance from your Ecam. and sacrificed a promising career to babysit you. He died so a spoiled princess could run away from her duty." The derision and fury in Emery's reply were improper, but I couldn't get past my whole foundation sliding out from underneath me like quicksand. Holy cow shit. I spat the curse at them, grasping at my anger for protection from the grief. Whatever Portis was doing there, he certainly wasn't protecting me. Of course, we can't prove any of it, can we? I can't remember what happened, and your Farian conveniently erased the evidence. There'd been a furrow cut into my hip from poorly aimed laser fire, and I was pretty sure Portis had broken a rib or two when he tackled me. If I didn't know better, I'd even say he was trying to kill me. Emery crossed the room so swiftly, I didn't have time to react. He grabbed me by the throat and slammed me into the wall. I was so stunned by the assault that I didn't retaliate. I could almost see the reflection of my own hazel eyes in the glossy darkness of his. "You will not speak a word of it, Highness. I won't allow you to dishonor Portis's memory with lies." He was deadly serious and full of fury, but his voice was as calm as if we were discussing the weather. "Emery!" Zin grabbed Emery from behind, breaking his hold on me and spinning him around before I could come up with a reply. He pressed his forehead to Emery's, speaking to him in a low voice. Emery replied back, his voice a growl, but he didn't resist his partner's restraint. As I got my breath back, I tilted my head to the side and watched them curiously. I couldn't quite tell if they were sleeping together or not, but it was fairly common practice among trackers who weren't related. It was obvious these two had been together for a long time. They'd know each other's movements, each other's thoughts, and could anticipate their reactions. It was the kind of relationship Portis and I had, or close to it, anyway. Zin finished with whatever he'd had to say and turned on me. "Your Highness, please forgive Emery." I could only gape in shock at Zin when he folded his hands together and bowed low. His anxious, almost desperate apology tumbled into the air as if I were the mother-destroyer herself. "Emery's family has endured years of believing Portis a traitor. Now they have the chance to know he was a hero. If you claim Portis tried to kill you, it will ruin everything he worked for, desecrate everything he gave up." Zin dropped to a knee in front of me and held out his hands, palms up. "Please do not take offense at his behavior." When he moved, I caught sight of Emery staring at me. The look on his face was a decent mix of fear and anger. The fear wasn't even for himself, though I could have him flayed alive for assaulting me. It was the fear that Portis's name would be stained and forever reviled. A sick stab of pain speared me in the gut as I realized just what was going on. Zin meant every word, and was terrified that Emery had crossed the line with me. He had crossed the line, but I wasn't some prissy noblewoman who saw a man punished for stepping out of line. The fact that he'd struck me, not once but several times, wasn't even an issue as far as I was concerned. Someone else could make an issue of it if they chose. What intrigued me was Emery's temper and his loyalty to his family. It was a failing I could possibly use later. Right now, I had to address Zin's concerns. I had my pride, but it wasn't worth a man's life. Walking around Zin, I stopped toe to toe with Emery and studied him for a moment. "The next time you grab me," I said, "be prepared, because I will make you pay for it." "Highness?" There might have been a flicker of respect in his eyes, or I might have been deluding myself. "Get out of here," I snarled. "Both of you get out of here before—" I chopped off the threat. If I gave voice to my fury, I'd have to follow through, and though I was angry,
I didn't like my odds in a fight against these men. At least, not right now. Zin looked like he wanted to say something, but he dipped his head and turned for the door. Emery gave a little half-bow, never taking his eyes off me as he backed toward the door.
"We'll be floating into warp soon. It will take us about a day to return home, Highness,"
he said, and the door slid shut behind him. Chapter 2. I dropped shaking onto the bed and stared at my hands as I fought to contain my grief and anger. The ship probably had surveillance, and I didn't doubt my hosts were going to keep a close eye on me. Don't show them anything, Hale. Don't give them anything to use against you. Portis, dead. Ciri, dead. Pace, dead. I couldn't stop the pain from running rampant through me, or the gleeful little voice in the back of my head reminding me the worst thing of all. You have to go home. The mere thought of it made my throat close up. I'd stood up to pirate ships and police, walked unarmed into Zhou-owned houses and back out again without a scratch on me. I was feared on more planets than I could easily name. I had been beaten up, bashed around, nearly killed more times than I could count. But the thought of seeing my goddamned mother had me almost in tears. You've got to get your shit together, Hale. Opening my eyes, I stared down at the scarred surface of my left arm. A pale line marred the dark skin. I'd gotten a wire wrapped around my forearm during a bank job on Marrakesh, the last one we'd done for Po Sin before he let us go our own way. The wire had almost snapped the bone before Portis cut me loose. There'd been panic in his green eyes, the emotion lacing his voice as he'd gathered me against his chest and gotten us both out of the mess before the authorities showed. We'd managed to get to a body shop, and most of the damage had been repaired, just leaving that single winding scar. Shaking the memory loose and cursing Portis, I linked my fingers together and stretched my arms above my head. Once upon a time, my skin had been several shades lighter, more like the teakwood trees that grew on Pashati. It was darker now, but still not as dark as Pace's, whose rare golden hair had stood out against skin almost as black as Emery's. My baby sister. A second shard of heated metal sliced my heart. I'd grieved for her and Ciri once when I left, but it had felt more like me dying than them. Now I grappled with the idea that my sisters were dead, and it was impossible to wrap my head round. And Portis, not a banished, thieving misfit. The thought was equally unbelievable, except, I swore viciously, except for his unwillingness to talk about his past, for the sneaking suspicion I'd always had that there was something important he wasn't telling me when I'd catch him looking at me strangely. You mean, like the fact that he was Imperial Tactical Squad? The voice in my head was sharp with derision, and I flinched away from it, straight into a shattered memory.
"Baby, stay down. Just stay down, okay?"
Portis's voice was breathy with pain. Gunfire cut off my reply, shredding our shelter. Portis dove to the side, and I rolled after him into the questionable cover of a stack of priceless weavings we were supposed to be taking to the Solarian conglomerate. "What the fuck is going on?"
"There's no time to explain. Just keep your head down."
"You're not getting off this ship alive, Tresk. Neither of you." Mems's voice echoed out of the darkness, and the sudden cold look on Portis's face froze my blood. I rubbed my hands over my face. I couldn't figure out why my memory was in such tatters. Had I been drugged? These bits and pieces floating back were less than useful. There was little about it I could trust. Why would Portis try to kill me? To steal the ship? None of it made sense. It had been our ship. He'd had half a stake in it. was entitled to as large a share of the profits as I was. He hadn't even cared half the time if he got paid, claimed he was doing it for the fun. Now I knew why he didn't need the money. He'd been on the Empire's payroll all along. We'd fought. What pieces I could pull from my brain, glimmering like little glass splinters, told me that my scattered memory of gunfire and punches was real. His death rattle apology wasn't enough to make me think for a second that Emery was right, and Portis was trying to bring me home. Home. There was no fucking way I was going home, and I was wasting precious time weeping over the past, instead of planning for the future. I had to be off this ship before we floated into warp, or I was done for. Pushing to my feet, I stalked to the far wall and slapped my hand against the faintly glowing panel. A door slid open in the wall, and I groaned. Oh, for fuck's sake! The wardrobe was filled to bursting with the worst clothes imaginable. Never mind my intense hatred for the traditional royal colours of white and gold, but everything in the metre-square opening looked like the toppings on a fairy cake. It was all pretty and otherwise useless. If I was sneaking around on a starship, I didn't want to look like something worth eating, which meant I was stuck with the military-issue pyjamas they'd put me in. Digging through the yards of fabric with muttered curses falling from my lips, I found little to nothing I could use as a weapon. There was a box of hair ornaments that might work in a pinch to put someone's eye out, but otherwise all I could hope was that someone would die of fright, or laughter. I tossed a pair of white silken pants to the floor. They were embroidered around the cuffs with gold thread and little gold beads along the edge. Useless. I snorted in disgust, flicking my heavy green braid off my shoulder, and headed to the door, trying to make it look like I was pacing. The panel by the door was palm-activated, and as I suspected, my new friends had locked me out of the system. It wasn't a problem. I leaned against the wall and queued up my smarty. I sighed in relief when it linked up easily with the shipboard computer. Whatever trouble I'd been having with Sophie had been with her computer, not my head. It appeared I only had limited access. My tracker friends didn't trust me at all, and really I couldn't blame them. I was aboard the Parasahi, the royal wing. What else would they send to retrieve a wayward princess? Rolling my eyes at the smooth white ceiling, I let loose another snort of disgust. I hated royal starships. They were so fucking sterile. I wanted back on Sophie with her brightly coloured walls and random doodles that Pip had scribbled in unexpected places. The thought of the little space orphan we'd rescued on C5 jarred loose another flash of memory. He'd taken a shot at me, and I'd returned fire, nailing him between the eyes. I felt a flush of shame and covered my face with my hands. He'd been 16. I shook the feeling loose and focused again on my problem. Hacking the system wasn't an option. Emery was probably watching for it. Giving me access to the Parasahi's computer made it easier to track me, but I knew enough to be able to mask my signal from him when I needed it. I spun on my heel and headed back to the wardrobe, queuing up the room's layout and the location of the digital cameras. Initially, I'd been pissed about the body mod screw-up that had left me with this permanently green curly hair. The colour had grown on me, and the rest of it, from my darker skin and my tall, rangy build to my narrow face with a pointed chin, was more than suitable. Now the thought of the hysterics my hair would cause at home made it worthwhile. Maybe I'd go home, hang around just long enough to see the look on Mother's face. You are crazy, Hale. I tightened a fist around the chain of my wild thoughts and jerked them short. I wasn't going home. I didn't want to go home. I had to get out of here. I dove into the wardrobe, flinging clothes out in the best imitation of a temper tantrum I could muster. Emery believed I was a spoiled princess. I'd give him a performance worthy enough to distract him. In the midst of it, I grabbed a bottle of makeup out of the drawer and hurled it at the far corner. Blue powder splattered across the lens of the hidden camera, hopefully obscuring the surface. 2 more bottles and matching spots of black and red covered my escape. I grabbed the box of hair doodads and pulled out a long golden spike with a cascade of pink pearls attached to the end. Stripping the pearls free, I flung them away, and they scattered across the floor, looking like bunchen berries. Sliding the thin piece of metal between the panel and the wall, I levered it off. Several twisted wires later, the door slid silently open. The 2 ITS troops turned in surprise. My well-placed strike put the first woman on her knees, choking and gasping for breath. It wouldn't kill her, but she wasn't getting up any time soon. The other woman had time for a startled squeak that ended when I slammed her head against the wall and she slid bonelessly to the floor. I sprinted on bare feet down the deserted hallway, moving as quickly and quietly as possible, waiting for the sirens. They never came, and I felt a frisson of disappointment. "I figured you for better than that, Tresk," I muttered, and continued toward the shuttle bay. The rounded tunnel was as sterile and white as my quarters, with the strange humming silence only found on battleships. I was familiar enough with the layout to know I was probably deep within the ship, safe from any battle damage, and a long damn way from the shuttle bays. Lucky for me, Royal starships were all designed the same way. If I could get to a shuttle before the FTL bubble formed, I'd be long gone by the time they noticed. If? I barely suppressed the sigh as Portis's dry voice filled my ears. "You know what that stands for, don't you?" "I'm fucked." I hissed a curse when voices echoed down the rounded tunnel of the hallway, and I jumped over a railing onto the walkway below. I bent my knees as I landed, tucking into a roll. I scurried across the walkway and ducked into an arched doorway, with only the whisper of air. A pair of blue-uniformed Imperial Navy officers passed above me as I held my breath and pressed as close to the wall as possible. "Why do you suppose they sent us all the way out here? We're not normally a shuttle service for trackers." "Who knows? Everything about the Empire is in chaos right now. All the Empress's children and grandchildren of note either dead or vanished. They needed a lift, so we gave them one," the stouter of the pair said. "You'd think they have better things to do right now than hunting up some random gunrunner, even one as dangerous as her. I caught a peek at her file on the captain's computer. She's one of Poe's sins." "Maybe they think she had something to do with the princess's deaths?" "May their road to temple be filled with light," the first officer replied automatically. "If she did, I almost feel sorry for her. Sick or not, the Empress will take her apart." The pair moved out of earshot as I stood frozen. How sick was Mother? And with what? My amusement over the gossip trickled away, and for an insane moment I contemplated following them to find out just what the news about my mother was. The grating was cold under my bare feet. The rough edges that were meant to give running boots traction bit into my unprotected soles and shook me back to reality. I needed to get out of here. Then I could worry about the rest of it. I made it down 3 more levels, with only one close call, and slid through the doors of the shuttle bay. Staying low, I skirted around the shuttles near the door and made for the one closest to the force shield. The space beyond was a severe block of black against the white walls of the bay. Only the slight shimmering of the shield betrayed its presence. The door of the shuttle was open, and I crept into the dark interior, feeling my way along the wall toward the pilot's seat. I was 2 steps into the shuttle when I froze. Someone was already inside. "It's good to know my instincts are right on track with you. Zin overestimated your sense of honor. You gave your word." "I said I'd go home to see Mother. I didn't say I'd go with you."
I'll remember that next time. He thought you'd come home like a good little princess, and the show in your room was just you having a tantrum."
The lights came up. Emery sat in the pilot's seat, one foot braced on the middle console, and a smug smile playing at the corners of his generous mouth.
"Highness,"
he said, and tilted his head to the side. "Tracker," I replied. "So you thought different, huh? Even though you're the one who called me a spoiled princess?"
"I was angry."
"You still are angry. Because I may have killed your brother." He shrugged.
"You're not the type to pitch a fit like that. You didn't kill your guards."
I blinked at him. What reason would I have to do that? He shrugged a shoulder.
"Just an observation."
My options were racing through my head at the speed of light. Did I run? I could possibly get to another shuttle and get the door closed before he tagged me. Unless he had people outside, in which case I was screwed because I still didn't have a damn weapon. Which left me with fight or bribery. If he had people in the bay, they wouldn't come storming in here. Not only would it hamper Emery's attempts to subdue me, but any shot fired in this cramped space had as much chance of hitting him as it did me. I tapped the door control as a precaution. It slid shut behind me and locked with a cheerful little chime. I gave Emery a smile and spread my arms as I crossed the space between us. "So where does this leave us, Tracker?" Without waiting for an answer, I kicked him in the face, seeing the flicker of surprise just before my bare foot connected and snapped his head back. I moved in, intent on knocking him out while he was still reeling from my kick, but the tracker was better than I'd given him credit for, and his booted foot landed in my solar plexus like a sledgehammer. I staggered back, gasping for air.
"Highness, this is unwise."
Emery wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and stood. He moved like a panther, all muscular grace and deadly intensity. "I love how you kick me and then call me Highness like it matters. You don't follow the rules very well, do you?"
"I follow them when they're needed. Right now, bringing you home is more important than treating you like a princess."
"I'm not going home. I left for a reason." I hated myself for saying it, hated that it sounded like I was betraying my sisters by running. There was nothing I could do for them locked up in the palace. "I'll have better luck finding answers here than at home. I don't want that life."
"You don't have a choice."
Emery's voice was quiet, but it lashed through the air like a whip.
"This is your life, Highness. This is what you were born to do."
"Don't give me that destiny bullshit."
"Fine."
He snarled the word at me, advancing with his hands spread.
"My brother gave his life to bring you home. I'm not letting his sacrifice be for nothing."
My laughter was brittle, shattering on the metal at my feet. "Newsflash, Tracker. That's what the Empire does. Uses you up and spits you out. My father gave his life for the Empire too. Do you know what he got out of it after some crazy woman shot him down? Ridiculed and forgotten. Blamed as the reason my mother gave in to the Saxons. You're a fool if you think the Empire gives a fuck about your brother. He was just a man, useful as cannon fodder or for making daughters. That's it." Emery stared at me. Through me. For so long I wasn't quite sure what to do next.
"You don't believe that, Highness,"
he said finally. "It doesn't matter what I believe. That's what Indrana does, Emery. Chews us up and spits us out. I left for a reason. I'm not going back to give my life for an empire that couldn't care less about me." I decided to try my luck at bribery. "Look, the Empire doesn't want me back any more than I want to go back. Trust me. I've got money stashed. Just let me go. I'll drop you and the shuttle off. You can tell them that I overpowered you."
"You know I can't do that, Highness,"
he said, and flicked his left hand at me. But this time, when the sapney powder unfurled from the tips of his fingers, I was ready for it. Swinging my leg up, I kicked his arm to the side, and the lavender powder was sucked away into the air filter. I let the momentum spin me, planted my left foot, and brought my other foot out in a vicious side thrust that caught him in the ribs. For once, my luck held, and my tracker had made the unfortunate mistake of turning his shields off while on the ship. He staggered back with a whoosh of expelled air. Neither of us was suited to fighting in close quarters. Our height and reach actually worked against us in the confines of the shuttle. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to figure out that I'd misjudged Emery. He was at least as skilled at hand-to-hand as I was, and more than willing to fight dirty. Plus, I was tired, and that first kick of his had really hurt. It was going to cost me the fight. I missed a block, my head slamming back into the bulkhead when he drove his palm into my cheekbone. Stars of pain exploded behind my right eye. He caught my next punch, thrown half-blind, and locked up my right arm as he stepped into me. It was luck more than skill that allowed me to get a grip on his throat, but I stilled when I felt the edge of a blade under my chin.
"I think Sergeant Terrace is just outside the shuttle, Highness, but I'd rather not test the theory. If you move, I can't guarantee your safety."
"The God's-damned irony of this is overwhelming," I muttered, staring into his dark eyes. "It's obvious you don't like me. Someone out there wants me dead, and Mother sure as the fires of Naraka didn't send you to bring me home. Not after all this time. Why don't you just kill me and get it over with?" He blinked at me, clearly shocked by the suggestion, and I had to choke back the urge to laugh.
"Highness, we are here to retrieve you. You are not safe. Surely what happened on your ship proved that to you."
His voice dropped to a whisper. "The Empire needs you." "The Empire got along fine for 20 years without me," I replied, flicking my eyes downward. "Mother's probably got Ganda all ready to go. Trust me, no one will be happy about me coming home."
"Highness, the situation is delicate. There are things you need to know. I can't explain them to you here."
I frowned, confused by the earnest pleading in his eyes that crowded out his anger, and the urgency in his lowered voice. This was at odds with the cold man I'd seen earlier. "What things?"
"Watch this."
He pressed a miniature file into my palm and raised his voice for his next words.
"Will you swear to me you will not try to escape again, Highness?"
I closed my eyes with a second curse. It didn't help me pretend I wasn't pinned to the chill wall of a shuttle bulkhead with Emery's knee digging into my inner thigh and his thumb poised just above my racing pulse. It didn't do a thing to erase Portis's blood-filled plea for forgiveness, or my terror at returning home. "Fine."
"Highness?"
I opened my eyes and gritted my teeth, choosing my words carefully. "I swear, Tracker. I swear I will not try to escape this ship." The muscle in his jaw twitched at my words.
"You swear no further harm to me or the crew? Do you swear to return home with me without further incident and do your duty?"
He was damn good. I had to give him that, even though I wanted to spit on him for trapping me. I couldn't go back on my word. It was all I had left, and he knew it. "What if I don't swear?"
"I knock you out and drag you home like the criminal you are."
Returning home trussed up was an unappealing option. I'd only known Emery for an hour, but I was pretty sure he'd drag my ass across the floor of the throne room. If I had to go home, it'd be on my own 2 feet. My duty, though, was to my sisters, and my sisters only, and I didn't see a need to clarify that to him as I nodded my head. "All right, tracker. I swear." "Done," he said, and released me. As he stepped away, the tiny blade disappeared back into the thumb of his glove. He turned to the wall and tapped the controls, gesturing at the now open door with the bow. "Highness, if you would." I jerked my chin into the air and didn't look at Zin or the 7 remaining ITS troops clustered around the shuttle. They were busy not looking at me, either, dropping into formal bows when I passed. Zin fell into step in front of me without a word. Emery was a silent shadow, hovering just out of the corner of my right eye as I stalked back to my room. I dropped onto the bed, my hands in my lap, and my eyes locked on the floor. I didn't want to give Emery any reason to suspect he hadn't just won that round. "There will be new guards outside, Highness. I wouldn't try that again," Emery said, and the door slid shut, leaving me alone with the stinging taunt that I couldn't be trusted to keep my word. The warning tone for warp echoed through the room, and I braced myself. The Parasahi's Alcubierre white drive revved, and the familiar queasiness rolled through my stomach as the wall of the bubble expanded to encompass the whole ship. It dragged us out of normal space-time into a place where FTL was possible. The Alcubierre white drive was as old as man's flight into the stars. In all the years that had passed, no human had found a better solution, and if the non-human races had a better one, they'd chosen not to share it with us. An AWD created a bubble in space-time that belled out behind a ship and contracted in front, carrying the ship along outside of conventional space at a speed much faster than light traveled. Once inside the bubble, the ship was carried along in the wave, so the only power expenditures were getting into and out of the wave itself. We passed through the wall, and the warp engines cut out, leaving me in an abrupt silence. As soon as the nausea passed, I uncurled my fingers, staring down at the flat black square in my palm. I flopped backward onto the bed, pillowing my head in my hands, and slipped the card into the slot hidden under my green curls. My smarty recognized Ceres' royal code stamped onto the files and responded in kind. It was a message from her, and with that code I knew it hadn't been tampered with or delivered under duress. No one else even knew those codes existed. Our father had given them to us when we'd been kids, so we could pass messages in secret. I shook away the encroaching memories as my computer uploaded the file. Something about Emery's warning made it obvious that it wasn't safe for anyone else to see this. I played the video internally, closing my eyes to shut out distractions. Ciri appeared. The pretty sister I remembered had grown into a stunningly royal princess. Her blue-black curls were pinned up and away from her doll-like face, a face that was exhausted, the gunrunner part of me noted critically. "Hail," she said, smiling sadly. Her perfect, soft voice washed over me. "Unfortunately, if you're watching this, it means I won't get to say anything to you in person. Emery has orders to deliver this to you in the event of my death." A tear slid down her round cheek, and Ciri brushed it away with impatient fingers. "Damn it. I'm sorry for that. Sorry you'll get that news on top of everything else I'm about to tell you. And sorry I'll never get to see you again. I'd always hoped I would someday. I've missed you so much, you have no idea. Pace is dead." Ciri straightened her shoulders, the grief sliding off her face like water off glass. She looked every bit the empress she would never be, and my heart writhed in pain. Someone killed her, Haley, and it wasn't the Upjar rebels, no matter what Mother might claim. Knowing you don't trust anyone. I need you to come home for Ami. If I'm gone, there's no one to protect her, and Mother is sick. There are dark, dangerous things at work, Haley. People are trying to destroy the Empire from within. I've attached what information I can, and you can get the rest of it from Emery. I know you don't think it, but the Empire needs you. I needed you, but I'm afraid I waited too long to admit it, and since you're listening to this, it's too late for me."
Ciri stopped, muttering a curse that had me raising my eyebrows. Then she fixed her eyes back on the camera with a forced smile.
"It's damned hard to see into the future, Haley. I don't know what things will be like here by the time you get this message. I only know you need to trust in Portis. He's been watching after you since you left."
Those words sliced through me and stole my breath. Emery's announcement I could dismiss as lies, but my sister would never have lied to me. The doubt coalesced around my heart, threatening to crush it to dust. Had I mistaken Portis's intentions? Had I killed him when he was really just trying to protect me? Why couldn't I remember what had happened? Ciri continued.
"Also, trust Zin and Emery, Haley."
She laughed softly.
"Emery is unconventional and extremely improper at times. You will probably butt heads quite a bit, but he has your best interests at heart. Keep him close to you, even after you get into the palace. They'll be able to help you find out who is responsible for all this."
Ciri glanced off camera, frowning at whatever noise she heard.
"I'm sorry to drag you home, but I know you can help. You always sold yourself short where these things were concerned. Ami will need your wisdom and your strength, and hey, it's not like you'll have to be Empress."
She looked directly at me, her dark eyes filled with 10,000 things left unsaid between us.
"You are the only one left who can help my daughter save the Empire. I love you, Hale. Please come home."
The message ended, and I lay on the bed with tears leaking from behind my closed lids. They tracked down the sides of my head to hide in my hair. "Gods damn it," I muttered at the ceiling. "You deserved better." I wasn't entirely sure if I meant the words for Ciri or for myself. Ami had been alive when Ciri made the message. Hell, Ciri had been alive when she recorded the message. She'd been alive when she sent Emery after me. Now they were all gone.
"Trust Emery, Haley."
I hadn't trusted anyone except for Portis for a long time. Even if he hadn't tried to kill me, he'd lied to me, and his betrayal had shattered that trust. I didn't know if I could recover enough from it to trust a total stranger, no matter what my sister said. But Ciri had always had a knack for the truth, for knowing who to trust. If I couldn't take her word for it, where did that leave me? Walking into the snake pit without so much as a sharp stick. I snorted on bitter laughter. The fact that Emery hadn't tried to kill me straight off was a step in the right direction, though. Only I wasn't sure if it was onto solid ground or onto a burning transport ship. My face hurt. Getting up from the bed, I leaned against the sink and poked experimentally at the shiner swelling my right eye. Gone was the 18-year-old princess, erased by 20 years and a haywire body mod. The sharp-faced woman in the mirror flinched. These injuries were child's play in comparison to the ones I'd gotten in the fight on Sophie. My shoulder had been... I paused and frowned at my reflection. I'd hit Sophie's deck hard. First my shoulder, and then my head snapping back against the metal floor.
It had only added to my fucking addled brain. Why was my memory in pieces? Thanks to my bodyguards, I'd had some training before I met Portis, but Portis had been the one to really teach me how to fight, and I couldn't see him falling for the kick I'd lashed out with after I fell. But I remembered the grunt of pain in the darkness. My shot had struck home. I fisted my hands around the lip of the sink and rolled my shoulders. Things that seemed just coincidence at the time were starting to fall into place with alarming speed. All the self-defense lessons Portis had forced on me, teaching me how to shoot, teaching me how to fly. What had been the purpose of it all? I thought it was because that was the only way to survive as a gunrunner, and maybe that was true. But an ITS-trained guard standing in as my bodyguard would have seen it as one more tool in a survival kit. I'd run into Portis just weeks after I left home. I was an inexperienced 18-year-old hiding on the streets of Delhi, only 4 planets away from home and in way over my head, as I tried to track the man I was certain was responsible for my father's death. He'd saved my ass from a gang of street punks, and even after I'd nearly taken his head off with a 2x4, he had still been calm enough to get me out of that alley and back to the boarding house before the cops showed up.
"We'll stick together. Watch each other's backs,"
he'd said, after I'd fed him a story about being an orphan trying to get off-planet to see the stars. I'd taken him up on it, and somewhere along the way I'd fallen in love with the bastard. Now I was faced with one of 2 choices. Either he'd betrayed me from the very beginning, or at the very end. He was dead, and I'd never know for sure. Hell and fire, I might have been the one to kill him.
"Check your smarties, stupid."
The voice in my head now sounded a lot like Howe, my former mentor and the man who'd sponsored my way into Po Sin's gang. He had the habit of taunting me with that when we argued, even though, more often than not, my recording of our conversation proved him wrong. Smarties had a recording feature. They only looped on a 72-hour cycle to save data space. Mine was a little longer by dint of my royal hardware, but even the standard was enough to show me what had happened on the ship. Provided that whatever was keeping me from remembering in the first place hadn't also impacted my system. I tightened my hands on the lip of the sink again as I queued up the footage. Heart pounding and my breath clogging my throat, the image of all of us at dinner overlaid itself on my vision. We'd just done a hell of a deal. I'd hijacked a new shipment of handguns and a few heavier pieces destined for the Solarian conglomerate's police force. Turned around and sold them to the Cheng for a profit that meant we could take a few years off if we wanted to. Not that I'd particularly wanted to do that. We'd been headed to the outer territories to drop off some cargo that had been taking up space in the bay for a while, but Portis kept trying to get me to take a job in Hortsmith. I'd been so pissed at him for pushing it when he knew I wanted those damn rugs off my ship. I sped through the recording until it went black as I passed out, and for what seemed like an eternity, nothing happened.
"Baby, wake up."
Portis's voice filtered through the black, but my eyes didn't open immediately.
"Fuck,"
he muttered, and rolled me over.
"Breathe in for me, baby, and wake up."
"What's going on?" My voice was slurred, and I reached a hand out but missed his face by several inches.
"Someone drugged you. We need to go."
It was a surreal experience to watch through my drugged-up eyes as Portis got me dressed, armed, and out the door in a matter of moments. Now I could see the things I'd missed in my haze. The fear tightening his mouth and making his hands shake. We stumbled down the hallway to the cargo bay.
"Help's coming, if we can just get to the shuttle."
We were on the stairs. Portis swore and shoved me. I fell down the stairs into the cargo bay, crashed to the floor, jamming my leg on the way down. It was dark in the bay, but it lit up when someone fired in my direction. I fired back and heard a body fall.
"Get down!"
Portis tackled me, and we slid across the cargo bay floor.
"Captain, get away from him! He's trying to kill you!"
Mems's sharp voice echoed through the darkness.
"Hailey, baby, please stay down."
Awful terror lanced through me, as sharp as a tempered blade.
"What did you call me?"
I blinked at Portis as the emergency lighting flicked on, coating the cargo hold in a wash of red. Guilt flooded his face, and Portis held a hand out to me.
"Baby, don't do this now, please. You have to trust me. I'm trying to get you out of here."
What did you call me?
"Hailey, Mercedes, Jaya, Bristol," Portis whispered. "I know who you are. I've always known. You let me handle this. Get to the shuttle."
Portis's voice was breathy with pain. I caught him as he fell to his knees, blood smearing across the front of my white shirt and staining my arms where he grabbed me.
"Baby, I'm sorry. You've got to get out of here."
"I don't understand. How did you know?" I dragged him backward until we were reasonably safe from the gunfire peppering our position.
"I've always known. It doesn't matter."
He pressed his gun into my hand.
"You get to the shuttle and get the hell off this ship. Emery's coming for you. I sent coordinates. Trust him. He'll keep you safe."
"Who's Emery?" Portis coughed, splattering me with blood.
"Just trust him, Hailey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lying to you. I'm sorry it turned out like this, and you have to go the rest of the way alone. But all that matters is you staying alive. You have to go. Now."
He shoved me away from him, pulling another gun free as he staggered to his feet and rushed out into the center of the cargo bay. I gasped, wanting to look away, but instead I watched the rest of the scene play itself out with painful clarity. Mems shot Portis again as he rushed her, but she missed me, barreling right after him, and I tackled her with the precision of an Ostro footballer. Our fight was brutal, and I finally tore myself away from the replay when the crack of her neck shot through my brain.
"Your Highness, are you all right?"
Blinking dry eyes back to the present, I realized I was on my knees, a meter away from the sink. Both trackers were in the room, but at a cautious distance. Zin was holding my boots. Emery had his arms crossed. I'd thought his eyes were black, but in this light I could see the earthy brown layered over the silver of his augmentations. Portis's green eyes, bright sunlight through leaves, flashed into my vision, and I felt another tear slip down my wet cheeks. Rocking back on my heels, I rose in a smooth motion and held my hand out. "My smarty remembered what I couldn't, Tracker. Would you like to see?"
"Highness, you swore an oath."
"I keep my oaths. This isn't an elaborate ruse to try and escape again. My recording shows what happened on Sophie." I wiggled my fingers. "Zin's welcome to take his gun out, if it will make you feel better." Emery gave me a look and took my hand. Our smarties synced, and I queued up the file once more. Emery didn't get that glazed look people sometimes had when they viewed things on their smarties. Instead, he looked right at me the whole time. Like water washing away a sandcastle, his anger melted. It was replaced with grief, and I pulled my hand away, turning my head in respect.
"Why didn't you make it to the shuttle?"
There wasn't any accusation in the question, but I flinched anyway. Now that I'd seen it, the memories rushed back in like a wave, shredding my composure in its path. I couldn't leave him. My confession echoed loudly in the silence. I couldn't leave him to die alone, like I'd left my father. After everything we'd been through, I didn't want... I choked the words back down, not wanting to admit that to anyone. I could remember it now, as clearly as the surface of a quiet pond. When the realization that I was going to lose Portis hit me, I hadn't wanted to survive either.
Zin, are we clear? Have been since we came in. They'll probably get suspicious, but I can keep the surveillance scrambled for as long as we want. Someone might come knocking, though.
You don't trust these people? Emery gave a short shake of his head.
There wasn't time to vet the whole ship. Gil's people are crewing the surveillance for your room, but others could be listening in.
He raised a hand and wiggled it.
At this point, it's best not to tip anyone off.
That's why no one knows who I am. I tapped one hand against the boots before I tossed them on the bed. My sister said to trust you. I was right. She's the one who sent you, not my mother.
We are not the enemy here, Highness. I swear.
Emery held my gaze, his eyes filled with concern and frustration. There was no trace of his previous anger. I wondered if he was just hiding it, or if it was gone for good. Wiping my face with the heels of my hands, I exhaled, letting the ice settle around my heart and across my face. There wasn't time to grieve for everything I'd lost. I was headed into a situation more dangerous than anything I'd faced outside the Empire. No friends, no weapons, and far too little intel. If I didn't keep it together, I was going to end up dead. Who is? Emery looked away, his jaw flexing, and I was pretty sure he was trying to think up a non-offensive reply. Ciri was probably right about us butting heads. Trackers were a different breed. With so much exposure to the outside worlds, they had trouble acting like proper Indranan men. No biting of their tongues, as was expected in conventional society. Of course, I wasn't much good at that either. There was a good chance Emery and I would get along just fine. Chapter 3.
We don't know, Highness,
he said finally. Mems was on my crew for years. Someone offered her something worth killing me for. I let a brief smile flicker through, even though I'd never wanted a drink so badly as in that moment. Or trying to kill me. Am I correct in assuming whoever it was, they're responsible for the deaths of my sisters?
It's likely, Highness.
You can understand my hesitation then, Tracker, to just throw myself at your mercy.
I am loyal to Indrana, Highness. I swore an oath to Princess Ciri to bring you home and keep you safe,
Emery whispered, and God's damn but he looked hurt. He took a step toward me, his gloved hands held out in supplication. Bugger me, I don't know you. The furious reply slipped out, and I wasn't in the mood to lie to him, so I went with it. I swallowed, glared at him, and continued. Either of you. I'll trust you both as far as I can, but you drugged me, kidnapped me.
I retrieved you, as I was ordered to do.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
As your sister ordered me to do.
Ordered? Don't talk to me about orders. Portis was ordered to lie to me and babysit me. It's all sophistry. I snarled, advancing on him. I jabbed a finger into his chest and then pointed it at Zin. I thought I'd been free. I'd thought that my life was my own. The one thing I really wanted, the thing I'd given up every piece of my life at home for, had turned out to be a lie. I choked on the sudden tears and spun away before they spilled free.
Highness!
Fine. You were doing your job. Give me one reason I should trust you." I looked up at the ceiling, blinking the tears away before I faced him.
"You don't have anyone else,"
he said. Brutal honesty cut right to the heart of things.
"And you need us."
He was right. I didn't want to set foot on Pashati without someone I could trust. I scrubbed my hands over my face and muttered a curse that had Emery raising an eyebrow. "When did Ciri die?"
"Yesterday afternoon. We were already off-planet. She'd wanted to make sure your Empress Mother couldn't stop us."
"Why did she send you after me? What is going on?"
"She needed you, Highness. I don't know how much you've been paying attention, but things are bad."
I hadn't been paying attention at all lately, and it was about to bite me in the arse. "Dump the title, Emery. We don't have time for it." A smile fluttered to life on his face, vanishing as quickly as a flame in space, and I got the feeling he was going to ignore my order.
"The Empire is in chaos. Things are falling apart even more rapidly than your sister feared. Read the files she sent you, and I'll catch you up when I can. We've been off the grid for too long already."
"Who's responsible? Who blew up Ciri? And Pace—" I couldn't even finish the sentence. "What in the Mother Destroyer's name is my mother doing about it?"
"Your Highness, we don't know."
Emery held a hand up before I could say anything.
"We've been off camera for too long. We've got incoming. We need you to come home."
His voice was abruptly distant. It was my turn for a sharp nod as I bit my tongue and swallowed back the 100 or so questions I desperately wanted to ask. We were apparently back on camera. Besides that, now wasn't the time, and I knew it, even though I hated it. Hated falling right back into the politics and politeness. I wasn't going to get stuck. I would go home, find the bastards responsible for murdering my sisters, and then figure it out from there. I gave Emery a second sharp nod. "I'll come home with you."
"The Empire is in your debt, Highness."
Emery's bow was formal, and I barely managed to keep from rolling my eyes. The Empire can kiss my ass. I'm only doing this for my sisters. "It's a pleasure to do my duty," I said out loud.
"We'll be in warp for several hours yet,"
Emery said, still sounding stilted and formal.
"I'd suggest some sleep. We could all use it. Shall I send Sergeant Terrasse in?"
I locked eyes with him, recognizing the test for what it was, and nodded. Emery nodded back and the door slid open. A slender young woman with burnished copper hair came through. She was barely over a meter tall, a fragile-looking waif of a girl. I didn't have to see her pointed ears hiding among the curls to know what she was. Her stature, coupled with her wide, round eyes and heart-shaped face, was more than enough proof. Varian. Only my pride kept me from stepping back.
"Highness, Sergeant Pace Terrasse."
"Your Imperial Highness, it is a great honor." She bowed, keeping her golden eyes on me. Her lilting voice was the same one I'd heard while lying on Sophie's deck. I answered the bow with a nod, palace manners so ingrained in my being that the years couldn't wipe them out. Fighting down my instinct to bolt, I smiled at her instead. Faze offered up a tiny smile in return. She tugged the glove off her right hand, and my heart pounded so hard it bruised itself against my ribs. "Death you deal, and death you shall become," she whispered the edict, holding out her hand. "I am loyal to my gods, and to you, Highness. I will not harm you." I swallowed and laid my hand over hers. I fucking hoped she was telling me the truth. Otherwise, I'd just committed suicide. I'd been healed by a Farian a time or two before, most memorably when Ciri had blacked my eye. I'd gone one taunt too far about her short legs, and the resulting punch had been brilliant. Being healed is similar to weightlessness, a strange, floating, slightly out-of-control feeling. I often wondered what the Farians felt, but I've never had the guts to ask. These strange aliens were among the first to welcome humanity to the stars, but though they'd integrated themselves into our lives so seamlessly, there was very little we knew about them. They spent time with humans as part of some pilgrimage, an offering to the Tuesday god who'd given them the gift of healing. It was a double-edged sword of a gift, packed with the ability to kill, and if they hoarded the gift instead of sharing it, they would die. Hal had explained it to me as if a battery was being charged with no failsafe. The energy just kept building until it burst. As the ache in my face subsided and all my other minute complaints vanished, I released the breath I'd been holding. A second smile, shy and tired, fluttered at the corner of Faze's pale mouth. "May you feel better, Highness." She whispered the benediction and pulled her hand from mine. With another quick bow, she left the room, leaving me alone with Emery and Zin once more. "I brought you your boots," Zin said, as though nothing about this scene was out of the ordinary. "You won't have much of an occasion to wear them in the palace, but I figured good boots are hard to find." "Thank you," I murmured, earning a smile. Emery bowed his head a fraction. "Sleep well, Highness." I thought of a dozen pithy replies before I said, "You too." And as they left the room, I was pretty sure I wouldn't be the only one staring at the ceiling all night. I didn't actually stare at the ceiling the whole time. Most of it was spent reading through the files Ciri had attached to her message and silently cursing myself for the last few years of near-obsessive avoidance of Indranan politics. The Empire was crumbling, and as harsh as it sounded, my sister's death was simply one more awful thing in a string of events that were knocking the foundation of Indrana out from underneath her. I paced as I listened to Ciri. What had started with civil unrest and ended with mounting tensions with the Saxon kingdom was a tangled mess of economic failures, political demonstrations, riots, and the assassinations of 3 members of the royal family. None of it was as shocking as the medical report attached to another short message from Ciri. "Mother has Shakti dementia. She started presenting symptoms about 6 months ago." Space madness. A genetic mutation triggered by exposure to radiation in the early days of space travel had resulted in a new form of dementia that none of the known cures could touch. We said those who had it had been touched by the Mother Destroyer and were lost to her unforgiving hands. Once it manifested, it moved fast. Shakti dementia was what had killed my distant ancestor grandfather when we first landed on Pashati. Men were more likely to suffer the effects, and the initial colonists struggled to overcome the onslaught. The balance of power shifted enough to allow my ancestor grandmother to take command, though the priests liked to say it was the will of the goddess that started the whole thing. It started with wandering attention and an inability to focus, then speech issues, forgetting words, garbled and unfinished sentences. As the disease progressed, there was memory loss and confusion of time, where the victim started living in the past. It was genetic, and there was no way to test for the risk, no way to guard against it except to never leave the planet's surface, something that was damn near impossible for members of the royal family. Still, since my ancestor grandfather, there had been only 3 other incidences of the dementia in my family. Ven noticed first and told me. I had Dr. Satir run some tests, and she gave me the bad news. We haven't told her yet. I decided it was for the best when the doctor said it could make the disease progress faster. Ciri looked haggard, but it was impossible to tell if she'd recorded this vid before or after the other. You'll have to tread lightly, Hayley, at least until Admika is crowned. She has her good days, but she's twitchy, and the slightest thing can set her off. I remember how you and Mother were. A smile flickered to life on her face, and it made my heart ache. Try not to piss her off too much. I'm not making any promises, I whispered. I kept reading files until I passed out, dropping into a fitful sleep in the middle of a memo about troublesome Saxon activity on some of our border worlds. My dreams were spotty, filled with images of Portis dying, Ciri vanishing in flame, and Pace choking to death on her own blood. The last was too much, and had me waking with a gasping sob that I muffled in the bedsheets. I rolled out of bed and stumbled to the bath. My stomach didn't care about the fact that I hadn't eaten anything for a good 30 hours, and tried to empty itself repeatedly. Water? The appearance of a cup over my shoulder startled me as much as Zin's voice did, and my jerk almost resulted in the offered water being dumped over my head. Zin swung it out of the way of my flailing arm and dropped into a crouch to offer it again. I hope your expectations of your new empress aren't set too high, I said, after rinsing my mouth out and spitting into the toilet. Because you're in for a shock, Zin. I was a disappointing princess, according to my mother. I doubt I'll be much better as empress. Zin smiled and offered me a hand up. I try not to put expectations on people, Highness. It's not very fair to ask them to conform to my ideas of the way the world should be. Pretty words. I leaned against the counter once I was on my feet. So, you're the philosopher, and Emery is the sword? We take turns, Highness. I brought you breakfast, if you think you can stand it. Might as well try. I spotted Emery by the door as I made my way to the bed, and poked at the food on the tray for a minute before I looked up at Zin. My mother has space madness. Emery nodded. Yes, Highness. It's not public knowledge, though. It is now, he said. The news leaked a few hours ago at home. Does my mother know? I believe Princess Ciri was going to speak with her after we left, Highness. I am not sure if that happened. Bugger. Slowly I could feel the noose tightening on my neck. My plans to hunt down my sister's killers and then leave hadn't included my mother's failing health. Well, I'm going to need something to wear besides this tracker. I don't suppose you've got a spare uniform floating around? Zin frowned, glancing behind me at the now destroyed wardrobe. You can't. It's this, or a uniform. I gestured at my now wrinkled pajamas. Highness, that's hardly appropriate attire. Emery's voice was pained. I know, but unless you want to get into a wrestling match, I'm not putting on any of the clothing in there. Your Highness. He stopped and took a breath, letting it out slowly. I already recognized it as the sign of him struggling for composure. We cannot present you to your Empress Mother, dressed in pajamas. He sounded so exasperated, I had to bite back a snort of laughter. I wanted to let it loose in the air just to see what he'd do, but I didn't. I was the gunrunner they all expected to see, and I'd bow to my mother in clothing of my choosing, or not at all. You should find me something else then, Tracker. We're about the same size. I waved a hand at him. And it's better than pajamas. That is debatable, Highness, Emery replied, but he vanished back out the door. He was right, of course. About the only way I could insult my mother more would be to show up dressed in the cheery yellow sari reserved for outcasts. Setting the tone early, Your Highness. Zin hadn't moved from his spot against the wall.
Coming home in military dress is going to raise eyebrows.
You probably should have thought about that before you came to get me. Bringing me home at all is going to raise eyebrows. Prodigal black sheep and all that.
It was an order, Highness.
Do you always follow orders?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I ordered you to kill your partner when he came back in the room, would you do it? Zin froze, his eyes desperately seeking a sign that I was pulling a horrible joke on him, and when he couldn't find it, he fell back into the safety of formality.
Your Imperial Highness, I know my partner has behaved improperly to you, but he is only doing his duty.
He dropped to his knees and bent over, arms outstretched and palms facing upward, his face against the floor.
Please.
I immediately felt like an asshole, and the feeling grew exponentially when Emery walked back into the room. He froze, a uniform in unrelenting black in his hand.
Highness.
The request for information was tentative, and the reality was that I didn't have to explain myself. Not only was I the crown princess, but I was a woman. I could do what I pleased, and there was nothing these two could do about it. I'd hated that 20 years ago, and I still hated it. The inequality, the absolutism that bred contempt and hatred for a whole group of people simply because of the accident of their birth. Emery, if I ordered you not to take me home, would you obey me?
No, Highness.
You're going to want to explain why to your partner, I said, grabbing the uniform out of his hand and heading for the bathroom. Chapter 4. I muttered curses after the door closed, jerked off my pajama bottoms, and grabbed the uniform pants from the counter. They were long enough, and thankfully made of a material with some give. My hips were more generous than Emery's. I tugged the black tunic on over the grey tank and plopped down onto the toilet seat to put my boots on. First, I freed the hammered silver ring that was tangled in the laces of my boots and slid it onto my right hand. I unhooked the slender band of dark brown leather and wrapped it around my wrist. Take this. Ciri pressed the leather into my hand and my eyes went wide. Father gave this to you. I can't. Take it, Hale. Ciri was almost 20 years old and already behaving like an empress. The frown on her face wasn't one to be argued with. I want you to have it, to remember us, just in case. I'm going to stay in touch. You might not be able to, she said, too softly for our sister to hear. And this, Pace squeaked, waving a ring in the air. I got it at the market. The old man said it was a wishing ring. Turn it on your finger 3 times and whisper your wish into your hand. I took the beaten ring of silver from her, not having the heart to tell her that wishes didn't come true. She'd learn it soon enough. Damn it! I was crying again, tears streaking down my face and dripping onto my shirt. I wasn't going to last 5 minutes in the palace if I couldn't get a handle on my ramshackle emotions. Scrubbing my hands over my face, I peeked at myself in the mirror. Gods, I looked horrible. Even with the shiner gone, I looked precisely as exhausted as I felt. Let's get this shit over with, I muttered, heading back into the room. Zin straightened when I stepped over the threshold.
Highness,
Emery said, giving me a quick nod. He was back to the implacable mask. There was no hint of what he and Zin might have discussed, showing on his face.
We're about to drop out of warp.
The warning chime sounded, and I braced myself on the wall again as the bubble contracted back into the AWD, leaving us once more in normal space-time.
We'll be in orbit around Pashati and on the ground within the hour. It's 2 a.m. at the palace, but they've word of our arrival.
I'd like to watch the approach. Can we go to the bridge? My trackers exchanged a glance, and I suspected there was a whole conversation behind it. Emery nodded finally.
If you'll give us a moment to talk with the captain. She's not aware you're on board."
"How did you talk her into making this trip in the first place? Royal starships aren't flown all over the galaxy without a good reason."
"Princess Siri authorized it," Emery replied. "And the captain is Zin's sister."
Zin didn't say anything as he left the room, and Emery watched him go, his eyes lingering on the door for a moment before he looked at me. "I'm sorry I scared him." The apology tumbled out, surprising us both. I was trying to make a point.
"The heir doesn't make points, Highness. She gives orders. Zin trusts that you know what you're doing, so if you ask him to commit suicide, he's going to take it personally."
"Maybe his mistake is thinking I know what I'm doing," I huffed, turning away from him and throwing my hands into the air. "Give it up, Hale. You're not going to win this one." Thankfully, Zin came back before I could make a fool of myself and try again.
"The captain said she would meet us in her briefing room, and you could watch from there if that's acceptable."
He wasn't any good at hiding his wariness, and I mentally punched myself in the head several times before I replied. "That will work. Thank you." We left my room, the 2 ITS troops following behind us, and we passed through empty corridors until we got to the bridge. Captain Huffin waited for us just outside the door to her briefing room. I could see the family resemblance immediately, though her eyes were darker than her brother's, and her dreadlocked hair was long, twisted into a complicated knot at the base of her neck. "Your Imperial Highness." There was no hesitation in her greeting or her bow, nothing to suggest that she'd been shocked by her brother's news. "It is a pleasure to have you on board. I apologize the accommodations were not better prepared." There was the surprise. I caught the way her eyes slid towards Zin for just a second as she bowed, and the frustration bled through the tail end of her sentence. "It's no problem. They were just following orders, Captain." "May I be the first to welcome you home, ma'am, and extend my sympathies?" I nodded sharply and went through the open doorway. Captain Huffin followed me, leaving my trackers to enter last. The wide, opaque wall shifted to reveal the endless blackness of space and the twin stars of the Ashvin system. Nasatya, the larger G-class star, and its companion, Dasra, a smallish orange dwarf, danced across their elliptical orbits. Dasra twirled closer to Pashati and then flung itself away on an 80-year cycle like the whirling dervishes of old. The other habitable planet, Ashva, orbited Dasra every 5 months, and it had developed into an ideal, if quiet, agricultural world for the Empire. "Jaima," I whispered, when Pashati, the crown jewel of the Indranan Empire, came into view. The years hadn't stolen her splendor. The massive blue-green planet hung suspended against the black, and I could see the traces of red appearing at the far edge. Pashati's sun was rising over the great desert, but its light wouldn't reach the capital city on the western edge of the Lakshitani Sea for several hours yet. Welcome home, Hale. The Ashvin system had been settled over 3 millennia ago by colonists from the Solarian conglomerate. The first colony ship, piloted by my ancestor's husband, had set down on Pashati 2 Earth-standard years before the other colony ships arrived. There were 14 other families on board, sacrificial lambs, if one were to be honest. Colonization of other worlds was a brutal business in the early days. Long travel times from Earth, coupled with unknown hazards, meant the scout ships were on their own. There was always a possibility that the first surveys and scouts missed something important after all, and Earth learned their lesson the hard way. Hundreds of thousands of people perished in the early days from a random strain of bacteria, oddly aggressive plant life, the air mixture shifting with the seasons. Any one thing or a combination of things could wipe out the settlers faster than they could call for help, and certainly faster than help could arrive. The new system of sending down a small group of families was the easiest solution. If they were still alive when the other ships got there, it was assumed safe. If they weren't, the planet was X'd from the habitable planet list. For many families, mine included, it was worth the risk. Being a front family meant you were given certain privileges. First pick of land, a seat on the ruling council, a bonus payment if you survived until the ships came. Or a death bonus for your family if you didn't. My ancestor's husband and several other men didn't survive, succumbing to space madness. But their wives and children did, and my ancestor was savvy enough to keep her husband's spot on the Earth-appointed council. She and her descendants held on to that spot and what amounted to control of the colony all the way up to the break with Earth, and after the dust from that ruckus settled, the Empire was born. An empire ruled by women, my ancestor at the head, backed by the women of the other original families. Those 14 women made up the matriarch council. Their daughters and other selected female nobles made up the ancillary. Even today, this system held in place. I understood what they'd been working toward. The gender politics of certain areas of the Solarian conglomerate at the time weren't stellar, and colonization efforts tended to scrape from the more desperate levels of society. In the early days of colonization, women were treated more as breeding stock than explorers with equal rights. However, like so many great ideas, they took it too far. I pressed my hands to the window as Pasha-T swelled until the blackness of space was lost to the dark blue of the night side of the planet. I was going back to everything I hated, and the thought of it was a fist around my heart.
"Highness, we should head for the cargo bay,"
Emery said. "Of course. Captain, thank you for the use of your ship."
"It's an honor to serve, ma'am."
Captain Huffin saluted me. "Lead the way, Tracker," I replied, with a wave of my hand, privately horrified at how easily commands came out of my mouth in that frozen royal tone. Time, it seemed, didn't change much at all. I followed Emery down the corridor, with Zinn and the 2 ITS troops at my back, and the familiar hum of a ship in spaceflight vibrating the floor under my feet. I felt it shift, the vibration growing darker, heralding our entrance into the planet's atmosphere. We hit a set of stairs leading downward, and I stumbled as the ship shook more violently than normal. Zinn grabbed me by the upper arm to steady me.
"Careful, Highness," he said.
"Thanks." I mustered up a smile. Zinn released me with an answering smile that was genuine. The man apparently didn't hold grudges.
"Everything will be okay, Highness."
I wished I could believe him, but my stomach was a mass of ugly knots, and I'd survived for too damn long on my instincts to ignore them now. This whole thing was going to get far worse before it got better. But I couldn't tell him all that. So instead, I followed Emery the rest of the way down, through another corridor, and into a wide bay. 5 people were already there waiting. Their laughter cut off abruptly when someone spotted us, and all of them jerked to attention. I spotted Faze's red hair in the circle of ITS members.
"Your Imperial Highness."
The voice coming from the stout woman was familiar as she greeted me with a surprisingly elegant bow for someone her size.
"Captain Ilya Gill, allow me to apologize for pointing our weapons at you earlier. We were not aware you would be on that ship."
"Forgiven, Captain," I replied with a dip of my head.
"Trackers?"
She nodded sharply at Emery and Zinn.
"Captain,"
Emery said. The ship shook again, and both Emery and Gill reached out to steady me this time. "Welcome to your old life, Princess." I had to swallow my snarl at the thought. The captain didn't deserve it, and if I was going to be honest, Emery didn't really either. They were just doing their jobs, their duty. I wanted to scream.
"Highness,"
Zinn said, as Emery shook a cloak out, the flat black material eating the light that touched it. "I'm skulking into the palace, Tracker." Emery handed it off to Zin. Their hands brushed, and the pair shared a brief smile. An image of Portis smiling at me like that swept through me, and the ache almost put me on my knees.
"For your protection, Highness,"
Emery answered, looking back at me.
"Given the circumstances, we thought it prudent. We've tried to make your arrival as unobtrusive as possible, but word will get out. The press can't get on to the landing pad, but they will probably be as close as possible."
I felt a little thrill of panic at his words. I hadn't read nearly enough of those files from Siri. I was walking blind into what very well could be a trap. Wouldn't be the first time, Crescent. I straightened my shoulders as Zin draped the cloak over them. He pulled the hood up, and must have spotted the expression on my face because his stone gaze softened.
"All will be well, Highness, I promise you."
"You keep saying that. I hope you're right, Tracker." Zin fell back behind me, while Emery stayed at my side, just slightly in front of me, and icy fingers walked up my spine. He'd take a shot for me. He'd just met me, and even though we knew I hadn't killed his brother, he clearly didn't like me. Yet here we were. He'd give his life for me without hesitation. Either of them would. Buggered loyal fools. Those icy fingers wrapped around my spine and pulled. Portis and I, we'd saved each other's lives more times than I could count, because we knew each other, because we'd cared for each other. Or so I thought. This kind of blind devotion had been one of the many reasons I'd stayed away. I didn't want meaningless pleasantries to my face while someone stabbed me in the back. I wanted people who actually cared for me. But I'd learned a long time ago that what I wanted and what the universe wanted rarely matched up. Captain Gill's squad formed up around us. I couldn't stop the insane whirling of my mind as we disembarked the Parasahi and crossed the tarmac at a speed just short of a run. Chapter 5. A wind as sharp as daggers drove through the fabric of cloak and clothing. It was winter in the northern hemisphere of Pashati. I was blinded by the lights of the landing pad, helplessly herded through the driving snow by the soldiers around me. Their shouted orders and the calls from the media just outside the fence filled my ears. Then we were inside, and a blessed silence descended.
"Keep it up,"
Emery hissed when I moved to push my hood back. We marched forward, past the gawking onlookers, and into a side corridor barred with a heavy metal door. The two bodyguards in battle armor didn't salute as we approached, and I heard the all-too-familiar whine of weaponry being powered up. Emery pulled down my hood and stepped forward. "Scanning." The hollow voice came from one of the guards, indistinguishable as female or male, though the former was more likely. "Confirmed. Tracker Emolian Harris Tresk, Level 8. Level 8? I nearly swallowed my tongue. Tracker levels were determined upon their entry to the program through a series of tests. It was less a rank and more a way to track the innate skill people like Emery and Zin were born with. Emery was a damned expert tracker, the highest rank they had. Even if Portis hadn't ratted me out, Emery and Zin would have found me eventually. "Confirmed. Tracker stars in Hafen. Level 5. Visual scan commencing. Crescent Stone. Identified. Gunrunner wanted on 78 counts of arms trafficking and 3 counts of petty theft by the Solarian conglomerate, 43 counts of assault with a deadly weapon by the Galactic Security Board, in addition to another 106 counts of—" "We'll be here all night if you try to list everything," I said, holding my hand up to the guard. "Get on with it." "DNA scan commencing." The woman slid up her faceplate and pressed her gloved hand to mine. "Crescent Stone, identified." The tension ratcheted up a notch. I examined my nails with a poorly concealed smile. Apparently, that mod was even better than I could have hoped for if it was fooling a palace guard.
"I have record of a confirmed scan,"
Emery said. "Your scan cannot be counted as verified, tracker. Commencing with deep scan." The guard closed her hand around my wrist. The heat was immediate and intense, and pretty much burned away any hope that had sprung to life about dodging this mess. "Confirmed. Her Imperial Highness Hailimi Mercedes Jaya Bristol, second daughter of Empress Mercedes Adita Constance Bristol, and heir to the throne of Indrana." "God's damn, that's a mouthful," I muttered. Someone behind me choked on a laugh. The soldier frowned at me. "You are cleared to enter the palace," she said. "Not the squad," she continued when we all stepped forward.
"The ITS should have been cleared,"
Emery protested. "They are not. Proceed alone." I dared a glance behind me and caught Faye's tentative smile. There was no time for one of my own, as Emery took me by the arm and propelled me through the now opened door. It slammed shut behind the three of us. That frozen hand of unease was still wrapped around my spine. The booming sound of the door made it tighten further, and I felt my knees go weak. "I don't like this."
"I'm in agreement with you, Highness."
I hadn't realized I'd spoken out loud until Emery answered me. He released my arm, and we continued in tense silence down the hallway, the rough-cut rock walls giving way to smooth, polished obsidian, then white marble with bluish veins as we turned left, right, and then left again. I'd taken this passage twice before in my life. The first time at the age of 4, after the state funeral for my grandmother. My father had carried me. Siri walked next to him, and Mother carried pace until we reached the ornate double doors at the end of the tunnel. She'd stopped just inside them and knelt on the ground, still holding pace. Father set me down as Mother gestured us closer. "I love you all," she said, with a reassuring smile. Still our mother, even though she looked so regal in the heavy brocade of her coronation sari. "Remember that, and nothing's going to change." God, how she'd lied. Everything changed when we walked through those doors. Everything. The second time I'd walked this corridor had been for my father's funeral. A casket, my weeping sisters, and my granite-faced Empress mother, who had no time for softness in the face of a war. I balked when we reached the ornate doors, bumping into Zin's solid chest. He closed big hands on my shoulders with a murmured apology. These doors looked like pretty things, decorated with a painting of Indrana's break from the conglomerate in the 6th century of Gaia diaspora. But I knew from my long-ago studies that they were 5 feet thick, bonded metal, and virtually impenetrable.
"Highness."
"Give me a moment, please." I hated to beg on principle, and doing it to the men responsible for landing me in this mess seemed even more humiliating. But I needed a goddamned minute before I walked through those doors and into the throne room, even if all I could use it for was to lament the life I was leaving behind.
"It's all gone, Hale."
I heard my father's voice again, a long-forgotten memory shooting to the surface.
"You can weep about it, or get on with things. I can't make the choice for you. But for my part, I never much cared for crying over spilled milk."
I threw my shoulders back, tipped my chin up, and let the royal mask slip into place. "All right," I snarled. "Let's get this fucking production over with." I took a deep breath and pushed the doors open. The massive chamber was packed to the gills, even at 2 a.m., with nobility and anyone else who could wrangle an invitation to my homecoming. Nothing like this had happened in the history of Indrana, and more than 1,000 pairs of eyes stared at me in breathless anticipation. The stillness in the throne room couldn't have been more absolute if someone had dropped a silencer nuke. However, the whispers started before I reached the halfway point, growing like a rolling wave on the Lakshitani Sea. I kept my eyes fixed on the golden rays protruding from the top of the throne, rather than looking at my mother as I walked over the slick white marble floor. We hit the line of jagged black stone, the obsidian jutting up in sharp spikes from the smooth floor. No one, not even family, crossed the line without the Empress's permission. I dropped to my knees. Nearly 20 years of habit had me almost keeping my eyes up. A necessary requirement in Po Sin's company, it would have really started things off on a sour note with Mother, the kind of sour notes that ended up with someone bleeding. So instead, I lowered my eyes and bowed until my face was just a hair's breadth from the sharp edges of the rock. Emery and Zin flanked me, echoing the motion. "Mother," I said, without looking up. "I am come home." My voice echoed throughout the room, silencing the whispers. "2 deep scans confirmed, and still we are reluctant to believe it." Mother's voice didn't sound any different, that same biting derision and weary annoyance I'd suffered for years. "Child, what have you done to your hair?" There was more murmuring in the crowd, and I bit my tongue hard enough to taste blood. Answering that question would be a bad idea. "Your Imperial Majesty," a smooth voice started to speak. "Yes, we know," Mother said under her breath. She raised her rich voice so it rang through the room. "You've seen her, vultures. Now get out and let us talk to our heir in peace." I flinched at the word. Heir. I was the god's damned heir to the throne. My trackers didn't move from my side, remaining still with their palms pressed to the white marble just in front of the barrier. I stayed on my knees, listening to my joints protest and trying not to drip sweat onto the jagged rock about to kiss my face while the royal court filed out, taking their sweet-arsed time. "Get up!" The command was somewhat strained, and I rocked back on my heels, rising easily to my feet. Emery rose with equal grace, while Zin pushed to one knee and then stood. I filed away the idea that his left leg might not support his weight. It could come in handy later. Then I looked up, and it took every ounce of self-control I had not to gasp. This wasn't the loving mother I remembered from my childhood. It wasn't even the iron-cold bitch of an empress I'd come to despise. Mother looked old, far older than she should have. There was silver woven through her black curls, and her dark skin was aged and creased with lines. "Hailey me?" Mother's cool greeting shook me from my shock. "Namaste, Mother." I folded my hands together, pressing them both to my forehead as I gave the traditional greeting. It was an old ritual my ancestors had brought from Earth, resurrected here in our new home among the stars. "It is a great pleasure to see you well." Ven wasn't in his spot. I longed to ask what had happened to Mother's Ikam, but I'd learned a long time ago that interrupting my mother fell in the category of extremely bad ideas. The new bodyguard at her side was unfamiliar. His angular golden face looked like it had been fashioned by a lazy god with a razor. He raked unusual light blue eyes over me, and they were filled with disdain he couldn't quite hide. "Since we are not well, we are also not surprised to hear you say that." Mother snorted, smoothing a hand over the skirt of her crimson dress, and flicked her black eyes to Emery and Zin. "You've done us a great service, trackers. How can we repay you?"
"We need no payment, Your Majesty. It was our duty," Emery replied, one we were happy to provide for the good of the Empire."
I choked down the laugh at that cow shit. Always for the good of the Empire. No one gave a shit about the good of Hale. Mother's Ecam watched the exchange between my mother and Emery with detached interest. A woman stood next to him. She was about my age, and stood at attention in a dress uniform of shimmering black and crimson. She was too damn pretty for her own good, with black dreadlocks pulled back into a short ponytail. "Nevertheless," Mother smiled at Emery, and I recognized the sly look as it slipped across her face. "Brace yourselves, everyone. You've already shown excellent judgment where our wayward daughter is concerned. We think we'll continue along that path. Bial, we will have Emolian take over bodyguard duties for the princess. He shall be Ecam." Oh, bugger me. Emery's head whipped up, and he very nearly made the fatal mistake of arguing with my mother. I reached out, digging my fingers into his forearm, and cut off his protest. Ciri had said keep him close, and even though Mother probably meant it to be an insult, I'd take it. He couldn't get much closer than my damn primary bodyguard. Bial, Mother's Ecam, looked equally shocked, and the face of the pretty bodyguard standing next to him was so crestfallen I had to choke back hysterical laughter. No doubt she'd been the one picked to be my primary, and thought it was some kind of honor. "Swear on your life, Tracker?" my mother asked, with a smile on her face. It was impressive how she circumvented the normal formality of the bodyguard oath with those 5 words.
"Your Majesty, my partner."
There was just enough desperation hovering behind Emery's words to make me feel sorry for him, and out of the corner of my eye I saw how pale Zin was. If she said no, this was going to get ugly. I was willing to put good money down that one or both of them would go crazy and die if they were forced to part ways. "Ah, yes. A separation would be most unpleasant." A strange smile curved Mother's mouth. "Starzin may accompany you as bodyguard also, Emolian. I will let you pick the rest of your team as you see fit, with the exception of Nalmari here. She shall be your dveur. As your second in command, she can help you learn the requirements of your role." She waved a hand at the woman to Bial's left. "Does that suit?"
"Yes, Majesty,"
Emery said, because it was really the only answer he could give. "Then swear on your lives."
"I swear, Your Imperial Majesty,"
Emery replied. Zin echoed him just a moment later. "Good. It is done, then."
"Your Majesty."
Bial was choosing his words carefully.
"Tresk is an accomplished tracker, a fine officer of the Empire, but he has not been trained—"
He broke off when Mother raised a hand.
"Nalmari can be his dveur, as we said.
We are sure whatever gaps there may be in his outstanding abilities can be filled in quickly by a competent second-in-command."
"Majesty, it is traditionally improper to have a man guard the princess."
"Don't argue with us, Bial," she snapped.
"I would never, Your Majesty."
"Good." She swayed in her seat for a moment, and I stopped myself from jumping forward. Mother closed her eyes, her face paling until the skin on her cheeks was like old paper. She opened her eyes and fixed them on me. They were fever bright. "Your sisters have gone to temple, Hailey me. Best that you go clean up and present yourself to the priests. We will speak with you again at a decent hour." She rose from the throne with difficulty, grasping Bial's offered hand and using it to steady herself. "Mother, I stopped myself, swallowing back the rest of the sentence, but it was too late. "Your sisters have gone to temple." Now the cold, royal voice I'd always hated came from my mother's mouth. "Two loyal daughters, lost to us. All we have left is one unfit, ungrateful daughter who wished to see the universe more than she loved her own flesh and blood. You are a disgrace to the Sahotra. Know that we didn't want you back, but you are all we have left. Go see the fruits of your selfishness." Her words punched the air out of my lungs, and I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from screaming, as my mother turned her back on me and walked away. Chapter 6. I stared after my mother, my thoughts whirling as madly as Hassin dervishes. Telling me I was a disgrace to the family wasn't a surprise, but it shouldn't have stung quite as much as it did. Welcome home, Hale. I was fucked. Completely and totally fucked. With 2 trackers as my bodyguards, the odds of me escaping once I dealt with my sister's murderers had just dropped into the underworld. You gave your word anyway, remember? Or at least Emery thinks you did. The voice in my head seemed pretty amused by my panicked thoughts, and not at all shy in reminding me what I'd said to Emery on board the ship. I promised to return home and do my duty. Just because my idea of duty and his were different didn't mean anything. But my new Ecum had done his research before he retrieved me. Promises might not mean much here at home. In fact, I was pretty sure that in the upper echelons of Indranan society, people prided themselves on the lies they could tell and the promises they could break. The world I'd grown up in was different. The gunrunners who'd taken me in as family had a better sense of honor than any of the royal blood of Indrana, and they'd instilled it in me. The question was, which side did I count myself a part of, gunrunner or princess? It was with no small sense of irony that I felt guilty about the intent behind my promise. "Your Imperial Highness, allow me to present myself." The voice of my Deva had the musical lilt of one of the island nations on the far side of the planet. I turned to look into a pair of warm brown eyes. Nalmari bowed, all trace of her shock now hidden, and I hid my racing panic with equal skill. Welcome home to the world where no one says what they mean or allows their emotions to show. That was fine. I didn't need it. Court life was brutal, but it still maintained some semblance of civility. In my world, the world in which I'd spent the last 20 years, you either learned how to read people quickly, or you died. "I am Nalmari Zafir Windhausen," she continued, bowing again with her eyes locked on the floor at my feet. The good news about this particular custom meant I could study her with impunity for a few seconds. I eyed my second-in-command bodyguard as my instincts set up a chorus of alarm bells. Her shoulders were tense for one. Now, this could be a result of the shock of her sudden demotion, or it could be from something else. She looked earnest enough on the outside, but there had been a flicker of something unpleasant lurking in her eyes before the politeness dropped into place. At the moment, though, I was inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt. Tradition held that the Ecum of the Empress was male. My ancestor grandmother's twin brother had miraculously avoided the Shakti dementia and taken over the role of protecting her when her husband died. The practice held throughout the years. The Ecums of the royal children were always female. No doubt my mother had thought to insult me by saddling me with a male Ecum instead. She couldn't have known that it was probably my best hope for survival to have Emery as my Ecum. I was suddenly grateful for my tracker's presence. Maybe I couldn't trust them fully, but I could trust them more than anyone else in the palace. Nalmari? I dipped my head in greeting. I could play along with whatever game was underway here at the palace. I could also take this woman apart if it became necessary. I didn't need anyone to protect me. I trust you know where my quarters are. If she was put off by my liquid nitrogen tone, she didn't give me the satisfaction of showing it. Of course, Your Highness. This way. You walk with me. I caught Emery by the arm before he could fall into step with Nalmari. Zin took his place, his hand brushing over Emery's forearm, as though to reassure himself they were still together. Emery met his gaze with a slight nod. I let them get ahead of us before I spoke. How deep are we in this? I don't know, Highness. You rest first, then we'll deal with whatever we need to, as it arises. Actually, first we need to go say goodbye to my sisters. Emery nodded sharply. We crossed the throne room, exiting out the same door as my mother. The plain steel hid behind a garish tapestry of white and gold, and I felt a bit claustrophobic as we left the massive, high-ceilinged room for the narrow corridor leading to the family wing. Here in the enclosed space the familiar smell of sandalwood and albivy honey was stronger. The hand-rolled incense stuck in the brass holder threw lazy loops of smoke into the air beneath the statue of Nataraja. The base of the statue was buried in deep red flowers called kislana, which were similar to the earth lotus. I noticed that all three of my bodyguards touched the statue and murmured prayers as we passed. Rolling my eyes, I resisted the urge to point out that none of Shiva's incarnations had done fuck all to keep my sisters safe. Instead, I settled for giving the dancing god a cold look and headed on down the hallway. The edges of my cloak brushed over the hand-painted tiles, dragging up memories better left floating in space with Sophie's remains. We passed servants who dropped into low bows and curtsies with murmurs of "Your Imperial Highness," but otherwise they went about their duties without paying me much heed. I counted steps to keep myself from going insane. 718 steps later, Nalmari stopped outside a wooden door I knew was lined with polysteel. She pressed her palm to the panel set in the plastered wall and gave Emery an almost defiant look. They expected me to— It's all right, Nal, Emery said, holding up a hand. We'll get it sorted out. Nalmari nodded, her dreads jerking with the movement, and looked at me. If you will, Princess, so the computer can code your new readings. I pressed my hand to the panel, felt it grow warm under my palm, and the door clicked open. Nal and Zin went in. I started to follow, only to be brought up short by Emery's hand on my arm. You really want to find out what happens when you grab me again? I asked dryly. When you learn to wait, I won't have to do it anymore. I'm your Ecam, and I'll grab you if it means keeping you safe. You're a princess, not a gunrunner, he countered. Let your bodyguards check it out first, Highness. They're my rooms. I stared at him in shock. If I'm not safe here— Your sisters were murdered, Highness. One of them potentially in her rooms. Right now, our job is to assume nothing is safe. He cut me off with a wave of his gloved hand. Now, will you stop arguing with me so I can listen? If you stop calling me Highness every 5 minutes. He gave me a flat look. I snapped my mouth shut, crossed my arms over my chest, and lapsed into silence. Several long moments later, Nalmari emerged with a nod. It's clear. You may enter, Princess. She gestured at the open door. I stepped past both of them into my quarters, barely resisting the urge to slam the door in their faces. These weren't my old rooms, the ones I'd shared with my sisters. Instead, Mother had put me on the far side of the wing, in a suite of rooms normally reserved for visiting family. Cute. The doorway opened into a short, narrow hallway designed for ease of defense by only a bodyguard or two. That hallway led to a wide, sprawling room with massive windows. One of the windows was open, and I could hear the waves of the ocean roaring beneath the howling wind. A shimmering force field that kept the weather out and the heat in, made its presence known only by the occasional ping of sleet that struck it, sending circles of blue belling outward across the surface. A fire crackled in the copper-lined fireplace. I smoothed a hand over the rose quartz mantle, the stone warm to the touch from the heat of the fire. This palace had been built from the ground up, with materials from Earth, and even after our break with the Solarian conglomerate some 2,500 years ago, we still bought materials from them for repairs. As far as I was concerned, tradition made people do silly things. 3 doorways led from the main room. I tossed cursory glances into the 2 bedrooms, but it was the bathroom that drew my attention. A wide wooden tub, the polished surface dark against the cool blue paint above it, dominated the room, and a shower, lined in the same wood, was tucked into the corner. A low counter ran under a wide mirror, and a gleaming copper bowl stood on the far end, under a spout that came directly from that slate-tiled wall. Behind another door was the toilet, and there was a connecting door to the larger of the 2 bedrooms. I leaned over the tub, pressing a few buttons in the panel set just above it. Water began to bubble up from the bottom, and the air filled with the smell of eucalyptus and lemons. Wandering back out into the main room, I caught the tail end of a conversation between Emery and Null.
I'm assuming the Empress had some people tasked for bodyguard duty when she received the news that the princess was coming home. I'd like the files on them, and get them into the bodyguard quarters next door. I want to meet with them, Emery said.
Now?
Of course now.
Nalmari recoiled from the derisive lash of Emery's voice, drawing herself up with a hiss of offended breath.
The princess's safety won't wait for the sunrise, Null. I need to be able to make a decision for a core team within the hour. Go get it done.
I watched her eyes narrow and her mouth thin. The hair on the back of my neck stood to attention as she saluted and walked out the door. My trackers watched her leave and shared a look. "I'm going to clean up," I said.
"Highness?"
I paused, but didn't turn back to Emery. "Yes?"
"At the risk of being forward, I dislike the feel of this."
His voice was soft, and my skin prickled at his admission. It was an odd thing for him to say, and I wondered if it felt as forced as it sounded to my ears. We were stuck in roles as unsuited to our personalities as could be imagined. He'd been right on the ship. I didn't have any choice but to trust him. It helped that my own intuition was screaming right now. "I'm right there with you," I replied.
"Zin will be here if you need anything. I'll be next door."
I raised a hand, then continued into the bathroom and shut the door behind me. Scrubbing both hands over my face, I muttered a furious curse. The twist in my stomach became a vicious knot that lunged up and wrapped around my heart, its sharp wire teeth biting deep. My heart shredded as the wire snapped taut. I didn't even try to stop the moan of agony that ripped through the air. My knees gave out, and I sank to the floor, grief dragging sobs from me in painful gasps. I was grateful for the sound of running water to conceal my weeping, as I wrapped my arms around my waist and curled into a ball. They were gone. Really and truly gone. Mother's dementia would kill her. Portis was gone. Hal would probably kill me on sight if he saw me again for lying to him. I was orphaned. Keep it together, Hale. I didn't want to keep it together. I just wanted to hide in here until it all went away and I woke up back on Sophie.
It's not a nightmare. Pull your shit together. You can't come at this like some rookie.
There was Hal again, reaching across space to slap some sense into me. It was thanks to him as much as Portis that I was still alive. They'd gotten me out of more scrapes and tight spots until I figured out how to do it for myself. He'd taught me everything he knew, treated me with a patience he never showed to anyone else, and then had let me go to explore the universe on my own, without a single word of protest. He'd also never hesitated to kick my ass when it was called for, and now it seemed like he was reaching across the stars to pull me up short.
You have a job to do here, and dead sisters you should pay your respects to. I've never seen you back down from anything. Don't disappoint me now.
Towing off my boots, I pushed to my feet, stripped, and tossed my clothes into the corner. A quick rinse-off in the shower, and then I sank into the bath. The heat flooded through me. Closing my eyes, I rested my head back on the edge and let the water ease my tension. The first order of business was to get hooked back up to the palace network. Until that happened, I was floating around blind. Of course, linking back into the palace would be both a blessing and a curse. I'd get instant updates about news across the universe without having to link into a news server. I could call up the names of people I encountered with just a thought. But I'd be traceable. Linked to my bodyguards, to the damn palace, hell, probably to the planet. Emery would have access to my vital signs, as would the rest of my team. A thrice-damned gilded cage. The development of the brain-computer interface started on old Earth, before the SC, even before we hit the stars with serious intent. An array of 5 microscopic chips inserted into key areas of the brain used our own neurons and pathways as power and conduits to create a permanent interface. The BCI was a triumph of science. Like most triumphs, it jumped the gun. The first versions were glitchy, prone to hacks, and something like the original spaceflight vessels, far too bulky and dangerous. Still, I had little problem believing that people jumped at the chance to increase one's cognitive abilities, to have instant recall of anything stored on your home system, for the ability to call or contact anyone just by thinking about it, or to take a photo with the blink of an eye. The SC called the tech Neuronet, after the antiquated internet system on Earth. The Cheng called it simply Chu. The Indranan Empire called it Smarty. My cyberware was better than average. Possibly not as good as Emery's military-grade wear, but still a damn sight better than most of the thugs I'd done business with over the years. No time like the present. I took a deep breath and connected. The network freaked on me for a few seconds as it tried to reconcile my new information with the data that had once been logged for Princess Haley-me. But someone had been on the ball, and after a moment it accepted my DNA login. Just like that, I had access to the palace. A lot of access, my gunrunner brain realized a little gleefully, and I had to shake some sense back into myself. We'd gotten ourselves into so much trouble at times, my sisters and I, when we'd been kids, until Dad had locked down our access to the palace network. I pinched the bridge of my nose, staving off the inevitable tears, and grabbing for the towel by the side of the tub. You're alone, Hale. Just suck it up and deal with it, instead of flailing around like a useless git. I dressed myself without much conscious thought, grabbing at the appropriate pieces with numb hands, and somehow completing impossible tasks like minuscule buttons and side laces without the help of a maid. I was amazed everything fit, but my amusement turned to grief when I realized Portis must have passed my measurements on to someone here as they prepared for my return home. I came out of the bedroom dressed in a blood-red corset, my skirts a wide circle of embroidered fabric in the same hue. A sari trimmed in golden tassels hid my hair, wound itself around my throat and waist, and hung down the back of my skirts. My lips were painted crimson gold, and a stain of black cut across my face, over my eyes. I'd had to fix the paint 3 times because of the damn tears. The 7 women and men sitting in my main room stared for a stunned moment. Even my trackers seemed shocked, before they scrambled to their feet and bowed to me as a unit.
"Highness?"
Emery's dark eyes were unreadable. "I go to temple to see my sisters," I said formally. Emery dipped his head, replying with equal formality.
"I go with you, Highness. Zin, Cass, Jet, you will join us. Nal, you and the others get settled, and see to the things we've discussed here."
My smarty recognized the men as Emery pointed at them. The baby-faced blonde was Cass, and the man with the hard slate eyes was Jet. Gesturing for me to follow the younger guard out the door, Emery moved into the space at my side with such ease that for a moment I found it hard to believe we hadn't been doing this my whole life. If we had, maybe my sisters would still be alive. I clenched my hands against the gilt, wondering just what my bodyguards would do if I put one of my fists into the mirror as we passed it.
"Are you all right, Highness?"
I managed to keep the burst of laughter in check, knowing it would sound hysterical. "Oh, I'm just lovely, Ecom. How are you?" That earned me a look from Emery. I ignored it and continued down the corridor. We moved through the corridors, and I felt like I was floating through a dream, disconnected and disbelieving. The few servants out at this hour bowed out of my way, their eyes locked on the floor at my feet as I passed. The family's private entrance to the temple was draped with filmy curtains of white gauze. They were streaked with red, signs that my sister's journey was still within the 3-moon mourning period. The incense-laden air hit me like a slap as we passed through the curtain, the soft, everyday scent giving way to the heavier local Nag Champa. A red-robed priest met us at the bottom of the stairs. He bowed to me.
"Princess."
It was Father Westingcar, his aged face grooved even more deeply than I remembered. The black mourning powder coating his eyes sank into the crevasses of his lined face, so dark against the paleness of his skin. I didn't say a word, wasn't allowed to speak until I'd paid my respects. So I swallowed down the things I wanted to scream, and they burned like bile in my throat. Folding my hands, I pressed them to my forehead and bowed to him in return. Emery whispered orders to the other 2 guards, then he and Zin followed me up the marble staircase into the temple itself. Chanting floated on the air with the incense. A lone female voice, hidden somewhere among the carved and painted columns, stretching back toward the altar, sang of loss with such aching clarity it cracked my heart. Seeing the trio of clear caskets lined up on the altar broke it apart entirely. My sisters' faces were so peaceful and pristine they couldn't be real. Ami looked like an exact copy of her mother. They were obviously holograms, digital projections for bodies that had been rotted away by a virus or reduced to vapor and ash by an explosion. Just like Father. Gone. Erased from existence. It's too fucking easy. Mother Destroyer. I stumbled, catching my boot tip on the hem of my stupid skirt. Zin and Emery both grabbed for an arm, keeping me from falling on my face. A wail struggled for freedom in my chest, and I fought against it with a choked sob.
"Easy, Your Highness."
Zin's voice was low, gentle. "How could you have let this happen?" It wasn't a fair question. Neither of these men had been responsible for my sister's safety. Emery, surprisingly, didn't chastise me as he released my arm. Neither did Zin. They didn't answer me, because there wasn't an answer to be had. I sank before the rows of flickering candles, the little lights throwing shadows through the multitude of colored glass holders. My hand shook as I lit a wax-coated stick and moved it to a row of unlit candles. I lit 1, 2, 3. A blue for Ciri, a green for Pace, and a white for the niece whose favorite color I would never know. Pressing my hands to my eyes, I let the grief come. Now, at least, I could allow the scream that had been building in me to fly free. It rolled out of my throat, bouncing off the marbled floor and shooting up into the gossamer web of the ceiling. There it stuck, quivering like a trapped fly, and I sent a second to a similar fate. I balled my hands into fists, feeling my blunt nails cut into my palms as I screamed a third and fourth time, inarticulate curses thrown like a gauntlet at the gods. My fifth scream trailed off into sobbing, and I slumped back, exhausted. The flames danced in front of me, oblivious to my grief. I put a hand out and watched the light flicker off my palm. It glimmered on the streaks of black and red, my blood mixing with the mourning powder. Heat prickled, then stung when I dropped my hand lower. "I was not here," I murmured, as the pain built. "Forgive me for being so selfish. I should have been here. I should have kept you safe." Emery closed his hand on my wrist, dragging it away from the flame. I jerked, staring up at him with tear-blurred eyes, and could have sworn I saw some sympathy hovering in his face. I'd forgotten they were there, standing guard, still and silent.
"Enough, Highness. Your sisters are gone. It is done. But it was no fault of yours. Lay the blame where it belongs, with those who did the horrible deed."
I pulled away from him, or rather, tried to, but his grip on my wrist remained, and I only ended up tugging him down toward me. "I want blood, Emery. Do you hear me? I want the ones responsible at my fucking feet, begging for mercy that will never come." I gritted out the last words, the hatred in them tearing at my throat like splintered glass. He opened his mouth, but something in my face stopped him, and instead he turned my hand over, scanning my burnt palm with calm, dark eyes. Whatever he saw satisfied him, and he let me go.
"Yes, ma'am." "Princess."
Father Westincar emerged from the shadows, his hands folded inside the voluminous sleeves of his crimson robe.
"Have you paid your respects?"
"I have, Father." I got to my feet. "It has been a long time."
"Too long, my child. I've missed you."
Westincar wrapped me in a hug. I buried my face against his shoulder and wept. Chapter 7. In what my mother had said was one more indication of my poor judgment, I'd always been fond of the priest who was in charge of the family temple at night. Since I was a member of the royal family, it would have been more proper for me to associate with the Mother Superior. But I, and my sisters, found a better connection with the kindly old man than the stiff and oh-so-formal head of the Indranan church. I couldn't afford to let my grief show for long, and clung to the old priest for only a moment before I released him and stepped away. "Father, what is going on?" Black eyes flicked to my bodyguards, and then nervously back to me. "Not in the open, child. Even in this temple, the things said reach more ears than just the gods." Translation: we were being watched. But by whom? "Highness, we should go." Emery's voice was pitched low, and his hand was on my arm. Again. I reacted without thinking, managing only at the last second to change from a jaw-breaking punch to an open-handed slap. Morning powder mixed with the blood from my palm glittered in a streak over his skin like diamonds on satin. Emery didn't react. Zin gaped at us, the look on his face clear that he was torn between defending his partner or keeping his mouth shut. I was going to have to apologize for this anyway, so I settled on the option most likely to make anyone watching think I was still a spoiled princess, even after all my time away. "I haven't asked for your counsel, Icam, and you do not order me around." Father Westincar also looked between us, his black eyes wide in his wrinkled face. I kept my gaze locked on Emery until he dropped his head in a barely civil bow I hoped was an act. "My apologies, Highness," he said, raising his head. "I am concerned for your safety." "Be as concerned as you want, Emery. I have known Father Westincar my whole life. He will not harm me. From now on, unless I am actually in danger, you keep your hands to yourself." "Yes, Highness." I smiled at Father Westincar and looped my arm through his, walking him away from my sisters' bodies and toward the fountain on the far side of the temple. The water should hide our conversation. "I'm sorry, Father. We're still working out the kinks in the chain of command." The old priest's mouth twitched as though he was holding in a burst of laughter. Then he sobered and said, "Before she lost her voice, Pace asked me to give you this when you came home." He held out the charm suspended on a silver chain, a polished piece of shell wrapped in silver. It had a pearly sheen, and a thin spiral decorated the surface. For an instant, the world narrowed down to the space around the gently swinging necklace. I froze in the act of reaching for it, 1,000 thoughts colliding in my head, all of them screaming for precedence. I took it, blinking away the image of my sister's face, and hugged Westincar again. "Thank you." "When was the last time you spoke to a priest?" "The day before I left home, when I came to see you." That wasn't technically true. A drunken, excommunicated cleric from the Holy Roman Republic was the last priest I'd talked with some 6 months ago, but I was pretty sure that wasn't what Father Westincar meant, since our conversation revolved around how the man had been dishonorably discharged for leaving his post during a firefight. "There is more I must tell you, but we need to be careful." His whispered words were right against my ear, and I stiffened. "Highness, we should go." Emery didn't grab me, but he was hovering so close I could feel his warmth through the heavy fabric of my sari. I pulled away from Father Westincar and looped the silver chain around my wrist so that it tangled with the leather already in place. Folding my hands, I bowed to him. "Thank you, Father." He laid a gnarled hand on my head. "Bless you, child. I know you have had a long journey. I am sure the Mother Superior won't mind if I excuse you from light mass this morning." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, and with a final bow, turned and walked away. The other bodyguards were absent when we got back to my rooms. This time I stood quietly in the hallway with Cass and Zin, while Emery and Jet checked out the premises. When the all clear sounded, I brushed past them all and headed for my bedroom without looking up. I closed the door with a snap, cursed at my empty room as images replayed themselves, and jerked it back open. "You two, in here."
"Highness, I apologize."
"Stow it, Emery. You're only apologizing because Zin just elbowed you," I said with a laugh. "Close the door." Turning my back on them, I unwound the sari. The patterns woven into the fabric caught my fingertips, and I traced them absently as I stared unseeing at the floor and tried to collect my thoughts. Rock and a fucking hard place, Crescent. Get a hammer. Or a plasma pistol, I muttered under my breath.
"Highness?"
"Sorry, are we clear here, or is someone listening in?" I shook my head and folded the fabric over a hanger, smoothing the wrinkles out to give my hands something to do.
"We're clear, Highness."
Emery turned his palms up, revealing the jamming device lodged in the wrist of his glove. It was flashing a series of green lights.
"I haven't had a chance to check out all the surveillance on your rooms, but for now I can ensure at least a few minutes of privacy."
"I'm the one who needs to apologize. I'm sorry I hit you."
"It was your right, Highness."
"Oh, cow shit," I tossed back at him, and he raised an eyebrow at me. "I'm on a hair trigger here, and hit you because you grabbed me. I shouldn't have. You're trying to do your job, and it's my job to make that easier, not harder."
"I figured as much."
It was my turn for an eyebrow. A smile flickered at the corner of Emery's mouth and then vanished.
"I did apologize because Zin elbowed me, Highness. I realized what you were doing when you slapped me instead of punched me. Zin didn't. Close your mouth and keep up."
He reached out and tapped Zin's chin.
"I hate you both," Zin muttered, then flushed. "I'm sorry, Highness, I didn't mean—"
I raised a hand, cutting him off. "I need something from you two. I know offering unsolicited advice is against your nature, but—" I cocked an eyebrow at Zin's suspicious coughing fit. "I need you to be honest with me. This isn't going to work otherwise. We're soldiers, you and I. I need truth from you. Show me deference in public, whatever you need to do to play with these cow-shit societal expectations of men keeping their mouths shut, but in private, I need to know you're not just agreeing with me to be polite." Emery, unsurprisingly, didn't even blink.
"Done, Highness."
He glanced at Zin, and the pair shared one of those silent conversations that long-time partners often have. Zin nodded at me in wordless agreement. "I need to get up to speed. I've been gone for a long time." I blew out a breath and forced a smile. "Which—" I stopped when Emery raised a hand.
"Highness, Bial is here. Cass said he's asking to see you," Emery said.
Sleep was apparently not in the cards right now. I hung up my sari in the wardrobe and started for the main room, but Zin stopped me with a half smile and a circle of his hand around his face. "Bad?" I asked, and he nodded. "I'll clean up. Have Bial wait in the main room. Are we sure he's not asking to see Emery?"
"Yes, Highness," Emery said, heading for the door. "Take your time. He can wait."
I didn't dawdle, but I did make sure every trace of my smeared makeup was off my face before I came into the main room, and found myself facing not Bial, but Matriarch Desai, Dr. Satir, and a man my smarty labeled as Prime Minister Fanon. Zin and Jet were in the room, as was Nal. Emery wasn't anywhere in sight, and since Cass was absent, I assumed my baby-faced guard was getting his ass chewed for not telling Emery how many people were actually at the door and for not announcing the matriarch properly. Awkward. Equally awkward was the fact that one of the matriarch's bodyguards had come into my rooms with her and stood at her side with her hand on her gun. Nal was blank-faced over the obvious breach of protocol, but my other two guards wore looks of stone-faced fury. Bial and Emery came into the room, my Ekam's jaw tight as he crossed to me. I glanced his way only briefly, folding my arms over my chest and flicking my gaze at the others one by one. I finished, deliberately, on Desai's bodyguard. Gun or no gun, I could take the young woman apart, and we both knew it. I let a smile spread over my face, and everyone except the guards at my back shifted uncomfortably. So, we're starting things off on the wrong foot, bringing armed guards into my living quarters. Emery, an explanation?
I objected, Highness. And I overruled him, Princess, Bial said, somehow managing to make my title almost an insult. The matriarch's guard insisted on accompanying her, and I felt, given your history, it was for the best. I was a little startled that the choked-off snarls behind me were from both Zin and Emery, but thankfully neither of them spoke. I laughed. That was a neatly dressed insult, Bial, but we don't need to stand on ceremony here. You can just say it's because I used to be a gun runner. Twitching my skirts out of the way, I took 2 steps until I was in his face. It's the truth, so it's not much of an insult as they go. You know what insults me more? That you think you had the right to overrule my Ekam when it came to my personal safety, and break the law by allowing someone armed into my fucking living quarters. I dropped my voice to a whisper and watched him flinch. Don't fool yourself into thinking I am some uncultured gunrunner. Where I have been and what I have been doing since I left home haven't changed my blood. I am a Bristol, a princess of the Empire. Don't think that I don't know the laws that were hammered into my head from before I would walk, and don't think for 1 second that I won't hesitate to shoot you myself if you break them again. Am I understood? Yes, Highness.
Good. I'm going to assume we don't actually need you for anything. Get out of my rooms. Princess Hailey me. Clara Desai, an older woman built like a D-line pro bowler, smiled and folded her hands together as she bowed. I remembered being terrified of her as a child, and how Mother would frequently threaten to bring Desai in to discipline us if we wouldn't behave. Clara was the head of the matriarch council, the 14 women, one from each of the founding families, who would approve me as heir. Matriarch Desai. I dipped my head. With my apologies, we can either move this meeting to another venue, or for the sake of my Ekam's blood pressure, I'm going to have to insist the law is upheld. Your bodyguard can either leave or present her weapons to my man at the door. Clara studied me for a moment, her eyes dark in a smooth face that belied her age, and then nodded. Teresa, wait outside, please. Ma'am, don't argue with me. I'd like to think at least one of the bodyguards in the room is capable of following orders without fussing over it. I'm perfectly safe, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will jump to my defense if necessary. The man on Clara's other side was as tall as I was, but didn't look like much of a threat. His greying hair lay short to his scalp in what seemed to be the latest fashion of the Empire. His white kurta and black pants were plain, but cut from expensive fabric. He swallowed nervously, looking between me and Clara like a rabbit trapped between two wolves. Teresa left the room, but not after shooting me one last look. I just grinned and rubbed my hands together. "Dr. Satir, it's been a long time," I said. Dr. Satir's smile creased her weathered face. "Welcome home, Your Highness. It is a great blessing to see you well." "Highness, if you'll allow me to present to you Prime Minister Iha Feinin," Clara said. The Assembly General was open to anyone via a public election held every 5 years for 1/3 of the Assembly. The Prime Minister was elected from the ranks of the AG by popular vote. It was a position that, admittedly, had little influence, and was more a way for the ruling class to keep an eye on the mood of the rest of the populace. In a world ruled by women, the majority of the Assembly was female, so it was a bit of a surprise to see Feinin in the position. And it didn't explain why the man was here now. "Your Imperial Highness." The bow was elegant for a man with no noble blood, perfectly executed. I hated him immediately. Worse, I couldn't put my finger on exactly why. Something about the man made my skin crawl. My reaction wasn't fair in the slightest, and I stepped down hard on my snarky reply. "Prime Minister, it's a pleasure." "I wish I could say the same, Highness." Emery shifted in front of me, and I found myself wishing again for a weapon. Twice in 10 minutes. "Welcome home, Hale. Bugger it all." But Clara held her hands up. "Apologies, Highness. Icum. For a politician, Feinin can be entirely too blunt at times." "I prefer blunt, and given the hour—" "Yes, of course. You've had a long day. You know of the Empress's issue?" "She's got space madness." "Yes. Ven noticed some odd changes in her behavior and brought it to the attention of the Crown Princess. Your sister had Dr. Satir run the tests, and when the answer came back, she decided it would be in the Empress's best interests not to let her know. Sometimes the knowledge of the diagnosis can make the disease progress faster," Dr. Satir added. "When the news leaked to the public this morning, though, I informed the Empress of her diagnosis. We are doing what we can to stop the spread, but it is difficult. Plans were underway to convince your Empress Mother to abdicate the throne to Ciri, but then my sisters were murdered." "Yes, Highness." Clara frowned and bowed her head, not fast enough for me to miss the uneasiness in her eyes, and I braced myself even as I asked the question. "So, what's the plan now?" "Mostly unchanged, Highness." It was Feinin who answered me. "Since your sister was unsure if you would come home, it was decided to follow the line of succession and name your cousin Ganda as next in line. Since the chaos, she has been handling the day-to-day issues for the Empire when it is obvious the Empress cannot keep her normal schedule." Feinin bowed his head. "Now that you are home, things will, of course, change." I swallowed down my hatred, and it burned all the way into the pit of my stomach. Ganda Naidu was my cousin, the eldest daughter of my uncle. Succession through the paternal line wasn't ideal, but it was better than nothing if the family wanted to hold on to the throne. The fact that I hated the spoiled, treacherous, conniving brat didn't really factor into succession protocol, especially since everyone else loved Ganda. She was the ideal princess, prim and proper. She smiled when required and kept her mouth shut the rest of the time. As kids, we tangled repeatedly, and I'd always come out on the losing end because no one realized what a snake she was. "Tell them, Hale," the voice in my head screamed. "Just tell them to let Ganda keep doing what she's doing and you'll get out of their way. You don't want to be heir. You can go back to your life." back to my life without Portis. My heart broke again, falling out of my chest and shattering on the rose quartz hearth at my feet. Well, the word came out rough, and I had to clear my throat and start again. Yes, I'm back. So Ganda can go back to whatever it was she was doing before she got dragged into this. I'm sure she'll be relieved.
Of course, Highness.
Fainin bowed again.
I will see to it.
You'll need someone to organize your schedule for you. I can send you several candidates for a chamberlain if you'd like to choose yourself, Clara asked. I'd like that very much. Thank you. I realize it will probably take you several days to get up to speed. If it is acceptable, we'll keep Ganda on her scheduled appearances for this week. I nodded again. Yes, that's fine. We'll leave you then. Sleep well, Highness.
Matriarch, if I might beg a moment of your time?
Emery held up a hand with a quick bow of his head.
In the excitement of the princess's return home, something was overlooked. If you wouldn't mind witnessing for us, it would be appreciated.
At Clara's nod, the door opened, and my bodyguards filed in, or what guards had been collected so far. They were a motley group, some still in street clothes, others in military uniforms of various branches.
Highness,
Emery said, and I managed somehow not to let my mouth fall open when he dropped to a knee in front of me.
We didn't do this properly,
he said, taking my hands. He'd removed his gloves, and the hard calluses of his palm scraped over my equally rough knuckles. Gun-running didn't give a girl ladylike hands. Didn't do what properly? I asked warily. He smiled, and the brief flash of emotion showed his dimple. He composed himself, looked right into my eyes, and spoke.
Hail me, Mercedes Jaya Bristol. I swear my loyalty to you. Your life I will defend until my last breath, if there is need.
I stiffened when the formal words of the bodyguard oath hit me with all the force of a sledgehammer swung by one of those muscle-bound guys at the circus. Emery tightened his hand over both of mine, holding them in place when I tried to pull away.
I give myself willingly to you, heir to the throne of Indrana. You are the shining stars in the blackness of space, the hope of the lost and forsaken, the spark that must not be extinguished. So I pledge myself to you, loyal subject, protector, and bodyguard.
God's help you. The comment slipped out, and I bit my tongue with a mental swear. Emery was unfazed by my rudeness. He smiled, releasing my hands.
Yes, God's help me, Highness.
Then he sobered, the amusement sliding away like the rain off the window panes.
God's help all of us.
Before I could say anything else, Null had taken Emery's place. She recited the oath in a clear voice, though the words were devoid of any emotion at all. One after another, the guards followed suit, until at last Zin slowly lowered himself to a knee and took my hand. His hands were cooler than Emery's had been as he folded them over mine, and repeated the oath without ever taking his eyes off me. Zin's hands tightened briefly as he got to his feet. Very well done. Matriarch Desai nodded in approval. Good night, Highness. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Hating the arrogance of the gesture, I waved a hand toward the door and turned to the windows. I couldn't have said anything if I'd wanted to, not without breaking down into tears. I heard Emery's voice mixing with Clara's, and then silence as the door closed. My Ecam hadn't left me alone, though. He reappeared at my side as I was wiping the tears from my cheeks with the palm of my hand.
I'd like to pull a few candidates for your chamberlain position, and do a background sweep on the ones Matriarch Desai sends over.
Agreed. I'd be spending a lot of time with my chamberlain, and I'd need to be able to trust her. Speaking of backgrounds, what do you know about Fëinen?
Very little. He was elected 2 years ago. Seems to have done a decent job as Prime Minister.
Odd that he was here tonight.
Not as such, Highness. Princess Ciri did quite a bit of work to make the Prime Minister more involved in the day-to-day affairs of the Empire. She felt it kept her more in touch with the people.
I was wiped, and even though he wasn't showing it, I figured Emery was at least as tired as I was. What have we waded into here, Emmy?
I don't know.
He wasn't prevaricating or trying to placate me. As hard as Emery was for me to read, I was able to figure out that much from his open stance.
I think it is suspicious enough to have the Empress's Ecum, 2 of her daughters, and a granddaughter die within 2 months of each other. Even without all the other troubles facing the Empire, that spells trouble of the worst kind.
I whirled away from the window. Ven is dead. More crushing anguish landed on my shoulders at Emery's solemn nod. Scattered memories of Mother's Ecum rushed through me. His bright smile, and a laugh that rolled on the air like colored candy falling off a scoop. The way his face went from open to deadly the day someone from the Upja had tried to kidnap Pace. The time he and Father had found me trapped in that tunnel. I shuddered and fought the memory off. Ofa? Tefis? You said she'd sent Portis after me. My Ecum and Devur had been a wife-and-wife team. I'd looked to Ofa like a mother when my own was too cold and royal. But it had been Tefis I'd really bonded with. The thought that either had been punished for my flight from home was almost too much to bear.
They were both officially dismissed, Highness, but still on the bodyguard payroll, tasked with keeping tabs on you after you left home. They were in the air car with Ven when the accident occurred.
Still dead, then. Just not my doing. Grief welled up again. I don't trust Bial. Do you know him?
Not now, Highness. You need your sleep.
Emery headed for the doorway with Zin on his heels.
I'll find out what I can, and we'll talk about it in the daylight.
I sighed and reached behind me for the ties of my corset as I headed for the bedroom.
Highness, will you need assistance with that?
Are you offering? I watched in the mirror as he paused, and a dark eyebrow arched upward.
I'll call a maid, Highness.
I don't need. I stopped at his look and sighed. Call a maid. I honestly have no idea how I managed to get into it in the first place.
That doesn't surprise me, he said,
and continued out the door. Chapter 8. The sun was shining in through the stained glass of my bedroom windows when I awoke the next morning. Exhaustion had dragged me into a dreamless sleep, and I felt a little more like myself as I stretched. A riot of colors danced over the white linens, and I lay for a moment on my back, tracing my fingers through wavering diamonds of green and blue. It reminded me of the waters on Kalpis 7, a resort planet we'd stayed at once after a successful drop-off. After several months with Howe, and a brutal induction into Po Sin's employ, it had been our first big score as official members. We'd spent a blissful week soaking in the warm waters and dozing on the pink sand. It was there, floating in the waves, that Portis had told me he loved me for the first time. I could still remember with painful clarity how gentle he'd been that night, how his hands swept over my skin, followed by his mouth, shooting trails of fire through me. We'd gotten along so well, right from the beginning, and now I knew it was because he had known exactly who I was. "I miss you, you bastard," I whispered. "Your Imperial Highness, are you awake?" My new maid, Stasia, poked her head into the room. Her golden curls bounced merrily around a cherub-like face. "Come on in," I replied, sliding from the four-poster bed and padding across the floor. The moment was gone, and there wasn't any point in terrorizing the girl just for having bad timing. The satin wood covered a complex system of water pipes that kept the floors warm in the winter seasons and cool in the summer. I sighed at the heat under my bare feet. I'd forgotten about little luxuries like this. Sophie's always freezing steel floors had kept me from going barefoot that often. Stasia averted her eyes at the sight of me naked. I rolled my eyes and headed for the bathroom. Hot water already steamed in the tub, and the smell of lemon and spearmint dragged away the last vestiges of my sleep. "I've brought you breakfast, Princess, and your Empress Mother wishes to see you once you've eaten." "How generous of her," I muttered, and watched Stasia's reflection in the mirror wince. "What time is it?" 10:30, ma'am." Stasia kept her gaze on the floor, her hands clasped at her waist. Skin the color of cream stood out against the drab grey uniform. "Stasia, look at me," I said. She raised her head, and I raised an eyebrow at the vivid blue eyes she'd kept hidden from me the night before, as clear as the Heaney sapphire and twice as brilliant. "Orphan?" "Yes, ma'am." Most of the servants in the palace had no sahotra. A position in the palace meant a better life for them, since businesses tended to hire within the family or upon recommendations from very good friends. A person without family was lost in Indrana, with very little chance to change their fate. I added this to the list of things I intended to change if I was going to be in charge around here. "You're just pretending, Hale, remember?" "We have cycled through 3 different titles in less than 3 minutes, I said, keeping my voice gentle. "Imperial Highness is fucking cumbersome, and I'll forget to answer to Princess. My name is Hale." "Highness, I couldn't." I smiled. "So let's stick with ma'am for the moment, okay?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good." I nodded and waved a hand. "I don't need an audience. Go entertain my bodyguards." What I did need, I realized when Stasia paled, was to think before I attempted to issue orders. Rumors about the gunrunner princess were no doubt flying with reckless abandon, and the horrified look from my maid told me more than enough what some of them might entail. I closed my eyes and cursed, opened them just as quickly to look at Stasia with an apologetic smile. "Poor choice of words. That wasn't what I meant." "Yes, ma'am." I waved a hand, swallowing back the need to apologize again. "Go find something else to do besides stand there and watch me." I gave her a second smile, which she hesitantly returned before she bowed and left me alone. I sank down under the water, letting it close over my head and cocoon me in silence. The beating of my heart throbbed in my ears as I floated to the surface and took a breath. "All your running, Hale, all your attempts to get away led you right back here. There's a reason for it. Don't waste it." My father's voice in my head was kind, but firm, as it always had been. I pulled up the local news reports using my smartie and started piecing together the timeline as best I could. Just a little under 3 months ago, my baby sister had died of Ebolenza. There'd been a huge outpouring of grief from the people, but little to nothing reported on the strange, isolated outbreak by the palace-controlled news stations. 2 of her bodyguards and a servant had also died, but for so virulent a disease, the spread had been stopped quickly. A month after Pace's death, the Empress's Ecum, 4 other bodyguards, and the dismissed Ecum and Deveux of the runaway princess were killed in an aircar accident. Grief ripped through me again at the familiar faces in the news report. Ofa and Tefiz Ovasi had been my bodyguards from the moment of my birth. When I'd left, they'd been officially dismissed from service for failure to perform their duty, but had stayed on in secret to help me with my search. There'd been a great deal of speculation by the press about why they'd been in the aircar with Ven that day, but no concrete answers. Then, not even 40 hours ago, my older sister and niece were killed in an explosion while out on a shopping trip. That, and news of my mother's dementia, was all the news stations were talking about. Well, and the return of the runaway princess, though the off-planet news was by far more amusing. A severe-faced man with shocking purple hair waved his hands in the air on the set of Interstellar Daily. "Crescent Stone, feared gunrunner, is revealed as the daughter of the Empress of Indrana. Is this a plot by Chung Po Sin to take over Indrana?" I snorted with laughter, accidentally sucked water down my windpipe, and surfaced in a spray of water and curses. The door to my bathroom slammed open, Emery and Zin bursting through. I blinked at them in shock as both men turned their heads fast enough to get whiplash. Stasia came in through the other door, and my giggles broke free at the sight of the wicked knife in my tiny maid's hand. I finally got control of myself enough to gasp, "Emmy, I admire your diligence, but you really need to not burst into my bathroom without permission." His face didn't change expression as he pushed Zin out the door. "Perhaps you would be kind enough to not shout in the bath, Highness. I take it you're all right?" "I'm fine. Apparently being heir doesn't mean I can breathe underwater." I exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of my nose again with one hand, while I waved at Emery with the other. "I'm fine. Go on." He bowed and retreated, closing the door behind him. "Ma'am?" "Thank you, Stasia." I took the towel from her, wrapping it around my soaking hair. I climbed out of the bath, taking the second towel with a smile. I stopped short in the doorway to my bedroom, eyeing the clothes Stasia had laid out on the freshly made bed. The white skirt and top all but disappeared against the linens, only the golden embroidery giving away their presence. I took the new robe Stasia offered me and sat down in the plush chair by the windows. I grabbed for the blue-handled mug, sinking back against the garish paisley upholstery. "I'm not wearing that." My hand shook, and I barely kept from spilling coffee on myself. I sniffed at it, grimaced, and set the mug aside. "Ma'am, you must wear white to see the Empress," Stasia replied. "The dress," I agreed. "Fine. But the sari will be red, the darkest one in there." I waved my free hand at the wardrobe. "Don't argue with me on this, Stasia. You won't win. My sisters were murdered, and I will not let anyone forget it." A frown worried at the space between Stasia's pale eyebrows, but she obeyed, and I turned my attention to my breakfast as she flipped through the many saris in the wardrobe. I nodded in approval when she produced the one I'd worn the night before, crimson so dark it looked black. Golden tassels danced from the ends. I finished eating and got dressed. Stasia urged me down onto the vanity seat and fixed my hair with startling efficiency. Twitching my skirts out of the way, I took the sari from her and flipped the end over my left shoulder, winding it around my waist so the extra fabric draped over the white silk of my skirt like pooling blood. I wrapped the other end over my head and my right shoulder, giving Stasia a tight smile. "Shoes, ma'am?" She hit the panel near the wardrobe, and the door slid open to reveal rack upon rack of shoes. My laughter was sharp. I grimaced, rolling my shoulders and shaking my head. "I'll go barefoot. Thank you, Stasia. I'm not sure how long this audience with Mother will take. I'll call you if I need you." She dropped into a curtsy. "Yes, Mum." Marshalling my courage, I strode into the waiting room. Emery and the other 4 bodyguards came to attention. I already knew Nal and Zin, and my smarty identified the other men at the same time Emery introduced them.
"Highness, your bodyguards, Pezan and Salham."
He pointed at each in turn, and the men bowed low. They were all dressed in the standard matte black uniforms, a crimson piping along their cuffs, and worked into the detail of the intricate star pattern on their left breasts. It was similar to the one on Emery's left cheek. I pressed a hand to my stomach and stared out the window as I wondered what deadly honor had garnered him the Imperial Star. The Imperial Star wasn't issued for just any act of valor, but something above and beyond the call of duty that caused the recipient to walk the road to temple. That award was normally given posthumously, and I knew firsthand how that trip changed a person. I'd nearly died so many times over the years, but the most recent experience had been the closest I'd ever come. I'd died twice on that backwater planet, and still wasn't sure how Portis had brought me back. Through sheer force of will, most likely.
"Are you all right, Highness?"
Emery asked. I was normally so good at reading people, but he was a challenge, and the concern in his voice seemed genuine.
"Your Empress Mother wishes to see you this morning."
"Of course she does." I saw the flicker of disapproval in his eyes, and softened my snappish tone with a smile. "We shouldn't keep her waiting, Emery. Shall we?" He nodded, looking at Nalmari and Zin.
"You're with me. You two stay here."
The other guards saluted. Nal headed for the doorway, exiting my room first, and Emery fell into step beside me. 1,000 questions raced through my mind. Who was this man who'd pledged his loyalty to me with such quiet determination last night? How had he gotten the star? I longed to ask him, but with Nal trailing ahead of us, any conversation was unwise, at least until we figured out if we could trust her. At this point, the odds for that seemed pretty astronomical. Dad was right. All the work I'd done, all my running and hiding, had been useless. Here I was, right back in the goddamned intrigue. The bitter thought made me sigh, and Emery shot me a curious look as we marched down the hallway. We passed several servants, and one caught my eye. A younger man, head down and shoulders tight. His hands were bunched in fists.
"Her Imperial Highness, Princess Halimi, to see Her Imperial Majesty."
Nal announced me to the pair of guards standing like chess pieces in front of my mother's doorway, and jerked my attention away from the servant. The door guards conferred with the ones inside Mother's rooms over the uplink. Then they pushed open the pockmarked metal door and gestured us inside. My bodyguards handed over their weapons as they crossed the threshold. I trailed a hand over the damaged door as we passed. The marks on the surface were from a failed coup attempt in 1990 GD. Princess Castana hadn't been happy with the idea of being second fiddle to her older sister, Empress Ilenka, for the rest of her life. She convinced her bodyguards, and a large chunk of the regular Imperial Guard, to join her cause, and they assaulted the Empress's quarters. Empress Ilenka's bodyguards, her husband, and her 2 youngest daughters held out against overwhelming odds until reinforcements arrived, and shredded the traitors against the very same door they'd been trying to breach. Princess Wei had earned the Imperial Star in that battle, fighting like a terror as she bled out from a host of wounds. She had not returned from her walk with the Mother Destroyer, dying in the Empress's arms on the other side of this door. Castana was executed, and her family cast out of the royal city. and the law forbidding weapons in royal chambers that I'd quoted to Bial last night had been enacted. The door had never been replaced, but instead stood as a warning to those who would raise a hand against their empress. "Bet you 50 Ravga the first words out of her mouth are critical," I muttered. Emery pretended not to hear me, while Zin turned his laughter into a choking cough. It appeared my Ecam was taking his new position very seriously, while his partner was loosening up, though neither of them took me up on the bet. "Your Highness." Mother's chamberlain, a young dark-haired woman named Tai, bowed low to me. "Welcome home. Your Empress Mother is doing well today." Translation: she was coherent today. I gave Tai a smile and headed into the sitting room, a smaller room off to the side of the large waiting area. Mother did look healthier this morning, the mahogany gleam back in her cheeks as she sat in a pool of sunshine. The light reflected off the golden embroidery work on the voluminous sleeves of her heavy robe and the crystal cup in her hand. Bial stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back. The sunlight threw red highlights into his blonde hair. He didn't turn to look at us when we entered, but I got the distinct feeling he saw everything that happened. That was fine. I could see things too. The man was tense, but trying to hide it. I dropped into a curtsy in front of my mother. "Get up, Haley-me." Mother's voice was sharp with an all-too-familiar annoyance. "Have a seat and have something to drink. There's no liquor. You'll have to make do." I ignored her sarcastic comment, resisted shooting Zin a look, and took the farthest seat from her, even though it put my back to the door. My trackers, settling in behind me, was enough to put me at ease. "Your choice of color is duly noted," Mother continued with a sniff, as I reached for a crystal glass filled with the pinkish juice of a water orange. "Even if it is too late, as usual. The terrorists responsible for the deaths of the princesses have already been executed." "What? What terrorists? Who was responsible? How did you find them so quickly?" "What do you mean, what terrorists?" Mother snapped. "Those who would undermine the Empire, Haley-me. Those damn Upja murdered my niece, my daughter, and the crown princess." I winced at the fury in her voice, and swallowed back the protest that automatically rose in my throat. Pleased with myself for not falling straight back into our old pattern of bickering with each other. The Upja were a Gordian knot of rebels in the heart of the Empire, who called for a relaxation of the class system and a return to what they saw as the days of equality, when the Empire had been a member of the Solarian conglomerate. Social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. I didn't agree with their demand to abolish the monarchy, but there was also no way in hell I'd ever admit to my mother that the Upja had a point about some of the more archaic social laws in the Empire, or that both Ciri and I had been in contact with them before I'd left home. Instead, I asked the question I knew put me out on a limb. "You don't think that's the slightest bit suspicious? Why didn't they try to kill you? If they infected Pace with Ebolenza, don't you think they could have struck down the whole palace? It doesn't make any sense. The Upja have never wanted us dead. They just want change. They want revolution!" She cut off my protests with a sharp look and a wave of her hand. "We didn't ask for your return home so we could speak to you of your sisters. They are dead and gone. There is nothing more to do. If you'd cared about them at all, you wouldn't have left in the first place." A cold weight settled into my stomach, and I stifled the smart remark even though it hurt. "Why did you ask for my return home, Your Imperial Majesty?" I didn't bother to keep the sarcasm out of my voice as I echoed her words. She and I both knew who'd really wanted me back, and who'd sent my trackers after me. Her eyes narrowed at the veiled insult. "Leave us, all of you," she said. That was enough to get Bial away from his contemplation of the window. "Your Majesty, don't argue with me, Bial. I'm perfectly safe in my own rooms, and my own daughter isn't going to try to kill me. It would just bring justice down on her head that much swifter." Mother smirked a mirthless smile in my direction, and I tightened my grip on my glass until I was afraid it would crack in my hand. She was right, of course. I kind of wanted to smack her senseless, but I wouldn't kill her. That would just be rude. Not to mention, it would immediately elevate me to a position I didn't want. "Very well, Majesty." Bial bowed stiffly and headed for the door. "I'll be right outside, Highness," Emery murmured. "Mother, to answer your question, the future of this empire is my concern, Halimi. As my primary heir, God's help us all, so it is also yours." I choked on my juice, just barely swallowing it instead of spraying it all over my dress. Oh, bugger. There was that spark in Mother's eyes again. "I've assembled a group of suitors for you, daughter. Pick one. Marry him or not, we don't care. Don't feel you need to wait for the ceremony, though, if you do. I expect you to have a daughter of your own before the summer comes. The least you could do for our Sahotra is to make the same sacrifices the rest of us have." Chapter 9. The Sahotra. Always the family. It was all she'd thought of since she'd put that damn crown on her head. If only she knew what I'd done for the family, everything I'd given up. Hatred welled up in me again as I stared at my mother's implacable expression, and any plans I had not to let her goad me back into behaving like the bratty daughter she remembered went up in smoke. I don't fucking think so. I was kind of shocked by the cold curse, but Mother was surprisingly unfazed by my behavior. "Ugh!" Mother exhaled the annoyance. "Be grateful we will give you leave to choose your own betrothed. We believe that was your issue the last time, was it not? You can't do this." I knew I shouldn't have said it the moment the words slipped out. Mother would let my cursing slide more often than not, but questioning her authority had always been treading on the edge of treason as far as she was concerned. Never mind she was completely off the mark. I'd left to hunt the last man of the trio responsible for my father's assassination. I'd stayed away because I'd been done with someone else picking my future for me. I'd been finished with the idea that my mother got to dictate my entire life. Tired of Indranan society not valuing people for who they were, only caring about what they could provide for throne and country. "We can do whatever we please, ungrateful child." Immediately it was the Empress speaking, and not my mother, and that cold, formal royal "we" was a fist in my stomach. "Hope is gone, lost with the death of your sisters. We are stuck with you, but we will do what is necessary to save this empire, and so will you." Even had my mother known why I left, she wouldn't have cared. She hadn't wanted me looking into my father's killers in the first place. She thought I was a spoiled brat, just like Emery did. I couldn't stop my tongue. "You forget. I left. I don't care about this empire. I'd just as soon watch it burn." Fury raced over Mother's cool features, putting even more color on her cheeks and a fevered light in her eyes. She lurched to her feet. "Watch your tongue, or I'll have it removed." I got to my own feet. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? No one around who'd dare tell you no? No one to tell you you're inhuman? Go ahead, Mother. If you think you have the stomach for it, I dare you to take it out yourself." I did not expect her to hit me, so the slap caught me right in the cheek, whipping my head to the side. I stumbled into the table, knocking glasses to the floor before I righted myself. That crashing, predictably, brought the bodyguards back into the room. "Highness." Emery's voice was wary with concern. "I'm fine." I stared at the blood smeared over my fingertips with amusement. Just a family feud. I've been hit harder by boys barely old enough to shave. Hailey me, you are going to produce a child and save this family's claim to the throne. I looked away from Emery. Mother was pale again, leaning heavily on Bial, who watched her with a frown. The slap had shaken some sense back into me, and I retreated back into the habits I'd acquired with Po Sin. Considering my options, I went for the one that was the least offensive, not that anyone would believe it. Over my dead body, Your Majesty. That can be arranged, Mother snapped. I'll speak to your father about this. My father? Bial's quick shake of his head and the sudden tension in Emery's hand stopped the question before it could slip out. Bugger me, I'd pushed her too far. There was a moment of silence as we all stared at each other. Bial, I'm not having a maid with green hair. Tell that girl to go, Mother said. Curtsy, Highness. I was too shocked to do anything but obey Emery's whispered order and dropped into a quick curtsy. As Emery hustled me from the room, I caught sight of my mother chattering away at her ecum like a schoolgirl. My victory over dodging a royal order tasted like ash in my mouth as the full weight of my mother's predicament, and mine, settled onto my shoulders. I'd probably adjusted the best out of all my sisters to the transition of Mother becoming Empress. I was used to going my own way, and I'd spent more time with Father anyway, so the sudden demands which dragged her away didn't reduce me to sullen silence like Ciri, or fits of temper like Pace. No, I just went on about my business as though nothing had happened, and for a few years that worked perfectly. Then some hideous soul decided we had to start going to court with Mother, and my misery was found in spending hours bored out of my mind as my arse slowly went numb in the gilded chair that had been made for me. That was when the trouble really started. It only got worse after Father died. I'd thought tracking down his killers would convince Mother to allow my early entrance to the Naval Academy. Instead, it earned me an arranged marriage, and Mother's refusal to let me into the academy at all. No one said a word as we exited Mother's rooms and headed back down the hallway. Nalmari was in the front again, Emery beside me, and Zin brought up the rear. I was so distracted by the scene I'd just witnessed, trying to reconcile this woman with the one I used to know, that I almost missed the attack when it came. The same servant I'd noticed on my way in was still there, and he lunged at me. "Knife!" Emery shouted, spotting the weapon at the same time I did. Instinct kicked in. I avoided the man's first swing, moving toward my attacker and landing a blow to his ribs with the side of my hand. Before I could hit him again, Emery shoved me back into Zin. We cracked heads. Stars floated in front of my eyes, and the scene played itself out in slow motion as Zin covered my body with his own, turning us away from the danger. Emery slapped the black-bladed knife to the tiles. He caught the young man's arm and struck him in the face with an open palm, snapping his head back. "Princess, back to the Empress's quarters," Nal ordered. She had her gun out, but with Emery in the way, there wasn't a clear shot. I saw her jaw tighten, and she raised her weapon anyway. I lunged into Zin, knocking him into Nal and nearly sending all three of us into Emery and my attacker. Zin swore, righting himself and propelling me back toward Mother's door. I didn't fight him. That had been enough to disrupt the moment and any potential shot Nal had. Emery caught the attacker by the throat and swept him to the ground. My attacker landed on his back, and a shudder ran through me when I locked eyes with him over Zin's shoulder. "Long live the revolution! Death to the throne!" he said, and clamped his mouth shut. "Poison!" Emery grabbed the young man's head, trying to force his mouth back open, but it was too late. My would-be assassin was convulsing against the tiles, his face grey, and his eyes rolled back in his head. His heels drummed a strange pattern before stilling, leaving me with my heart pounding in my throat and the hollow echo of his words ringing in my head. Emery swore, glancing up as other guards pounded down the hallway toward us. The pair at Mother's door hadn't moved. It was Imperial protocol, in case the attack on me had been a feint, and the real attack was directed at the Empress. Blonde Cass and another man with green eyes and sharp cheekbones, whom my smarty identified as Adele, skidded to a halt at my side. The moment they arrived, Nal moved to Emery, looking down at the young man on the floor in disgust.
"Blasted upja," she muttered.
"Maybe," Emery said, and rolled his shoulders.
"Highness, are you hurt?"
Zin's hands were warm on my arms, the textured material of his gloves catching on the long sleeves of my dress.
"Look at me,"
he urged in a low voice.
"Did he cut you?"
"I'm fine," I replied, forcing out a smile as Emery approached. "Survived the first assassination attempt. I wonder what the bookies' odds were for that." This time, Zin couldn't stop his laughter, and even Nal smiled, though she looked more confused than anything. Emery closed his eyes briefly, his throat working as he swallowed back his reply. When he opened them again, the expressionless mask was back into place, but not before I caught the spark of relieved humor in those chocolate and silver depths.
"Take the princess back to her rooms, Zin," he said. "Cass, you and Adele guard the outside door until Nal and I return."
Both men saluted, and Emery turned back to me.
"Highness."
I forced another smile past the hammering of my heart. "Don't worry, Emery. I'm not going to argue with you on this one." I dipped my head at him and turned for my rooms.
"Do not ever do that again."
I didn't turn from the open window at the sound of Emery's voice, but continued to watch the dolphins play in the azure waters of the Lakshitani Sea. The gorgeous creatures thrust themselves high into the air over the water's surface, twisting and spinning in a dramatic acrobatic display. Bearing the same name as earth dolphins, and much of the same sleek, pointed nose physiology, Indrana's dolphins were more intelligent than their cousins across the universe. Their coloring was a darker gray, more like gunmetal, with white shimmering markings that were unique to each dolphin. They could also survive the freezing temperatures of the sea in this area of Indrana. I was wrong back there. Technically, that was the second attempt on my life.
"Highness."
The bite of annoyance in Emery's voice dragged me away from my contemplation of the dolphins. "Of course," I said, just to throw him off balance. "You're absolutely right."
"You are no longer a gunrunner," he replied.
"Princess, gunrunner, let's be honest, they're two sides of the same coin. For 20 years I was Emmy," I continued before he could interrupt me. "It was instinct. I'm sorry. I promise that I'll work on it." I offered up a blinding smile, but he didn't react. "Wouldn't you rather guard someone who knows how to defend herself? I think that would be preferable to a simpering girl cowering in the corner."
"It isn't your job, Highness. It's mine."
I was joking. Sort of. Did they take out your funny bone when you joined the trackers?
"Just temporarily. I got it back after I passed basic."
I looked back out the window with a choked laugh. Convenient that I was just attacked by a member of the Upja.
"They are looking to do away with the throne, Highness. It's not much of a stretch."
He braced his hands on the windowsill.
"May I ask why you pushed Zin into Nal?"
"She was about to shoot you in the back." I answered Emery's raised eyebrow with a lifted shoulder. "That's what it looked like." I'm sure there would have been a lot of discussion about split-second decisions and horrible accidents. I didn't feel like dealing with it. Plus, you haven't annoyed me yet today. I tried to sound flippant, but I wasn't sure I fooled him. The truth of the matter was the thought of losing Emery put a lead weight into my stomach. I was stuck here. No backup, no intel. Ciri had said to trust him, that he could keep me alive, and that was something I was seriously interested in. I don't trust her, Emmy. I pushed away from the window, pacing the length of my sitting room. The movement startled Cass, who was standing by the inside of the door, but I waved a hand at him when he snapped to attention. I wasn't sure if Emery trusted my baby-faced guard, but my instincts didn't scream warning bells at me, so I figured he was safe for now. "Are we clear?" I asked Emery, and to his credit it took him a fraction of a second to realize what I meant.
"Yes, Highness. We swept the suite last night."
Emery glanced over my shoulder and dismissed Cass with a jerk of his head. "Don't trust him?" Lifting a shoulder in a shrug, Emery crossed the room and locked the door.
"I picked him, but putting a team like this together should take months, not minutes. I trust Zin. That's it."
"You don't trust me?"
"With pardon, Highness, I can't figure you out. Everything I read about you said you'd keep your word, but I get the feeling you're only here to find out who killed your sisters. And once that's done, you'll run."
I blinked at the brutally honest reply, and at the fact that there was no judgment on Emery's face. It stung more than it should have that he doubted my honor, and that once again he'd hit the mark about my intentions. I couldn't think of anything to say, so I stood there for a few seconds, looking like an idiot with my mouth hanging open. "So let me get this straight. You don't trust me to keep my word, but you want me to trust you?" I crossed my arms over my chest. He rolled his shoulders, looking uncomfortable.
"I could say the same about you, Highness."
"Touché." We stared at each other, stuck at an impasse as the heartbeats ticked away. There wasn't any point in sorting through my options. What it boiled down to was this. I either trusted him or not. He gave his life for the Empire, Hale, and you gave your word. I looked at the star on Emery's cheek. The man had already lost a brother. He'd given his life, dying in whatever incident had garnered him that damn star, coming back to life through some miracle and sheer stubbornness, and then he'd gotten on his knees and agreed to do it again. "Thank you for last night." The words sounded forced, stupid. I cleared my throat and tried again. "It meant a lot to me that you felt like the oath was important enough to take."
"I meant it, Highness. I don't say things like that lightly."
"I guessed as much." I touched a hand to my own cheek. That star says it all. The tension in his shoulders dropped away, and a ghost of a smile graced his mouth. Emery nodded once. I exhaled, amused to note that my hands, which had not shaken with the attempted assassination, were now trembling. "How bad are things?"
"You mean for us, Highness? Or the Empire as a whole?"
I stopped my pacing and sat on the couch. "Let's start with us. After we get a handle on that, we'll worry about the Empire. How did you know Ciri? How did you get involved in all this?" Emery rested his hands on the ornate back of the couch opposite me, fingers digging into the pale striped fabric.
"Ven brought a number of us in on the situation 4 months ago, when the Empress started acting strange. After his death, your sister asked me to bring you home. She felt it would be necessary to have you at her side."
"It didn't quite work out that way, did it?" I muttered bitterly, biting my lip to hold back the tears. I was going to have to come to terms with the fact that I'd be running into reminders of my sisters every time I turned around. Crying when it happened wasn't going to serve anyone, least of all me.
No, Highness.
And no one told you the real reason I left home.
The real reason?
I didn't run away, Emery. I may have stayed away for personal reasons, but I left because I was following my father's killer.
Highness, they caught your father's killers.
He frowned at me. I caught my father's killers, Tracker. One of them, anyway. There was a third man, a man I saw the day my... Bugger me, but it was still hard to say out loud after all this time. I saw him in the crowd. Jagjit admitted that he and Wayla were working with a third person, but he couldn't give us more than a name. Wilson.
Who knew about this? Your Empress Mother?
I shook my head. She knew about my investigation after the fact, and if Ven told her the rest, it's lost to her dementia because she didn't say a word about it in there. Ofa and Tefiz were involved, and the head of the GIS, Fenna Britlin. I don't know how much it matters.
It matters, Highness.
I lost the trail about 16 months out. Whoever he was, he vanished, like he went into a black hole. I decided not to come home, but I never stopped looking for him. I have the files. I could send them to you.
Let me talk with the GIS, and we'll discuss it more later.
Right. I dragged the word out as I got to my feet. I need to get up to speed. I've been gone for a long time. I blew out a breath and forced a smile as I looked toward the windows. The sun was shining, lighting up the whitecaps and tossing rainbows into the air, but I knew from experience the air was probably frigid. It was Pausch, and we were in the depths of winter, just 3 weeks away from Pratimas, the Holy Light Festival. Just 3 weeks away from a wedding to a total stranger, or worse, going through the utterly useless motions of trying to have a child. Oh, bugger me. Mother's insistence that I marry was pretty much a moot point, while her declaration about being saddled with a useless daughter was the truth. I could have sex until our son died out, but there weren't going to be any more little Bristols running around this palace. That hope had died with Admika. 7 Indranan years ago, on one of the wilder outlying worlds at the edge of known space, we had a deal go horribly wrong. We were ambushed by the gang who'd contracted us for a load of neoprene explosive. They decided it would be easier to liberate it from us prior to delivery rather than paying the fee. Our navigator, Jackson, was killed, and I took an old-fashioned bullet to the gut, which, ironically, saved my life while ruining any chances of saving the Empire. Thanks to the royal genmanip done before my birth, I hadn't died right there in the dirt of that shitty little world. But it had been touch and go for a month, and more than a year before I was well enough to track down that gang 1 member at a time and burn them to the ground. None of it changed the outcome. According to the doc, the bullet had been designed to fragment, and the main piece destroyed 1 ovary while the shrapnel damaged the other beyond repair, killing any hope I had of bearing children. Even if we'd been able to find a Farian, they couldn't replace dead tissue. Mother was righter than she knew when she'd said she was stuck with me, and that hope had died with my sisters. I was barren. It was a secret that could bring down the Empire. The only people who'd known it were all dead, but I didn't know if Portis had passed on the information. The fact that Emery came to get me at all suggested Portis hadn't breathed a word of it. What are your intentions, Ikam?
Highness?
I meant what I said. I'm not getting married, and I'm not a damn breeder. I tried to sound casual, but the moment hung on the tip of a knife. if Emery backed my mother's demands.
Of course you're not.
There was no derision in his voice. Emery shrugged, and a second flicker of a smile poked through his stone expression.
I can see the need for an heir, Highness, in the long run. But things are volatile right now, and from a security standpoint, I'm not in favor of putting a stranger in your bed.
I'm pretty much never in favor of that, unless I've had too much to drink. Emery winced, and I snorted a little laugh. As entertaining as it is to have this extremely awkward conversation with you, I continued, let's move on to something important. Do I have some Chamberlain candidates to interview? The list from Clara had been waiting for me when I woke up this morning, and I'd passed it on to Emery before even getting out of bed.
Yes, Highness. I didn't care for 2 of the suggestions from Matriarch Desai, so unless you have objections, we won't bother with them. I passed the other names on to General Saito, and she sent me files a half-hour ago.
That's fine. We're in a time crunch here anyway. I needed someone to handle my schedule. There wasn't any way I could do it on my own. General Saito was Emery's former commander with the trackers, and if I couldn't trust her information on these people, I was better off putting a gun in my mouth and pulling the trigger. Accepting the amended list he sent me, I moved away from the window and settled onto the couch. Will you have Stasia bring me something to drink? And who on this list is in the palace?
Louis Winston, Alba Tanaka, and Hannah Obadai. The other 4 on the list we could vid-conference with if you wish.
Have those 3 come here. We'll start there. The questions I ask might seem strange, Emery, but just trust me on this.
Of course, Highness.
2 hours later, I had a headache and a new Chamberlain. Alba Tanaka was a 23-year-old who'd formerly been in Matriarch Desai's employ as the assistant to Clara's household coordinator. She'd answered my rapid-fire questions in a calm, even tone and hadn't seemed the least bit intimidated by me, which was more than I could say for the other 2 interviewees. I didn't need a Chamberlain who was terrified of me. I needed someone who could manage my schedule and, quite frankly, me, should the need arise. The best part had been right toward the end of the interview, and clinched the job for her. I rubbed a hand against my temple. So, Alba, do you think that this is a position that will suit you? I'm sorry, Highness. If I could beg your pardon for just a moment? Alba gave a quick bob of her head. Icam Tresk, has someone seen to lunch for the princess? It's been quite a while since breakfast, and her headache is probably from hunger. I blinked at her, laughed, and waved a hand at Emery. She's right. I'm starving.
I'll have something brought right away, Highness, he said.
Some more blue chai for you would be a good idea in the meantime. She got easily out of her seat and took my cup, handing it off to Stasia with a smile. Do you want the job? I asked with an eyebrow. Because you just got it. Alba's smile spread, and she bowed so low her straight black hair touched the ground. Thank you, Highness. Thank you. Go take care of what you need to. Zin, go with her and help her get settled.
Yes, ma'am.
Zin bowed and followed Alba from the room. Do you trust her? Emery shrugged a shoulder.
Background was totally clean. She'd already passed all the basic requirements to be in the matriarch's employment anyway, so it was a relatively easy process.
I raised an eyebrow at him.
She doesn't set off any of my alarms, Highness. I'd be careful for a while until I get word back from some of my contacts.
My food arrived shortly, and after Emery murmured something about sorting out shift issues with the bodyguards, I was left alone to eat. Nal stood by the door with her hands clasped behind her back. I studied her out of the corner of my eye as I ate. She wore the same mask Emery had perfected, seemingly staring into empty space, but I knew if I moved in her direction, she'd focus her attention on me in an instant. "Where are you from, Nal?" "I grew up on Deepai, Highness." Deepai was the largest island in the Carmacane chain, a long string of islands near the equator. I remember a visit there when I was about 8, I think. My sisters spoke of it, Highness. I was just a baby. How many sisters? I had 5, Highness. Nal's eyes darkened with pain, and I knew what her next words were going to be even before she said them. They were all lost to the war. "Oi, Ma," I murmured with a sigh. "I am terribly sorry." "It was long ago, Highness." I returned to my food, appetite lost. So much for an attempt to connect with my Devur. Had I been imagining that incident in the hallway? Maybe Nal had only been concerned for my safety, and had the gun out as a precaution in case Emery couldn't subdue my attacker. No. I tossed my fork onto my plate in annoyance. I knew what I'd witnessed. 20 years I'd survived in the underbelly of the universe because of my gut. I wasn't going to start second-guessing it now, just because I was in a world covered in a thin veneer of civility. "Is everything all right, Your Highness?" Nal hadn't moved, but she was watching me. "Fine, thank you. I'm finished." I pushed away from the table. "I'll have someone clear it away." "I'm going to lie down for a bit. Please let Alba know I'd like to see her after she gets settled." I didn't wait for Nal's reply, and headed for the bedroom. Chapter 10. Alba, bless her, let me sleep for almost 2 hours before she knocked tentatively on my bedroom door. "Your Highness?" "I'm up." I rolled out of bed, rubbing at my face. "Give me a minute." "How's your head?" she asked when I emerged from my room. "Better, thank you. How are your quarters?" "Just fine, Highness, thank you." We stared at each other for a second, and then I snorted a laugh. "Okay, enough of the awkward small talk, Alba. You'll find I'm not a fan. I assume your position was activated in the palace system, and your smarty has probably blown up with incoming messages." "Yes, ma'am." I smiled. "I have a request for you. Don't be afraid to say no to me or anyone else, okay? You are the gatekeeper, and I trust you to organize my schedule in the best manner possible. Obviously, I'd like some input on where I spend my time and with whom, but I will let you do your job as long as you prove to me you're competent." Alba nodded. She hadn't changed out of the dark suit she wore for the interview. The skirt hung down to the floor, and her jacket had sleeves that stopped at her elbows and flared out when she moved her arms. "Okay, so what are we starting with?" "I received a message from Chamberlain Tai. Your mother says to have your hair fixed immediately." I smothered the second laugh. "That took longer than I thought it would." Alba gave me a curious look, but didn't say anything. I waved a hand at Cass and grabbed for the dark red sari I'd tossed onto the back of the couch earlier. With Alba's help, I got it back on, straightened it, and fixed my hair in the mirror. "Alba, make a note to get with Stasia about some improvements to my wardrobe." "Yes, ma'am." "Highness, Cass said you needed me," Emery asked as he came into the room. "Mother wants me to fix my hair." I tugged on a green curl with a deprecating smile. "I don't think it's possible, but we may as well go try." "Highness?" He frowned at me. "The modifications are permanent. I'm stuck like this." Emery's mouth dropped open, and I couldn't stop the giggle that bubbled up in my throat. Surprised my unflappable ecum twice in one day, that was probably going on the record books. "Anyway," I continued through the giggles, "I'll go make an appearance at the modification shop so some poor technician can tell Mother about the problem instead of me having to do it.
She'll probably still accuse me of doing it just to upset her, but at least I'll have some witnesses." We left my chambers again and headed out of the royal wing toward the mod center. There were more people out in the early afternoon than there had been during my arrival in the dark of night, but thankfully the grim-faced cadre of guards around me stopped anyone from approaching for a chat. Alba trotted along at my side, and I shortened my stride a little. The poor girl was going to end up with blisters from those heels of hers if I made her run all over the palace, and it wasn't like I was in a hurry to get this done. Or not done. A tiny sliver of worry had burrowed into my brain. Sure, there'd been places where underbelly tech was often just cobbled-together scraps, but on the whole, the kinds I'd had access to courtesy of Po Sin were probably better than any top-of-the-line equipment from the SC. We were in the heart of Indrana, and I doubt the palace spared any expense for their modification equipment. However, there was no way it was better than anything Po Sin had. What if they could change me back? I didn't want to go back. I didn't want to blink and have Crescent Stone and all those years of my life vanish. I didn't want to go back to being Princess Haley-me with all the confines that life entailed. I didn't want to go back to being 18 and fighting with my mother all the damn time. It was hard enough to remember who I was when I was in the same room with her. What if I went back to looking like my former self too? I could do this if I could hold on to my past. And to Portis. Emery stopped outside a pair of steel doors. "Stay here, please," he said, and slipped inside without waiting for an answer. Several white-coated techs filed out, and I couldn't help but notice the way Zin's hand strayed to the gun at his hip each time. "Easy," I murmured, trying to stave off some of my panic with humor. "You'll get grey hair if you keep jumping at everything." He flashed me a grin, the dimple in his cheek winking into existence. "Something tells me I'm going to get grey hair anyway, Highness." "That's unkind," I replied, reaching out to tweak one of the short dreadlocks on his head, and mirth sparkled in his grey-green eyes. But before Zin could say anything, Emery reappeared. "Alba, if you'll stay outside, please. Jet, you and Cass stay with her. No one comes in." "Sir." The older guard snapped a nod in acknowledgement. He and Cass slipped into position on either side of the steel doors as they closed behind me. "Your Highness." The young technician stammered out my title and tried to bow at the same time. He was pale-skinned, with a shock of black hair that kept falling into his thin face. "Tech Samuel Parkins, if you'll step this way, we'll get you put back to rights. Fixed up right away." The poor man was already on the verge of panic, and I mouthed a silent apology at the ceiling as I stepped into the mod chamber. This wasn't going to go at all well for him, but there was very little for me to do except play along. I hoped. Bugger me. Please don't work. I don't want to go back. The doors closed around me, and the suffocating feeling was only somewhat mitigated by the fact that I could see through the polyflex surface. I fisted my hands and concentrated on looking through the clear partition at Emery and Zin. "If you'll press your hands to the indicated spots and watch the screen in front of you." "I should warn you, Samuel. I had a kill switch installed in my Smartie. If my mother thought about trying to download any submission programming, it's going to end badly." I kept my tone pleasant as I uncurled my fingers and laid my hands on the smooth surface in front of me. "No, of course not, Your Highness." The tech jerked as if I'd slapped him and craned his neck around to stare at Emery. My bodyguard hadn't moved a muscle and kept his eyes on mine for a long moment before looking at the technician. "Proceed, Samuel," he said. Samuel swallowed and began tapping buttons on the panel in front of him. There was a flare of heat through my palms as the chips embedded there began receiving a signal. I closed my eyes and exhaled slowly.
When I opened them, the string of code flying across the space in front of me was faster than my eyes could track. My smarty, however, suffered from no such limitation and processed the code as fast as it appeared. I locked my knees to keep myself upright as the vertigo set in. I knew it would fade in a minute or two, but for the moment I clenched my teeth against the nausea and concentrated on the simple task of breathing. "Highness?" I refocused my eyes and found Zin standing just outside the chamber. Forcing out a smile, I said, "Dizzy." "Not surprising." He nodded in understanding. "It should fade quickly." I glanced past his shoulder where Emery stood next to the tech. "I'm fine." "Bet you 20 Ravga it doesn't work, Emmy." "I don't think I'll take that bet, Highness," he replied, without looking up. I grinned again and settled back against the far wall of the chamber as Samuel started tapping in commands to return me to my original look. Gene manipulation for cosmetic uses had been big since the early days of the SC. While governments and researchers were still wrestling with curing diseases and preventing defects, the private companies turned their focus toward more profitable applications. Now women, or men for that matter, could change their hair color on a whim, or their eye color, height, or body type. You name it, it was doable. The process fell out of favor here during the Empire's break with the conglomerate. After our split, it became a point of pride to lay claim to natural features rather than some bio-sculpted facade you could find in the conglomerate. The modification I'd gotten after fleeing the palace had been anything but cosmetic. The gene manip in a shady back room in Delhi just before I'd met Portis had been more than skin deep. In fact, it had been so good that it had fooled all the thousands of DNA scanners I'd been through for the last 20 years. Until I'd run afoul of one tracker named Emery Tresk. The price for that kind of security had been a permanent modification. I hadn't realized the extent of it until a few months later when Portis and I had tried to change our appearances for a job, and nothing the mod techs did would change my green hair and tall, rangy build. "Please don't change back." The mantra repeated itself over and over in my head as the lights flickered through the chamber. Your Highness? It's not—" I couldn't stop the grin from spreading over my face. "Working?" I supplied cheerfully when the tech stuttered to a halt. The stoic expression on Emery's face didn't shift at all, while Zin looked vaguely impressed. "I could have told you that. The modification was permanent. I could have told Mother that too, but I didn't think she'd listen. It's easier to just have it on record." "Permanent? But, Your Highness, I choked back a laugh. It wasn't all at Samuel's panicked flailing. Part of it was pure joy, and my hands were shaking with relief. It wasn't very nice to laugh at him, especially since I was sure he thought he'd get the short end of the stick for this snafu. Not that I'd let that happen. It wasn't his fault, after all. Letting him run through the process a handful of times so that it was on record seemed the kindest thing to do. So I did, until my claustrophobia got the better of me. Feigning a yawn to hide my panic, I shouldered the door open and caught a glimpse of my green hair in the reflective surface of the metal band around the glass. I was still me. "Your Highness," the tech protested, but I waved him off. "That was 7 times, Samuel. I think even my mother will realize that it's not your fault." I crossed the room and patted him on the cheek, hoping he'd been so distracted by my stubborn appearance that he hadn't run a full scan. The last thing I needed right now was someone finding out about my problem. "I'll be sure to tell her you tried everything." I smiled again. "Come on, Emery. Let's go." "I'll be right behind you, Highness." Emery gave Zin a look, and I raised an eyebrow as I was ushered from the room. "What's that about?" I asked Zin, who merely shrugged in reply. The hallway juncture at the mod center widened and split off into several different corridors. Opposite the steel doors was a bank of rounded windows with the same view of the ocean as my rooms. I grabbed my heavy skirts in my hands and padded over across the open space. The slate tiles were cool under my feet. The tech hadn't said a word, but I didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. Right now I reveled in the fact that I got to stay me, and that I wasn't going to lose the ties to my past. I'd worry about the rest of it later. "Cousin!" The unpleasant voice, high-pitched and nasal, hit me just seconds before the tiny blonde whirlwind did. 20 years gone, and my spine still tried to crawl up out of the top of my head at the sound. "You're home! They said you were, but I needed to see you with my own eyes. I was on the other side of the planet at a function when you arrived and missed your homecoming." I wiggled free, choking back the snarl in my throat. My cousin smoothed her blonde hair down as she babbled at me. "I'm so sorry about your sisters, Haley. It was simply awful." She moved to hug me again, and this time Zin blessedly intervened.
"Ma'am, I'm sorry. You need to back away from the princess."
Oh, sorry. We're family. I wouldn't ever hurt her." Gunda waved her hands in apology, giving Zin a bright smile. "Bodyguards, right? Male bodyguards." She made it sound like the insult it was supposed to be, and I struggled to keep my face blank. For a nanosecond, I'd started to wonder if Gunda had finally grown up, and if the severity of the situation had changed her. But when she'd said, "hurt," I saw the flicker of malice in her gemstone-bright eyes and knew that nothing had changed at all. "Well, they're attractive at least. You'll have to let me borrow them." "I haven't gotten any better at sharing, I'm afraid." I almost choked on the words, and Ganda's delighted snicker made my skin crawl. Ganda's guards were all women, of course, and they eyed my guards with a wary distaste that made me want to grab Zin's gun and start shooting. Temper hail. I wondered if Zin had seen the look in Ganda's eyes too, or if I'd once again be alone in my battle against my cousin. The good news was that I'd learned some tricks and some self-control in the last 20 years. Now would be the time to show it. "It's all right, Zin. She's right. We're family. You look good, Gunda." "So do you." She reached out and tugged on a curl. "Luckily the crown princess gets to set fashions. We'll be seeing green hair all over soon." "I think a nice blue would suit you better. Something icy and frigid." Her hand fisted briefly on her skirt, but her smile never wavered. "I'll have to try that. It was lovely to see you. I really must go. It's been frightfully busy around here helping out the Empress." "We'll get you a break here soon. Don't worry." I patted her on the arm. "It's a pleasure to serve the Empire." She beamed at me. "We should have lunch, Haley. Get caught up. Have your Chamberlain buzz mine. I have to go. I'm going to be late." "Of course." Gunda gathered up her emerald-green skirts and hurried off. Well, that was interesting. I rolled my eyes and offered up a smile to Zin, who watched me carefully. "Highness?" "Let me enlighten you. Beware of my cousin. She will smile and flatter you until the moment she drives a knife into your back. Please tell me you are all smart enough to recognize that." No one said a word. Cass looked at me with nervous confusion, darting glances back to his fellow bodyguards. The 2 older men were watching me, not a hint of their feelings showing on their faces. Alba's frown might have signaled confusion or consideration. "Highness, time to go." Emery interrupted the lesson, and I couldn't stop myself from snarling at him. "Let's go back to my cage, boys." Grabbing my skirts, I started down the hallway, leaving my guards to catch up with me. "Back to your cage," The voice in my head hissed the words, "Back to being the powerless, useless princess." Bugger me. I wasn't going back to that. I'd spent too long building my life, my reputation from the ground up, into something that meant more than all this fluff and nonsense. If they wanted me as the damn heir, they were going to have to take the gunrunner. Zin and Cass checked out my rooms. Emery was already looking at me strangely, so I waited until his back was turned before I slipped the knife out of Jet's belt and stashed it in my sleeve. "Okay, everyone in," I said, shooing Jet's bulk ahead of me. "We need to have a conversation." Perching on the arm of the rose-colored couch, I folded my hands in my lap as Emery closed the door.
"Highness?"
"I realize we're all just getting to know each other here. But if we're going to make this work, I need some help. First thing is that I need to trust you. Second is that I need actual, living people around me who are willing to offer up their opinions when I ask for it. Emery and Zin can tell you that when I ask for your opinion on something, it means I want it. Whatever experience you've had with royalty, I'm not them. I don't want you to blow smoke up my ass." Cass's eyes flew open, and I had to smother a grin. That poor kid was in for an education. My Ecam didn't blink.
"Highness, perhaps—"
"No, we'll do this now, Emery. You picked these two to be on my primary team for a reason. I'm not going to settle for the status quo here when my life is on the line. My cousin might seem sweet and empty-headed, but she is not." I pointed at Zin. "So here's your first lesson. I want honesty from you. Opinions on my cousin. Zin, you're first." Zin sighed audibly.
"Highness, you're asking us to talk about a member of the royal family. It would take me all day to list the number of reasons this is improper."
"Thank you for restating the obvious. Zin's taken a pass, which means Caspian Yuri Kreskin. You're up." My smarty gave me Cass's full name. That and his blonde hair marked him as part of the influx of Saxon refugees the Empire had seen over the last 60 years. "Emery, why did you put a Saxon on my primary bodyguard team?"
"Your Highness?"
Cass's voice cracked, and he gave me a nervous smile.
"My family has been members of the Empire for more than 500 years. We actually came from the conglomerate. Kraski Ploha was settled primarily by people from Russia and Eastern Europe in the Great Flight."
He had pretty eyes, which shifted in the light to a deep blue. "Everyone is calling you Cass. Do you prefer that or Caspian?" Surprise made his eyes widen, and a blush appeared high on his cheekbones at my question.
"Cass is fine, Your Highness."
"All right then, Cass. What did you think of my cousin?"
"She seemed nice, Highness."
"Oh, for fuck's sake." Throwing a hand in the air, I turned to the last of my bodyguards. Jet was watching me, his face as blank as Emery's. "Ojait Yuli Gaiden," I said, using Jet's full name from the label that flashed over him, courtesy of my smarty. "You're up."
"Your pardon, Your Highness,"
he replied, with a bow that was surprisingly elegant given his blocky frame.
"But our job is to keep you alive, not to give you advice."
"Your job is what I say it is. Besides, it makes me happy."
"That's not our job either, Highness,"
Jet said, with a trace of amusement in his accented voice. I slid off the couch with a smile and crossed the room. "Jet, if you're not going to keep me happy, you're going to want to keep a closer eye on your weapons." Confusion flashed through his eyes and was quickly overtaken by surprise. I gave him a broader smile and flipped his knife over my fingers. He studied me for a moment, tilting his head to the side as he spoke.
"Her greeting was strained, Highness. Too high-pitched to be genuine. She was surprised by your controlled reaction to her insult, and confused by how calm you were." I take it you weren't always so cool around her. She could be dangerous, given how her influence has grown in the short time since Princess Ciri's death, but she's worried by your return, which means she hasn't consolidated enough power yet to challenge you outright for position as heir apparent." The knots in my stomach released themselves so abruptly I almost collapsed in relief, but I hid it and handed Jet's knife to him with a wink. "I like you." "I'm terrified to hear it, ma'am." I punched him in the shoulder. Everyone froze. "Ugh," I muttered, seeing no graceful way to move on from my decidedly gunrunner behavior. "Alba, your thoughts?" "With apologies, Highness." My heart sank at my Chamberlain's reply. "But Ochait has stolen my answer." Jet raised an eyebrow in her direction, and Alba only allowed a tiny smile to peek through in return as she dipped her head in his direction. "That's my girl." I clapped my hands and grinned at her. "Okay, Alba, you stay. I'm sure we have things to go over. Bodyguards can go now." I winced at the awkward dismissal. My bodyguards weren't the only ones who needed to get used to things, apparently. No one seemed to mind. Emery merely gave me a look as he headed for the door. As soon as we were alone, Alba jumped right into my schedule. "Matriarch Desai sent me a message, ma'am, saying they'd keep Ganda on the schedule for the week and give you a chance to get your feet under you. She would like to meet with you when it's convenient." I nodded. Clara had copied me on that message, as well as attaching a file summarizing the current political climate. "Who's the head of the Ancillary Council right now?" "Juna Saito has held the spot for several years now." The AC was made up of the daughters of the matriarchs as well as daughters of several other noble houses, and the head was elected by majority vote. I remembered Juna. She was several years older than me and had been a friend of Ciri's. She was a tiny thing, with curly black hair and pale skin. I wondered if she was still quiet and serious, or if time had changed her. "When's their next meeting?" Alba's eyes unfocused as she checked her calendar. "Right now, I'm afraid, ma'am. Just their normal weekly meeting, though I suspect things aren't the least bit normal given recent events. There's nothing else scheduled until next week." "Make a note that we should stop in and say hi if we have time." Ciri wouldn't have had much to do with the AC. Her duties as heir would have kept her too busy, but they were her social peers, and Pace probably had sat on the council. It would be important for me to get to know these women, as many of them would end up in the matriarch council during my reign. Look at you, Hale, settling right into this. "I also have a message from Admiral Hassan, requesting a meeting as soon as possible." Alba had moved on to the next item without realizing my distraction, and her announcement pulled me out of my self-pity. I pulled up the files Alba sent to my smarty. Inanna Hassan was mother's age, a graduate of the Naval Academy who'd worked her way up through the ranks until her appointment as Admiral of Home Fleet 5 years ago. Her elevation also garnered her control of the Raksha, the military council for Indrana. This woman had power, and the fact that she wanted to talk to me was a good sign. I knew my priorities. Howe used to go on and on about how there were 3 things a gunrunner needed to pay attention to before entering into a deal with anyone: their politics, the cost of the deal, not just financially but everything else, and the mood of the locals. It wasn't much of a stretch for me to translate that into my situation here. The top 3 pressing issues were politics, the economy, and the state of my people. I wasn't even close to being caught up on everything that had happened in the last few months, but what little information I'd scraped together in the hectic hours since my return was all bad news. Economics wasn't my strong suit, and I was reluctant to involve myself and potentially make the mess worse. But the political situation, specifically the mounting troubles with the Saxon kingdom and the growing popular unrest, those I could handle.
I remembered Howe's favorite saying, "Concentrate on what you know. The rest will sort itself out, or it'll kill you." It had always been delivered with a grin and a wink, typical of Howe's easy-going attitude. "Make her a priority, Alba. If she can't make a meeting today, schedule something for tomorrow. I'll meet with Matriarch Desai tomorrow morning if that works for her. I'd also like to talk with Fenna Britland. Emery may have already sent her a message." "Fenna retired last year, Highness. Caspel Ganesh is the new head of Galactic Imperial Security." "Interesting. Is Fenna still in the capital?" "No, ma'am." "I'll compose something myself, then, if you'll get me her contact information. No one else gets audiences, but if you aren't sure about someone, feel free to double-check with me. I want to spend the next 2 days getting up to speed on the situation here. And start figuring out who killed my sisters." But I wasn't going to share that with Alba just yet. Chapter 11. Admiral Hassan was able to meet with me later that evening. It hadn't occurred to me that people would scramble to rearrange their schedules on my account. "You're the heir, ma'am," Stasia reminded me with a smile as she deftly looped my hair into a massive braid. "Of course they're going to do what works best for you." I'd changed from the white silk dress I'd worn to see Mother into a dark blue sari. The slubbed fabric had a slight sheen to it. The pants and choli were black, and the whole thing was far more comfortable than my earlier dress. I waved off Stasia's attempt to put jewelry on me. This outfit was the best I could find to mimic the naval uniforms, and I wasn't about to ruin it by jingling every time I moved. "Highness, the Admiral is here." Emery's voice was soft over our private comm line. I let Stasia have one more moment to fuss over my outfit before I headed into the main room. "Your Imperial Highness." Admiral Hassan was several inches shorter than me, but not at all intimidated by it. The dark-haired and dark-skinned woman saluted me, her uniform immaculate, and I felt a strange pang of jealousy as I nodded at her in return. I'd wanted to join the Navy for as long as I could remember. My father's Saito bloodline had granted him entrance into the Naval Academy, and his marriage to the heir furthered his career in ways Indranan society never would have allowed otherwise. He was a brilliant strategist, my father, and it was because of him that we'd taken as much territory in the war with the Saxons as we did. After his death, it was all we could do to hold back the Saxon tide until the peace treaty was signed. "Allow me to introduce my aide, Commander Cole Hamprasad." "Admiral? Commander?" I returned the nod. "Have a seat, won't you? Would you like something to drink?" "I'm fine, thank you. I thought Commander Hamprasad could meet with your Chamberlain. There are several important briefings I think you should attend, with the Empress's permission." "Of course." "We'll be in my office, ma'am. Call if you need anything," Alba said. Hassan smiled tentatively a moment after Alba left. "Welcome home, Your Highness. I was relieved to hear you were uninjured in the attack this morning." "Join the club." I jerked a thumb at Emery as I sat down and picked up the cup of chai that always seemed to appear when I needed it. Stasia had figured out my dislike of coffee with surprising speed. "Thankfully, Emery is on the ball. So, Admiral, I don't need a detailed breakdown of what we're looking at just yet. How about you just hit the highlights on the state of our military?" Hassan blinked at me, and I felt a little sorry for her. No doubt she was used to Ciri's quiet demeanor. My sister had had a fine knack for politics, but where military matters were concerned, I think she'd been more willing to let others handle it. "Admiral, is my sister's husband still in the capital?" She blinked again, but recovered more quickly this time. "He left, Your Highness, with Admiral Schul's fleet, just this morning. We offered him bereavement leave, but Schul's fleet is going to the Saxon border, and Major Bristol felt it would be better for the Empire for him to do his duty." "My nephews?" Ciri had had 2 boys, one older and one younger than Atmika. I didn't know what kind of reaction I was going to get from them. They might not want to see me. Lab recently graduated from the academy and was posted on his first ship. I am considering transferring him to my ship, Your Highness, so he can stay in system and be close to his brother. Where is Taran? Lab had just turned 22, if my records were correct, and his younger brother was only 8. With Lina Surakesh, ma'am. I nodded. My older nephew had married into the Surakesh family less than a year ago. It wasn't common practice for Lina to take Taran in, but I was grateful for her kindness. Give me a chance to talk with Lab, Admiral. I'll see how he feels about it. Yes, ma'am. All right. Back to the issue at hand. I leaned forward, resting my forearms on my knees and watching Hassan closely. How is Indrana's military? We are stable, ma'am. Recent budget cutbacks and concerns over the last 5 years have cut into our research and development, as well as some of our operational capabilities. What kind of cutbacks? Admiral Hassan named a figure that made me whistle. It hasn't affected our ability to carry out our mission, ma'am, she hastened to add. I heard the unspoken yet at the end of her sentence. Tension with the Saxon kingdom? Trade disagreements mostly, and the occasional small skirmish on border worlds they lost in the war. King Trey seems the cautious sort. I think he wants to keep the peace. Lately it's gotten worse, though. Do you think the Saxons are responsible for my sister's deaths? Mother claimed the Upja responsible had already been found and punished, but I'm having a hard time finding any arrests or legal action in the system. Hassan froze, swallowed, and then answered me with extreme care. I can't say for sure, Your Highness. I would recommend speaking to Kaspel Ganesh, Director of Galactic Imperial Security. He would know better. Translation, my mother had interfered, and if I wanted answers, I was going to have to either go to her or find someone else. Yes, Alba mentioned Fenna had retired. I'm surprised they named a man to the position. Hassan smiled. Your sister talked your Empress Mother into appointing him after Fenna's retirement, ma'am. Kaspel is good at his job. Interesting. I settled back against my couch with my cup cradled in my palms. Hassan mirrored my posture, yet somehow kept her military bearing. She studied me with her brown eyes and just the slightest hint of a smile on her narrow face. I smiled back. Are you loyal to the throne, Admiral? The Admiral, to her credit, didn't even blink. I am, Highness. To the death and after, if necessary. I gave her a nod and leaned forward to set my cup down on the table. It's obvious, even to an idiot, that things are circling the drain around here. I'm not an idiot. Of course not, ma'am. Am I correct in assuming you don't believe the princess's deaths were accidents or terrorism? Terrorism, yes. Just not the kind the palace announced. The Upja are the easy answer. Until I have a chance to talk to them, they're nothing more than one more name on the list. You're in contact with the rebellion? Hassan arched a dark eyebrow. I am not, I replied carefully. At least, I hadn't been since I'd gotten home. I knew I was treading very closely to the edge of treason, a treason the Admiral would be forced to report if I wasn't careful. We don't know yet who's behind this, Admiral. I need to know if you're going to be on my side when this explodes. Hassan steepled her fingers. If I say no? I let a smile flicker to the surface. Emery didn't move, but Admiral Hassan inhaled. I watched her tense like a kergosh spotted by a panther. There'll be an unfortunate attack tonight, another assassination attempt on the air. I'll survive, of course, thanks to the sacrifice of a very brave naval officer. I'd talked this over with Emery before the meeting. He hadn't liked the idea of threatening an officer who was possibly loyal to the crown, but in the end had seen my reasoning for it. Hassan didn't react, didn't move a muscle, and kept her hands well in view. I wondered how true the rumors were, Highness. Gunrunner, I replied, spreading my arms wide and smiling. Someone killed my sisters. My mother is dying. I don't have a good temper at the best of times, Admiral, and all this is straining my limits. You ran away from your duty. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Emery stiffen. Picking up my cup, I took a sip out of it to hide my smile. The Admiral was willing to play hardball. I liked her. I did, I admitted, not willing to tell her the truth just yet. I wasn't interested in spending the rest of my life being useless and playing dress-up at social functions. I was only the second daughter, Admiral, not fit for much besides a backup, and an unwanted one at that. Ciri was supposed to be Empress, not me. It was as good as I could do without sounding like a whiner, but from the expressionless look on Hassan's face, my explanation wasn't worth the effort. The day you ran away, Highness, I met with the Empress. A strange look of sympathy crossed the older woman's face. She was concerned for her second daughter, afraid you couldn't see your place in the Empire because she had let her emotions overrule her reason. I choked back the bark of laughter at Hassan's words. My own reply chilled the room. My mother never let emotions get in the way of her duty, Admiral. That was one of her major issues with me. The Empress was afraid her actions had prevented you from seeing what good you could bring to the Empire. She regretted forbidding you from joining the Academy, and asked me if I would sponsor your entrance, take you under my wing, so to speak. I almost dropped my glass in my lap. The Naval Academy. But she'd... Hassan's smile was almost kind. The Empress was trying to protect you, but she realized it was strangling the life out of you. You have a great talent for the military side of things, Highness. You always did have a better grasp of how to keep the Empire safe than your sisters did. Princess Ciri was too kind for her own good, if you'll forgive my bluntness. I shoved to my feet, startling both Hassan and Emery, and threw up a hand before Emery could open his mouth. I needed to move. It was that or scream. All this time, all my life I'd thought staying away was the only chance I'd have to live my own life. Now I was finding out that my timing was as shitty as my judgment. No fucking wonder Mother had let me go in the end. Military service was traditional among the noble families, and as the second daughter, I'd been well prepared to follow my father into the Imperial Navy. When he died, everything fell apart. I did everything I could think of to make her proud of me, to show her I was capable enough to handle the Academy. She shot me down, and more than anything, I had to admit that was the reason I hadn't come home when the trail went cold. There wasn't anything left for me here, because she'd taken the only thing that still connected me to Father. Now I find out that she'd changed her mind? In a flash, a whole other life played itself out before my eyes. I saw myself standing straight and tall in the same uniform Admiral Hassan wore, commanding respect from nobles and troops alike. I saw myself in a better position to protect my sisters, to protect the Empire from the worms wrapped around her heart. There is neither this world nor the world beyond, nor happiness for the one who doubts. Emery's quoting of the Gita broke me out of my daze. The words shattered the life that never existed, and I blinked away tears before I turned to face my bodyguard. We've been down this road already. It's over and done, Highness. There is no changing it, and you are just as well suited for the task at hand as that other you would have been, he continued. Why did Mother let me go? I couldn't stop the desperate whisper from slipping out. She didn't say a word about it. If she'd told Ven, he could have had Portis tell me. I could have come home. My whole life could have been different.
You are not the only one, Highness. Emery's reply was gentle, almost startlingly so. We all live with such a burden. I dragged my hands through my hair, disturbing Stasia's carefully constructed hairdo, and turned back to the fireplace. Admiral Hassan was on her feet.
Your Highness, it wasn't my intention to upset you.
There was genuine regret in Hassan's brown eyes.
No, your intention was to discover if I'd known that little gem before I left.
An unwilling smile made its appearance on my face, and Hassan paled a bit. I ignored it and settled back into my seat.
You have your answer, Admiral.
Do I get mine? Hassan started to say something else, thought better of it, and folded her hands in front of her with a sharp nod. Good, I said. Let's get to work then.
Face it, Haley. You'd rather have been a gunrunner anyway.
Portis's voice echoed in the back of my head. With an almost imperceptible exhale, I let go of the life I could have had, as Admiral Hassan steered the conversation toward the Saxon Alliance's military strength and our own current R&D projects. By the end of the hour, my brain swam with names and numbers and locations. Even with the help of my smarty, I was hard-pressed to keep track of it all.
Please call me if you have any questions, Your Highness.
Hassan passed over the tablet and dipped her head.
I'm available at any hour.
Thank you. I'll read through the files. Hassan bowed lower, came up and nodded at Emery with sharp military precision and headed for the door. My Ecom didn't move, and I cast him a curious look as I headed toward the window. A quick, brutal storm had swept through as the sun set, dropping no snow but leaving the temperature just above freezing. We'd probably get snow before the hour was out. The dolphins in the bay jumped and played, unaffected by the cold. Had we been closer, we could have heard them singing. It was a sweet song, another thing that separated them from their earth-born cousins. Not a series of clicks, whistles, and sounds too high-pitched for human ears to hear, but a song like a chorus of angels. I used to love going to the beach with my father. Getting out of the palace was always a treat, and after his death I clung to the memory of those conversations. Dad and I walked on the beach, hand in hand, our bodyguards trailing after us like silent shadows.
Your mother is going to need all our help, Haley,
he said, staring out at the waves. His dark green eyes were hidden behind mirrored sunglasses, but I could feel the tension in the hand that was wrapped around mine. I tried not to sigh, not to have the next words out of my mouth sound sullen, but judging from the slight smile on Father's face, I only partially succeeded.
It's boring.
It's necessary.
Why can't I go to the war room with you? I'd rather know what the damned Sacs are trying to pull.
One of Father's dark eyebrows winged up and he laughed.
Oh, my brilliant little soldier.
Dropping to a knee, he scooped me into a hug, his arms closing fiercely around me. He released me, holding onto my shoulders as he pulled back.
No more cursing, though, okay? You're only 12, and your mother would kill me if she knew you were doing that.
If she bothered to pay attention. Haley. Father slid his sunglasses off and cupped my face in his hands.
You're right about the Saxons. They're up to something. Your mother is under a lot of pressure to keep us all safe. Let's help her out with that, okay? Like good soldiers?
Yes, sir. I hung my head, watching my toes as I dug them into the grey sand. Father laughed again, but the strains of tension woven through his amusement were now evident to me, and when I launched myself into his arms, I clung to him with all my strength.
Could we go down to the water?" The question slipped from me, and Emery's reflection jerked in surprise. All my attempts to get a reaction, and he was surprised by a request inspired by a stupid childhood memory. That figured.
"Highness, it wouldn't be safe."
"What's safe? Cooped up in a cage?" I hoped my smile softened the teeth in my voice. "You know I'm not going to stand for it. I've spent a large chunk of my life with people trying to kill me, Emery. The only difference between my life there and the one here is that I'm not armed right now, which is something I've been meaning to talk to you about."
"It's safer for everyone if you aren't armed."
"Please." The word was followed by snorted laughter. "You're not believing the stories about me, Eckham?" I couldn't resist the tease.
"You just threatened to kill the head of Home Fleet if she wasn't loyal to the throne."
He gave me a look I was first beginning to recognize, one mixed between frustration and amusement.
"Highness, I know which ones are stories, and which ones are truth. That makes it worse, somehow."
"Yes, but then you know I'm a hell of a shot, and despite rumors to the contrary, I have very good control of my temper."
"It's against protocol,"
he said, and my heart sank.
"But I'll think about it."
I resisted the urge to hug him, settling instead for a beaming smile Emery did not return. My smile faded, and I glanced out the window once more. "Who killed my sisters, Emery?"
"Highness, we've been home less than a day. I will need a little more time."
"I want to see any information you have." His expression didn't change.
"You have enough on your plate."
"Emery, don't try to tell me what to do. I want that information, and I'll have it with or without your help. They were my sisters. I have the right." Emery dipped his head, his face still unreadable. I wished I could crack my bodyguard open and figure him out, but I doubted even that would give me the answers I wanted. I pushed away from the windowsill with a sigh. "I'd like to go to temple and visit my sisters, Eckham." I didn't change clothes or mess with makeup for this trip. It wasn't required after the first visit, and I wasn't in much of a mood to go through the fuss of a ceremony. Shift change for my bodyguards had been hours ago, but Emery hadn't quite settled on the members of my other teams, so I was escorted to the temple by Willamette and Kisa. The two women provided a study in polar opposites. Where Kisa was tall and blonde, Willamette was tiny and dark. They both greeted me easily with smiles and quick bows. The third member of their team, Rama, was younger than both of them. He bowed his dark, curly head as I came out of the room.
"Your Highness."
I smiled and resisted, only barely, the urge to pat his head. "Good evening, Rama."
"Rama, stay on the door. You two are with us."
Emery gestured down the hallway. Willamette took the lead, and Kisa fell into step behind us. If Nal had been by my side instead of Emery, we'd look like a proper princess and her escorts. Do you want to be proper, Hale? Really? Thankfully, my follow-up thought quashed the spike of guilt. I wasn't ever going to be proper, and I didn't care about the gender of my bodyguards. Fuck this place. The words hissed out of my mouth before I could stop them, and there was an audible inhale from behind me.
"Highness?"
"Nothing." I cleared my throat and picked up my stride, forcing poor Willamette into a jog to stay ahead of me. People scrambled from my path so quickly I barely caught their rushed greetings. "Those are your people you're trampling in your temper." I came to such an abrupt halt that Kisa crashed into me, and Emery took several steps before he realized I wasn't right beside him. The old man who'd just bowed out of my way looked up with something very close to terror on his face. "Forgive me my haste, grandfather." I hoped my smile eased his nerves. "What is your name?"
"Garuda, your highness."
He glanced at my bodyguards, but smiled in return. "That is an honorable name. It's a great pleasure to meet you, Garuda."
"My mother had high hopes, your highness. Sadly, I only spent my life in the kitchens."
"We all need to eat. There are less honorable pursuits."
"Truly spoken, your highness."
He bowed.
"I shouldn't keep you."
"Have a good evening."
"You as well, your highness. May the gods keep you."
I nodded and headed down the corridor again, this time taking care to smile and speak to the few people I encountered along my way. The temple was silent when I entered. The wire wrapped around my heart tightened again at the sight of my sisters and niece, their illusions still lying silently above the bank of flickering candles. "You are expecting them to wake up?" The voice in my head bit hard. "Get you out of this mess, maybe? Or maybe you should grow up, Hale, and realize that this isn't a dream, and there's work to do." This time I was able to hold my cursing back, and instead knelt wordlessly at the altar. I stayed there, silent, until my feet went numb and the candle flames blurred. I stayed there, frozen in grief, some kind of strange penance for running away in the first place. If I'd stayed. If only I'd stayed, maybe they'd all still be alive.
"Announce yourselves."
Emery's order jerked me out of my guilt, and I stumbled to my feet with Willimette's help. Father Westingcar emerged from the shadows, 2 young women behind him.
"With my apologies, Ecam. We didn't mean to startle you." "This is the family temple, priest."
"Yes.
However, my office is open to all. I was counseling this couple. Go on, children."
He sent the pair off and bowed, looking straight at me as he did.
"Some need the quiet voice, especially those with unquiet hearts."
"Emery." His name was an exhale as I grabbed for his arm. "Tefis used to say that to me."
"Be at peace, Ecam. I am ever the Empire's loyal servant."
Father Westingcar didn't say anything else, just disappeared around the massive columns to his rooms at the back of the temple. I started to follow him.
"Highness."
"I have to know. Call off Zin and whoever else is running this way. Father Westingcar would never hurt me in a million years."
"I am not worried about one old priest."
"Good," I interrupted him. "Let's go then." My heart was hammering in my chest, but I headed into the shadows. Golden light spilled from the doorway of the priest's office and living quarters. I followed it like a beacon, part of me hoping I wasn't giving Emery a reason to say, "I told you so." The 2 women, older than the ones who'd been in the hallway, turned from the fire as I came through the door. Tefis hadn't changed at all, her hair still black as the sea at night, and her diminutive figure still imposing through sheer force of will. The woman at her side wasn't her wife, but Fenna Britland. The former head of the GIS had grey streaks in her red curls, and more laugh lines around her blue eyes. "Highness." Both women kept their hands visible as they dropped to a knee. I was only dimly aware of the sound that clawed itself from my throat as I crossed the room and wrapped Tefis in a hug. "Dead? I thought you were dead." "Almost, Atta." She squeezed me once and then urged me to my feet. I dragged her up with me. Cupping my face, Tefis shook her head. "I never thought I'd see the day. I'll bet that hair is driving your Empress Mother wild." "Probably," I laughed. "Nothing to be done about it." "Ofa?" Tefis shook her head. "Dead in the wreck, Highness. I almost followed her." She made a curious gesture of interlocked fingers I'd only ever seen her make once before, in the car, after my father died. I sank into the soft red chair by the heating grate and took the cup the priest pressed into my hands.
"We will be outside if you need us, Highness."
Emery, in a move so shocking I nearly dropped my cup, closed the door behind him and left me alone with Tefis. "Drink up, Highness. I suspect you need it." I was expecting tea, or coffee, anything but the sharp sting of brandy. It kicked me in the back of the throat, and when I got done struggling for breath, I looked up to find Tefis smiling at me with a mischievous twinkle in her dark eyes. "The father keeps some good stuff on hand, I'll say. What are you doing here?" "You're in danger, Highness." This time my laughter was humorless. "Someone's tried to kill me twice in the last few days. I'm pretty aware of the danger. I'm also pretty sure we can handle it." "Don't underestimate these people, Highness. They have spent your lifetime putting into action a plan to tear this empire down to its foundations. They have nearly wiped out your family. They managed to kill almost all the loyal bodyguards. They have made the people frightened, not only of what's out there, but of the very people they should be looking to for guidance." She pointed a finger at me. "Knowing who these people are would help." "Aye, if I knew that, we'd be talking with your sister." Tefis made the gesture again and looked at the floor. "I've failed you. I failed your family. I failed my wife. The only thing keeping me going right now is the thought of revenge. I'm still alive." I came up out of my chair and grabbed her by the wrists. "You didn't fail me." "I can't recognize a single thing about you," Tefis whispered. Sadness was heavy in her eyes. "I let you go into the blackness of space alone. The Haley I knew may as well be dead." Of all the ways I'd imagined this reunion would go, this had not been on the list. "Maybe she is," I said, releasing her and moving back to my chair. Bugger me. Maybe the Tefis I knew died in the wreck, because I never thought I'd hear her give up so easily. I'm not an uncertain 18-year-old anymore. "You weren't uncertain then either," she said. "Determined, rash, intelligent, but not uncertain. And you didn't let me go into space alone. You and Ofa sent Portis with me. I can't ever thank you enough for that." The ache in my chest grew, and I rubbed a hand over the spot. A smile ghosted across Tefis's face as she echoed the gesture. "I'm glad my instincts were right on that at least. I wish things could go back to the way they were." I wasn't even sure if I meant back to my gun running or back to my childhood. "It's over and done. The gods had a different plan for you. You already know I stopped believing in the gods the day my father died." I shook my head before Tefis could protest. "That hasn't changed in 20 years, except maybe I've grown even more bitter on the subject. Whatever rot this is, Atta, it goes deeper than any of us fear, and has consequences more terrible than any of us can guess. It's no exaggeration to say you are the last hope of the Indranan Empire. I'm a gunrunner, Tefis, not an empress. I am no politician, just a cast-off bodyguard. However, I would hazard a guess that what Indrana needs right now is someone who can be more than an empress." She pushed out of her chair. "I suspect your Ecam is getting restless, and I need to get out of here before someone spots me." "You're not staying?" Tefis smiled. "I was relieved of duty, Highness, and I'm supposed to be dead, remember? I think there's quite enough for people to chatter about without tossing me into the mix. We'll stay in touch through Fenna. I'm sure she gave your Ecam all the information we have on the bastards who did this. Admittedly, it's not much, but maybe you can find something new. Did anyone tell Mother why I left? Or does she really think I ran away?" Tefis blinked and shook her head. "I don't think anyone told Her Highness. Ofa thought it best. Ven didn't agree, but I don't know why he didn't overrule her and tell the Empress anyway. Maybe he thought with her illness it wouldn't matter." I hugged her tight. "Everything has changed, but I'm still me, and I missed you." She hugged me back. "I missed you too, Atta. Watch your back, and try not to give that Ecam of yours as much trouble as you used to give me." I nodded, too choked up to reply, and slipped out of the room. Emery and Fenna turned, their conversation coming to an abrupt end. "Fenna, it is good to see you again." I took her hand and squeezed it. "Did you fill Emery in on the reasons for my disappearing act?" "I did, Highness." "Did you get caught up with your friend?" "Yes." "You should go. I'll speak with you both later." Fenna and Father Westincar bowed. I tapped Emery on the arm and headed back down the hallway, where Willamette and Kisa waited. Neither of them gave any indication they'd heard anything out of the ordinary, but I was starting to see danger everywhere. Chapter 12.
"I owe you an apology, Highness."
I staggered into the back of the rose-colored couch in my apartments and blinked at my Ecam. "I'm sorry. What?" He gave me a look as he reached around Zin and pulled the door closed. Spinning a finger in the air at his partner, Emery settled into parade rest and bowed his head.
"I would beg your forgiveness for my cruel and hasty words."
"We're clear," Zin said, looking between us with a frown.
"What happened?"
"You're serious." I leaned against the couch, my surprise no longer feigned. "You didn't know. You were angry. It's fine."
"When I'm wrong, I say it, Highness. Fenna told me what you did, what you gave up."
"Now you make it sound like some noble crusade." Snorting, I shoved away from the furniture. "I was a grieving teenager who wanted revenge, Emmy. Then I was a young woman who didn't come home because, as my mother so succinctly put it, I wished to see the universe more than I loved my own flesh and blood." Emery actually flinched.
"Highness, your Empress Mother is not herself."
"Will someone tell me what's going on, or am I just here to witness this cryptic conversation for posterity?" The sarcasm was surprising coming from Zin. I suspected the sharp tone in his voice was directed more at Emery than me, and so I waved a hand at my Ecam. "I assumed he'd told you while we were on our way back here."
"It took that long to encode the files. You've both got incoming,"
Emery said to his partner.
"I just spoke with Fenna Britlin, who confirmed that the princess left home in search of an unknown man they think was behind the death of the prince consort."
"Why didn't they send trackers after him?"
"They did. A sister team. They're in the files. Last report from them was about 6 months after the princess lost the trail."
The ping of an incoming message rang in my ear, and I downloaded the files. "Do I get the decode key for this too?"
"If you behave yourself, Highness."
I arched an eyebrow at Emery. "You'll learn, Ecam. I am good at many things. Behaving is not one of them."
"Gunrunner,"
he countered dryly, and I grinned. Zin's whistle cut the air.
"The director has an impressive list of suspects, most of whom we can't accuse without ending up dead. I'm sorry to say your Highness's brother-in-law and nephew are on the list."
I frowned. "Lab, I'm assuming?"
I hated that I even had to clarify, but 8 years old was plenty old enough in the palace to get involved in intrigue, and I couldn't discount Taran just because of his age. Yes, ma'am. Zin held a hand out. I can give you the key if you'd like. I took his hand, a little shiver arcing as the data was passed. How'd you get yours to decode so fast? This says it's going to take 10 minutes. I don't need it, ma'am. Zin has an aptitude for code, Highness. There was a quiet note of pride in Emery's voice. We haven't come across one yet he can't read. That's handy. I could have used you a few times over the years. I tapped him on the arm with a smile. Zin swallowed and returned it, cautiously. He was loosening up, but still wasn't nearly as blunt as his partner. I need a full day to get through all this, Highness. Can I give you a report tomorrow? Sure. I'll read through it too, as time allows. Do we have a plan here, Emery? Fenna gave me some leads, Highness. I'm going to com General Saito and ask for the Labrini's files. I'd like to know whatever I can about their disappearance. Why didn't the General send someone after them? Emery shrugged. There might not have been a team available. Depending on the circumstances, if the General thought they went native, there wouldn't have been a point. If trackers don't want to be found, they won't be. Even by other trackers? He shrugged again. I could probably find them, given enough time and resources. But that's another issue. They disappeared at the worst of the fighting with the Saxons. It was likely decided that we couldn't spare the resources. Because finding my father's killer wasn't a priority. I wondered if that bitter wound would ever heal and fade. Because a lot of things weren't a priority, Highness. True. I rubbed a hand over my forehead. Hi, Ram. It's late, and my brain is scrambled. I'm going to bed. Should I call Stasia for you? Zin asked. No, thanks. I've got it. I waved a hand at both of them as I slipped through my bedroom door. Several moments later, my clothes lay in a pile on the floor, and I crawled into bed with a weary sigh. I woke up early the next morning, clawing my way free of a nightmare that involved Portis dying in my arms. Lying in the dark, I waited for one of the bodyguards to check on me. My heart hammered so hard in my chest that even if they weren't linked through the palace network, they had to hear it out in the next room. I rolled over in bed and hit the light switch just as the door cracked open. Your Highness, are you all right? Nightmare, Zin, I said, and grabbed for my robe. Give me a second, then you can come in. No, it's all right, Highness. I just wanted to... That! I sighed in frustration. Come in, please. I managed to keep most of the exasperation out of my voice as I slid from the bed and finished tying my robe. You know what I miss the most? Tossing the question over my shoulder, I crossed the room and curled up in one of the ornate chairs by the fireplace. The carved wood was smooth under my fingers. What's that, Highness? Zin moved away from the door, leaving it open, and dropped to a knee by the fireplace. Conversation. No one talks to me here. They either talk at me or to their own damn feet. When nobody knew who I was, I stopped and laughed softly. Or I suppose when Portis was pretending not to know. Either way, I miss having people actually talk to me. It's been almost a week since I swallowed back the rest of my sentence. It sounded too much like whining to my ears. Zin coaxed the embers back to life with a few pieces of wood. The fire wasn't necessary, but the crackling flames and red-gold glow chased away the last bits of my nightmare. You knew him, didn't you? I said finally. You had to have known him if he was related to Emery.
Zin hesitated as he got to his feet, and I noted again the stiff way he moved. Whatever injury he'd sustained to his left leg had either healed before a Farian could get to him, or was so damaging they couldn't encourage the tissue to repair itself.
"We grew up together, Highness."
He braced a hand on the mantelpiece, staring into the fire. "Why weren't you mad at me earlier?"
"I was, Highness. I'm just better at hiding it than Emery."
"Are you still mad?" Zin looked away from the fire, tilting his head in confusion.
"You didn't kill him, Highness. He knew the risks. Portis and Emery were like twins, despite the year separating them. Portis swore an oath to protect you with his life, and he followed that to the end. Emery and I will too, if it is necessary."
"Was he really 18 when I met him?" I wasn't sure why that was the next question out of my mouth, but it put a smile on Zin's face.
20, actually. He always looked younger. Our families are all out in the southern provinces. My family owns most of the fishing fleet in the area. Portis's mother is a spice merchant."
His mother. A sick feeling landed in the pit of my stomach. "Does she know?"
"ITS notified her the day you got back. Good news is, she doesn't think Portis got thrown out of the service anymore."
I turned my face away from him, the grief flooding back to the surface. Zin muttered a curse under his breath.
"I have a big dumb mouth. I'm sorry. Highness, it has been hard. Until about 4 months ago, even Emery and I didn't know what Portis had agreed to. His mother will get his death benefits and all his back pay."
"I did kill him."
"You weren't responsible for his death. Portis made his choices, just like the rest of us did."
"Portis—" I choked out the confession. "I'm sorry I messed things up. If I had taken that job like Portis wanted, we would have met up with you in Hortsmith." Zin nodded, confirming my suspicions, and my gut twisted again. "I killed him, even if I didn't do it directly. If I had taken that damn job, Portis would still be alive."
"You can't know that for certain, Highness."
There was such a quiet confidence in Zin's voice that I turned around to stare at him.
"Portis clearly adored you. I know—"
He cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable.
"I know how hard it was for him to lie to you, especially closer to the end. He wanted to tell you the truth, convince you to come home. He had a great deal of faith in you, thought you would do the right thing."
I had no response for this, no clue what to do with this information as it all collided in my head. I didn't want to know just how much detail Portis had gone into, and I suspected Zin didn't want to tell me, even if I asked. I couldn't be mad at Portis about the lying anymore. I'd lied to him about who I was, too. "I'm sorry about breaking your nose." I blurted out the apology instead. Zin's laughter was startled but pleasant. It bounced off the smooth granite of the mantel and danced around like the snow outside the windows. I grinned a little in response, the knot in my chest loosening until it felt like I could breathe.
"I should have known better,"
Zin said when he got his laughter under control.
"It was a rookie mistake."
"Was the leg one, too?" I regretted the question when all the amusement drained from Zin's face.
"Highness, Zin doesn't like to talk about the leg. It brings up bad memories. He's just too polite to tell you so,"
Emery said from the doorway. "Does it have to do with how you got the star?" I was in deep already. I figured there wasn't any harm in getting that question out of the way. The way Zin winced told me enough, even if Emery hadn't nodded in the affirmative.
"It does. Maybe someday we'll share that story with you."
He leaned against the bedpost and crossed both arms over his chest.
"You want to tell me why you're awake at this hour?"
I shrugged. tugging the blue silk of my robe back up when it threatened to slide off my shoulder. "Bad dreams. What about you, Ikam? Or do you just never sleep?"
"Not since I met you, Highness."
Zin snorted. I grinned at Emery's straight face, relieved the awkward moment seemed to have passed.
"Actually," Emery said, "I was in a meeting. There's an event in a few days the Empress was supposed to attend. Bial doesn't think she'll be well enough, and asked if you would go instead. I don't like it, but I wanted to run it by you first. If you think it's a good idea, we'll see if we can make it work."
I appreciate that. Actually, appreciate didn't begin to cover it. I was thrilled that Emery seemed to get my need to be involved in my own protection. I need some chai before we get into that discussion, though. Pushing myself to my feet, I sent Stasia a message with my smarty. "Let me get dressed, and I'll meet you both in the sitting room?"
"Of course, Highness."
Both men bowed and headed for the door. "Emery." He stopped in the doorway, his hand sliding off Zin's shoulder.
"Highness?"
"We'll probably do this, unless you think it's really too dangerous." "Someone killed my sisters," I continued. "We don't have a clue who we can trust, and it only makes sense they'll keep trying to kill me too."
"They won't kill you."
I had come to realize that tone of voice from Emery wasn't something to be argued with, especially when coupled with a feral dog snarl in the back of his throat. Not that I was going to argue with him. I didn't want to die. What I wanted was to run, as fast and as far away from this whole mess as I could get. I didn't want to be Empress. I wanted to wake up from this horrible dream, safe in Portis's arms. But I couldn't fucking run. I couldn't let my sister's deaths go unavenged, and like it or not, I was going to be Empress. Gods help us all. The event, Emery mentioned so casually, turned out to be the lighting of the lamp in the public temple. It kicked off the celebrations leading up to Pratimas, and could only be done by a member of the royal family. It was the only light that would stay lit the night before Pratimas, a beacon in the dark, serving as a reminder to all that the light would triumph. Shortly before the dawn on Pratimas morning, people would light their own lamps to wake the sun. It was magical to watch the spread of the flames from the palace along every street and on top of every building. I'd even heard on some planets in the Empire that they lit lanterns and released them, but I'd never seen it in person. The lamplighting at the temple would start it all, which meant I was up if Mother couldn't do it. Alternatively, I could have let Ganda do it, if the very thought of it hadn't made the spot between my shoulder blades itch. I'd managed to avoid having to suffer her presence thanks to her busy schedule, and if I had any say about it at all, once her schedule became mine, I'd have Ganda shuffled away from the palace so I didn't have to deal with her. Our plan, like so many others before it, fell apart the minute it contacted reality. We'd wrapped up the briefing about the lamplighting, and I was getting ready for a full day of actual meetings when the ping of an incoming message from my mother sounded on my smarty. "Good morning, Mother." Her eyes seemed clear enough, though her hand shook as she reached up to smooth her hair back. "Hailey me, you are late for breakfast." "We're having breakfast?" "You're the one who insisted. If it was so important to have a family meal with me and your cousin, you could at least be on time for it." Her annoyed sigh cut off with the disconnecting line, and I muttered a curse. "Ma'am?" Stasia paused, a twist of hair in one hand. "Wrap it up and get me a green sari." I looked down at my black choli and pants and rolled my eyes at the ceiling. "I'm apparently late for breakfast with my mother. Alba?" My chamberlain came into the room. "Ma'am?" "Did I have breakfast scheduled with my mother?" "No, ma'am. You have a meeting with the labor union heads." You're going to have to make apologies for my tardiness. I have no idea how long this will last. Alba bit her lip. Dressed like that, Highness? I'm already in trouble. If I take the time to get dressed, I'll never hear the end of it. I raised my arms as Stasia wound the sari around me, and I took the loose end from her with a smile. Emery, we're late for breakfast. Come on. Yes, Highness. Ganda screwed me, Emmy. Told Mother I wanted to have breakfast, but neglected to let me in on the plans. I sub-vocalized to Emery as I marched down the hallway, bare feet slapping on the stone tiles. She used to pull shit like this all the time just to get me in trouble, and I swear, if you tell me I'm being paranoid, I'll kneecap you. You watch her when we come in the room and Mother starts in on me. Watch her face, and then tell me I'm wrong. I wasn't sure why I so desperately needed my Ecom to believe me on this, or even why I was convinced Ganda was bad news. My instincts were screaming at me, and they were rarely wrong. Mother looked me up and down as I came in the room and curtsied, her silence a deafening disapproval, broken only by Ganda's greeting. Haley, good morning. She wrapped her arms around my neck and squeezed. You look wonderful. So nice to be able to buck trends and just slap clothes together, huh? Let's take a digital. Smile. Pressing her cheek to mine, she held up her hand, taking the photo with the tech embedded in the tips of her fingers. I'll post it on Hansi. I only barely, kept from punching Ganda in the kidney before I disentangled myself from her. Hansi? All the rage. You should get your Chamberlain to set you up an account. I'll send you the link since you're not on it yet. My smarty pinged with her words, revealing the picture with a caption, So happy my cousin is home, and I resisted the urge to shoot Ganda a dirty look. Good morning, Mother. Sorry I'm late. Our briefing ran long. We didn't wait for you, she said, returning to her food. However, at least you're being responsible. I swallowed back my snarky reply, Admiral Hassan's words from earlier still echoing in my ears. Whatever was plaguing Mother now, she tried to do the right thing, and the least I could do was make things easier on her. I sat down, smiling at Emery when he pushed my seat in for me. He nodded back and settled near the window in parade rest. Briefings are exhausting, aren't they? Ganda asked, plopping back into her own chair and arranging her cream-colored skirts before she picked up her silverware again. They're interesting. I glanced past her at the screen on the far wall. Mother was old school and, rather than keeping up on things with her smarty, had always preferred having it up on the wall of her apartments. It did make things a little easier in terms of keeping everyone in the room in the loop, rather than having to explain what you were looking at. I tuned out Ganda's prattling and focused on the news story currently running. It only took me a few minutes to find the same story with my smarty, so I could actually hear the audio. Joining us in the studio is noted historian Juna Mann. Her book, Stars in the Night, was on the Empire bestseller list for 22 months. It details the assassination of Prince Alex and how that influenced the Empire's policy in the final years of the Saxon War. The news anchor smiled at the camera. Juna is here today to talk with us about the worsening tensions with the Saxons, and what it spells for Indrana. Hailey me. I hit record and blinked. Yes, Mother. She set her cup down, the china rattling a bit as it hit the saucer. I asked how Admiral Hassan's visit went. Nal mentioned that you spoke with her. Is my Dve reporting on my activities? Mother waved the comment away. She mentioned it in passing to Bial. I'm pleased you're taking an interest in our home defense. Just remember not to meddle. Stuffing food in my mouth seemed a better response than the words I wanted to say. Hailey, Ganda said. I was thinking of having a dinner party for you. It would be a good way to meet the eligible bachelors in the capital. Would tomorrow night work for you? Or should I get with Alba to see what your schedule is?" I wondered what the reaction would be if I threw my knife at Ganda's smirking face. I decided against it only because it'd make me really late for my meeting. "Tomorrow night won't work." "I'll get with Alba then." "You do that." I shot Alba a note to ignore any and all requests from my cousin and not to schedule anything without my approval. "You should make time, Haley me. It's important," Mother chimed in, and I cursed under my breath. "Yes, Majesty." "Don't you brush me off, child. You need an heir." Carefully setting down my silverware, I pushed away from the table and gave Mother a sharp nod. It didn't escape my attention the way Bial stiffened or Ganda's Ikam moved her hand to the empty spot at her hip. Only Emery hadn't moved. "Thank you for breakfast, Mother. Now, if you'll excuse me—" "You're not dismissed, child." "I'm not a child, Your Majesty. I am your heir, and it's best if you let me do my duty. I have a meeting to get ready for that's more important than sitting here quibbling about babies." Her sputtering followed me out the door, rising in volume as I hit the hallway, and cut off only by the door that Bial closed behind us. "It would perhaps be better if your Highness just didn't answer your Empress Mother's summons for a while." Bial phrased the sentence with such delicate care I had to raise an eyebrow at him. "I'm not sure that's something I can legally do." "Just until she calms down, Your Highness. You have enough to focus on right now without—" He shook his head as he trailed off, awkwardly searching for a word that wouldn't make him into a traitor. "Dealing with my mother's crazy?" I regretted the words as soon as I said them. "Never mind me, Bial. I get what you're saying. I'll make myself scarce." "Thank you, Highness." He bowed to me, his blue eyes never leaving mine. He'd gotten better at hiding his unease with me, but it was still there, lurking at the edges. I returned his gesture with a sharp nod of my own, and walked away with Emery in tow. "Nal's reporting on my activities?" "It would appear so, Highness." "That makes me unhappy, Emery." I tapped my fingers on my lips. "I trust you know that's not a good thing." "I do have a file on you, ma'am." "Right." I laughed. "You might want to let Nal have a read on that when you tell her to keep her mouth shut." "I think I'd prefer if she doesn't have the warning. I'll speak to her, ma'am. It won't happen again." "See that it doesn't." I didn't voice my concerns about Bial as we continued down the hallway. The man had seemed solicitous enough of Mother. Maybe he only had a problem with me. Chapter 13. 2 days later, I was hanging out in my apartment, replying to comments on my Hansi account. Hao had always said I was good at interacting with people, and the social media platform that dominated the Empire was a perfect setting for me. "Good afternoon, Mother." I answered the pinging of my smarty with a smile. "Haley me, you are confined to your quarters until I inform you otherwise." "Excuse me?" "You heard me," she snapped. "I am the Empress. You are the heir only because I say so, and if you continue to be defiant and willfully disobedient, then I will not say so. You will be released from your rooms when you agree to provide this empire with what it needs, namely a daughter. And when you have provided us with that daughter, then you will be named heir." Bugger me. I almost spit out the curse, only just managing to hold it back behind my teeth. Thankfully, Mother clicked the vid off without saying anything else, leaving me staring at the wall. I sat there a moment, fury brewing an acid soup in my stomach, as I tried to digest the mess Mother had just thrown at me. I shoved out of my chair, startling Alba with my sudden movement and the string of curses I finally released. "Emery!" I pushed past Zin on my way into the main room. "Where's Emery?" Without waiting for an answer, I headed to the bar in the corner. It was 1600, but I needed a drink.
Highness.
Emery appeared in the doorway.
That bit...
I swallowed back the insult that would likely have resulted in all of us getting shot along with the whiskey I'd just poured. My Empress Mother, I said, through gritted teeth as I struggled for composure, has just confined me to my rooms.
I know, Highness. I just got off the comm with Bial. He tried to talk her out of it.
I'm sure that went over splendidly. Pouring myself another drink, I tried to find the words I needed. I was going to have to tell Emery about my little problem. What in the hell precipitated that? God's damn it, Hale. This is your out. Don't you get it? Let Ganda be all prim and proper and locked in this place. You can go back to your old life. Except I couldn't. It was likely by now that everyone in the known universe knew who I was. I couldn't go back to my old life. The stream of Cheng curses I spit into the air was particularly vile. Emery didn't flinch, but Zin's gasp was strangled. The ping interrupted my tirade. Rubbing a hand over my face, I took a drink and then answered the call, connecting Emery in as well, so I wouldn't have to repeat the conversation. Good afternoon, Clara. Your Highness, I just heard about your Empress Mother's order. Matriarch Desai's face was carved into a deep frown. Can you talk to her? There are slightly more important things to deal with right now. I have the lamp lighting tomorrow. Clara dipped her head in agreement. Be that as it may, your Empress Mother is not to be argued with. I could argue with her. It just wouldn't end well. I made a face and dragged my hands through my hair. There isn't anything I can do about the briefings, Your Highness. She'll attend many of them, and obviously, if you were caught disobeying her orders, things could get worse. We have no idea what her reactions will be right now. However, your Ikam has pointed out, and I happen to agree with him, that having Ganda do the lamp lighting tomorrow will cause unnecessary confusion among the general population. You are the heir. Whatever contentions exist between your Empress Mother and yourself right now are not the real issue. She has already acknowledged you as heir, and though the Matriarch Council has not yet given their approval, it's not something that can just be taken away. Clara looked away for a moment, her jaw set, and then sighed softly as she faced me again. Indrana is unstable, Your Highness. The last thing we need right now is a debate about who belongs on the throne. Your Empress Mother is no longer capable, and we need a clear line of succession. I understand your hesitancy about providing an heir of your own, and I agree there are far too many other pressing issues at the moment. However, the Bristol line must continue. I suggest you start looking. At the very least, it will help placate your Empress Mother. You will do the lamp lighting tomorrow. That is an order from the Council. If we get lucky, your Empress Mother will slip back into her dementia for a while, and it will pass unnoticed. Bial will do what he can to keep her from the news coverage for the day. And if we're not lucky? I didn't particularly want to be shot for doing what the Council said. I will handle it. Clara smiled, and for a moment she looked as tired as I felt. Thank you. I rubbed at the back of my neck with my free hand. I appreciate all your support here, Clara. You didn't have to. You are the heir, Your Highness. I was there when your Empress Mother birthed you. I know you are her blood, and I know you can rule this empire as well as your mother has. Her words were honest, not pandering or an attempt to curry favor with me. I was grateful for them, but couldn't find the words to say just how much. Clara smiled again. Your Empress Mother didn't say anything about you not being allowed visitors. If this stretches beyond today, I'll see about sending someone to keep you up to date. I nodded and cut the connection. Alba was whispering quietly with Zin by the door, and I could feel Emery's eyes on me as I wandered to the windows and cracked one open. Cold air rushed in, alleviating some of the claustrophobia that had already gripped me tight. There was access to the tunnels my sisters and I had used for years to sneak out of the palace, in these rooms. It was buried in the back of my wardrobe. If we needed to, we could still get out of here. The thought helped calm me down as much as the air did. Or maybe it was the second glass of alcohol. I rolled the empty glass between my palms and watched the waves crash on the shore. The words I needed wouldn't come. How did one admit to being useless? "You'll have to do something, Hale. There's no point in a farce of a marriage since you can't have a baby." Cloning was illegal, but maybe I still had viable eggs in my damaged ovary and I could have a tubed baby. Tubed babies were commonplace in the Solarian conglomerate, where women preferred to keep working rather than deal with the mess of pregnancy and childbirth. They claimed lost productivity wasn't worth the experience. In the Empire, it was frowned upon, especially among nobles, and I couldn't think of a point in our history where the royal family had had to stoop to something so unnatural. "Desperate times call for desperate measures," I murmured. "That they do, Highness." I jumped, squeezed my eyes shut, and cursed Emery in Cheng. He laughed and said, "Actually, Highness, my grandfather was a very attractive man." "I shouldn't be surprised you speak Cheng," I replied, and went back to watching the waves crash on the shore. "Likewise, Highness. Your ability with languages puts mine to shame." I felt a smile, hovering just out of reach, but didn't look at Emery as I asked, "How many do I have you beat by?" 3.5, he said. "I speak passable Svatir, but I'm not fluent in it. The verb conjugations are a bitch." I let my smile show as I glanced over at him. "And they're so quick to take offense if you mess up. I guess I'm stuck in here for the day. Give the guards a rest. I'm safe enough in my rooms with someone on the door, and if you leave someone in here with me, it'll just make the rooms seem even smaller." "All right, Highness." I didn't tease him for the lack of argument, even though it surprised me. If I hadn't been spinning possible solutions to this trouble with Mother, I probably would have realized what my Ecam was up to. Ciri had chosen better than she could have imagined, for there was no one better to find the people who murdered my sisters and my niece than Tracker Emery Tresk. The sun shone in a clear sky as I exited the aircar, smiling and waving to the crowd who'd gathered to see the flame lit. My bodyguards followed in a tense formation around me, and I elbowed Jet lightly. "Smile, for fuck's sake. You're all scaring the crap out of people."
"We're your bodyguards, Highness. We're supposed to scare people,"
he replied, his grey eyes never leaving the crowd. "Not like this," I murmured. Fear tempered the ground ahead of my bodyguards. A bystander might not have noticed, but I was looking for it. So I saw how people shifted out of the way of Nal, who led my black-clad guards toward the temple. The look of wary suspicion they couldn't quite hide dampened the joy in the air like a wet blanket. They weren't afraid of me. People still called my name and smiled in my direction. It was my guards who garnered the reaction. "Emery?"
"I see it, Highness,"
he replied from just behind me. "What's going on?"
"Not now."
I gathered up the heavy fabric of the traditional white sari I wore and mounted the steps. "Fine. Later, though. And for right now, tell the others to smile, or at the very least, to stop looking like they're going to eat someone." I hissed out the last bit, pasting a smile on my own face and holding out my hands to greet Mother Superior Benedine. She'd become the head of the Indranan Temple when I'd been just a girl. Now there was grey in her brown hair and lines around her serious eyes. "Anand, Your Highness," she said, kissing my forehead. "Anand, Mother Superior." I returned the greeting and sank down to my knees in front of her. I wouldn't admit it to anyone, but I'd missed this ceremony. I missed the smell of incense hanging heavy in the air, missed the cool drops of lemon-scented water she shook onto me as she chanted the blessings. "May your light be stronger than the darkness," the abbess murmured as she pressed her thumb to my forehead. The precious sandalwood paste filled my nose with its sharp, woody smell. She moved past me, and I hid my surprise when Emery allowed the Mother Superior to bless all my bodyguards in the same manner. It was just as well I did, because the media cameras were hanging in the air like flies, recording everything. "Smile for the cameras, girls." My father's voice whispered in my ear, and my arm was moving before my brain caught up with it. Dropping it again would have looked foolish, so I pasted a smile I hoped looked somewhat genuine onto my face and waved. The crowd roared in approval. This was no snotty gathering of nobles. It was the backbone of Indrana. The workers, the merchants, the business women, all the people who made up the empire. In truth, who made the empire. My stomach cramped as I looked out at the sea of faces, and the reality hit me square in the gut. If I left the care of my empire and my people to someone like Ganda, that was something I couldn't do. Oh, bugger me. I am well and truly fucked. They need this. Need me. None of this showed on my face as I continued to smile and wave to the assembled crowd. Mother Superior Benedine stepped up to my side and raised her hands, quieting the cheers. "There has been a shadow in our hearts and a grief coating this empire. Now, as we enter the holy festival time, we look to the return of the light. It is a fateful time, for another light has returned also, the shining star of Indrana. I give you the heir to the throne. May her light banish these dark times." The crowd roared its approval. She turned and pulled the torch from the Dark Mother's lower right hand. I was supposed to take it from Benedine, light the massive copper basin at the Dark Mother's feet, and then replace the torch in her lower left hand. Instead, when I reached for the torch, I spotted a familiar face in the crowd. My breath ghosted out of my lungs as if I'd been spaced. The next few moments played out like a corrupt digital video, all jerky and disjointed. A split second later, I saw another man with a gun off to the left. Emery shouted. Nal froze. Jet, already in motion, tackled me. We went spinning off to the side of the statue, the first shot hissing through the air at us. I felt the sting when the shot passed through Jet's upper shoulder and nicked mine. The jolt of current that followed had me throwing curses into the air as my smarty blacked out from the interference. We hit the stone floor with enough force to eject the rest of my air, sliding to a stop before I bashed my head on the base of the statue. Jet went limp when he cracked his temple against the marble corner. I swore, fumbling at his belt for his gun, as a second gunman sprinted across the stage. I jerked the gun free and squeezed the trigger. My would-be assassin crumpled to the floor, missing a chunk of his head. "Jet!" Keeping one eye on my surroundings, I felt around his head and breathed a sigh of relief when my hand came back clean. I was not so lucky with his shoulder, but I decided I'd gladly take the bloodstains on my sari in exchange for his moan of pain. "Wake up," I said, unwinding my sari and pressing it to the wound with my free hand. "You're not allowed to die for me." Jet cracked an eye open. "Sorry, Highness. That is in my job description." "Not funny." His sharply angled face transformed briefly with a quick grin. "What hit me?" More like you hit this. I gestured up at the statue of the Dark Mother with his gun.
Help me up, Jet groaned, ignoring my protests.
He froze when he spotted the dead body near us.
Mother of all, Highness, did you shoot someone with my gun?
He was going to kill me, I replied with a tiny shrug.
I'm going to get it from the commander for that.
Sorry, it seemed like the best. I jerked the gun back up, but it was Emery who skidded around the corner.
Highness, are you all right?
I'm fine. Jet needs a Farian. Is anyone else hurt?
Why didn't either of you answer your comm?
Disruptor shot, I replied. I just took a piece of it. Jet got the worst.
Sunshine is safe. I repeat, Sunshine is safe.
Emery dropped down into a crouch next to me. Sunshine? I groaned. You're fucking kidding me. They'd apparently kept the old code name from my childhood.
It seemed appropriate, Highness,
Zin said, sliding to a halt with Cass on his heels.
Nal and Salam went after the third shooter Emery. Good. I've got an ITS transport on the way. We need to get her out of here.
I'm not going anywhere. That made Emery blink.
Excuse me, Highness?
Was anyone else hurt? He shook his head, and I glanced over his shoulder as Zin and Cass came around the corner of the statue. Jet will be okay, I continued, finally releasing my grip on his gun so I could reach for the knife at the small of my back. I ignored Emery's look and sliced through the top piece of my sari that was pressed to Jet's wound, unwinding the rest and rewrapping it around my waist. The long-sleeved white shirt I wore underneath was streaked with blood, but there wasn't anything to be done with it now. I'm not letting some idiot ruin this ceremony, I said, and got to my feet. Get that body off the stage. You do what you need to, Ecam. I'm going to light that damn flame. Highness, you should go, Benedine said. I touched her shaking hands. Are you all right? At her nod, I smiled. Then we'll do this. Bristols aren't afraid of a little gunfire, and I'll be damned if I let someone interrupt this for my people. Somehow, the torch hadn't gone out when I dropped it, and with Emery and Zin flanking me, I held it aloft until the crowd quieted from their panic. People of Indrana, know this. I will never back down from a challenge. I will never forsake you. Our light will shine through the stars, now and forever. My words echoed through the air. I thrust the torch into the copper basin, and the flames roared up.
Okay, you've lit the damn thing. Now move.
Emery grabbed my arm the second I got the torch back into its holder, and practically dragged me to the waiting transport.
He's mad at himself, not you, Highness,
Zin murmured, after Emery barked an order at me to sit the hell down, and strode out of the room, snarling for Nal. It wasn't his fault. I pulled on the tear in my choli, trying to get a look at the shallow furrow in my shoulder. Don't mess with it. Zin slapped my hand and winced.
Sorry, ma'am. Let the doctor look at it.
I grinned at him. You have younger sisters, don't you?
1 older and 3 younger, ma'am. Captain Huffin on the Parasahi is the eldest. Can I see if your smarty will link?
I nodded. The damn thing had been flickering on and off since I'd been hit. I felt trapped in a black hole, no light or sound, cut off from the world around me with only my pitiful gods-given senses to manage the deluge. With any luck, Zin might be able to jolt it back up fully and save me from another trip to the plastic coffin at the mod center. The easiest way to facilitate the process was for me not to think about it. How's Jet?
He's fine, Zin replied. Faye saw to him on the way back to the palace, and they've got him at the mod center to get his gear back up and running.
Good. A shudder crawled through me as Zin's smarty tried to make contact with mine. It was like ants running on my skin, and I wondered briefly how people had stood it before this technology was commonplace. Zin muttered a curse under his breath and frowned. "Why won't that? There you are. Give me a second, Your Highness." I tried not to hold my breath and closed my eyes to the wave of dizziness as my smarty came fully back online. "That's better. Thanks." "You're clean." He smiled at me and got to his feet. For some stupid reason it reminded me of Portis, and the pain that shot through me had nothing to do with my injury. I faked a smile, poorly, and ignored Zin's concerned frown as I tucked my feet up under my skirt and rested my head on the back of the couch. It was quiet enough in the room that I let myself slip into a doze until Emery returned with a nervous-looking doctor. I resisted the urge to tease him about being new as he cleaned and bandaged the shallow scrape with shaking hands. The bandage melted into the wound, and within moments the stinging pain was gone as the skin fused itself over the cut. "Thank you." "My pleasure, Your Highness." Zin led the man out, holding the door open for Stasia as they crossed paths. My maid slid a large tray onto the table in front of me, and I shot her a grateful smile when she poured me a mug of blue chai and passed it over. "You're a blessing," I said, holding the steaming mug up to my face. The adrenaline had worn off, and now I felt disconnected and as shaky as that young doctor. "Do you want me to start a bath, Highness?" As tempting as it was, I shook my head. "No, but if you lay out a change of clothes for me, I'd appreciate it." "Don't go anywhere," I said to Emery. "I want to talk to you." I reluctantly pushed to my feet with a groan, still holding my chai. "I'm all right." I waved off Emery before he could help me up. "That man hits like a professional bowler." "I believe Jet played in college, Highness. Turned down several pro offers to join the military," Emery replied with a straight face. "I'm not surprised by this at all." Shaking my head with a laugh, I made my way to my room. Indranan rugby was an odd mishmash of old earth rugby and cricket, thankfully without the bats the later sport employed back in the SC. It was a way for men to get their aggressions out, and also served as a showcase for women to admire the physique of the players. The whole thing made me uneasy, even though I'd enjoyed it when I was younger. 10 minutes later I was cleaned up and dressed, at my insistence, in black pants and a long-sleeved shirt. Stasia left my hair in the intricate braid, but took out the heavy diamond tiara that had miraculously stayed in place throughout all the excitement. I refused her offer of shoes and padded barefoot back into my waiting room. Emery backed away from Zin where they'd been in quiet conversation. "First things first," I said, as I curled back into the corner of the sofa with a new cup of chai. "Jet's really okay?" "Yes, Highness." Emery didn't smile, but his reply eased my nerves. "Good. Did you get an ID on the first shooter?" "We'll handle it, Highness." "Is that a nice way of telling me to mind my own business?" I smirked at him when he raised an eyebrow. "I realize it hasn't even been a week, Emery, but you should realize that it's not going to happen. This is my business. You know this wasn't your fault, right?" "I shouldn't have let you go." I bit my lip to keep from laughing at Zin's stunned look and busied myself with putting my cup back on the table as I hunted for the right response. "Sit down, both of you. Come on, it's awkward to have this conversation with you looming over me, and I don't want to get up." I pointed at the couch and gave Emery a look of my own. "Sit down." Zin moved first, and only then did Emery budge. I was pretty certain if it had been just me and him, we'd have stayed in deadlock for a few days before someone, me, more likely, passed out from thirst. They dwarfed the delicate rose-colored couch, and I had to press my lips together to hold in my laughter. I leaned back and crossed my arms. "Not your fault," I repeated. "You're going to have to trust me on this one, Emmy. Whoever is behind this isn't going to quit. They're going to take shots at me. They're going to try and kill me. It's not the first time in my life that's ever happened. If Portis was sending reports back, you know that already. I'm not going to cower in a cage thinking it will somehow keep me safe. Mother's sick, and I have to step up and take the brunt of the responsibility." I leaned forward. "What in the hell was with everyone being so scared of you guys?"
"There were reprisals, Highness," Emery replied. "After Pace succumbed to the Ebolenza, and then again after the explosion. Bial sent guards into the streets, presumably on the Empress's orders, to find the men responsible. Several people were executed in the main square the day you arrived home."
"Without a trial? By bodyguards?" I snapped my mouth shut as my exclamation came out louder than I'd wanted it to. "Emery, they are not meant to be used as—"
"Executioners?" Zin finished my sentence, his face hard with fury. "The Empress used them as such. The news of it was all over the Empire. Hundreds of people were rounded up in the weeks following Princess Pace's death. Princess Ciri protested, but your Empress Mother refused to listen to reason. We have no idea what happened to them."
A horrible chill crawled over my skin. I pressed a hand to my mouth, struggling with the now familiar surge of guilt that mixed with my outrage. This was my fault, because I had been stupid and selfish and—
"If your Empress Mother gave such an order, it was because of the dementia, Highness."
Emery's reassurance was off the mark, but it helped derail my self-loathing nonetheless. "Maybe," I murmured sadly, unable to look him in the eye.
"It's more likely that Bial or your cousin gave the order. He also knew of our orders to go get you. After Princess Ciri was killed, I felt it was best to notify him we were en route to retrieve you. There's a good chance that he told Ganda."
Emery shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Yet another reason not to trust him. You think that's why Mems tried to kill me on Sophie? She'd been with me for 6 years, Emery. I wouldn't have put it past her to sell out to someone, but how did they know where I was?"
"I don't know, Highness. Only a few people knew where you were. Most of them are dead,"
Emery continued.
"Which is why the majority of the bodyguards are not to be trusted, Highness. I am weeding out the ones on your team as fast as I can, but there are some I have no control over."
"Nal," I said, just as she came through the door. "Speak of crony and she appears," I muttered under my breath, as Emery and Zin got to their feet.
"Your Highness."
She bowed low, without so much as a glance in Emery's direction.
"Your Empress Mother is headed this way."
"Hailey me!" The shout echoed from the hallway. Chapter 14. I was on my feet before Mother got into the room. Blocking the slap would have been easy, but I braced myself and took it. The impact stung, snapping my head to the side. "Disrupting a sacred ceremony with bloodshed! What the hell were you thinking?" "I'm fine, Mother." I rubbed at my cheek. "Thanks for asking, and if you don't mind me pointing it out, I wasn't the one disrupting anything. Someone tried to kill me. Typical luck for this family lately." I mentally winced at my snide tone. "You shot a man, Hailey!" "He was trying to kill me." My grip on my temper slipped precariously at the condemnation in my mother's voice. There was no sympathy, no concern. Dementia or no, you'd think she'd be a little worried about me.
Get a grip, Hale. She doesn't get to pick and choose when she's lucid.
The media!
Mother sputtered, waving a hand in the air.
Haley, you are caught on camera murdering a man!
Even Bial winced at that one, and surprisingly defended me. Your Majesty, the princess did not murder.
Fine! Killed! Whatever!
Mother snapped at him.
We don't need the reminder that our daughter was a criminal, which is exactly how those jackals will use this.
I'm sorry.
Was I supposed to let him kill me?
The second slap wasn't even as hard as the first, but I thought I showed admirable restraint by not hitting her back. I was, however, at the end of my patience. Mother, I'd suggest not hitting me again.
Don't threaten me, child!
The command and the imperial set of her spine were ruined by the fact that she took an immediate half-step away from me. It's not a threat, I said, keeping my voice even through sheer force of will. Bial's hand twitched toward his gun, and the tension in the room ratcheted up several notches.
I told your father we should have hit you more. Shouldn't have let you play with those hooligans. It's distressing I have no proper daughters left. I should have formally adopted Ganda, as was suggested.
Now Mother was rambling, starting a slide away from coherence that was becoming familiar, but I raised an eyebrow at the last bit. If we'd been alone, I would have pushed her a little about just who'd suggested she adopt my cousin, but I wasn't about to grill my mother in front of everyone. It's a little too late for that. I suppose you could join forces with whoever is trying to wipe out our family. Though they're 3-0 with me, I'm not sure I'd put money down on them just yet. Bugger me, Hale. Could you stop sounding like a petulant child every time you speak to your mother? Mother didn't notice my grimace. She grabbed me by the shoulders and jerked me close.
I am betrayed by those closest to me, my little terror. I'm sorry. You are the only one left, she whispered.
This wasn't dementia ravings. The haze of sickness had lifted from her eyes, replaced with a determined desperation blazing within. For a moment, I saw the mother I'd worshipped, the one from my childhood who could do no wrong. Just as quickly, the mother I remembered was gone, replaced by the cold empress I hated. She shoved me away, turning her back on me as if nothing had happened. Emery caught me before I tripped over the couch in my shock, his hands squeezing my upper arms lightly before he let me go.
You have bodyguards for a reason, Haley.
Mother sniffed, gathered up her grey skirts and marched out of the room without another word. Highness, I am sorry. Bial murmured the genuine apology to me and followed her from the room. At least she seems to have forgotten that I wasn't supposed to leave my rooms. I rubbed at my face, trying to decide which problem to tackle first. I didn't want to talk about what had just happened. There were too many ears around, even with Emery's surveillance-blocking abilities. Did they really catch me on camera? I'm afraid so, Highness. Is the response bad? I bit my lip as I turned to the window. The last thing I needed was bad press. Not that it was worth trading my life to avoid, but Mother was right about one thing, in that we couldn't afford any more bad press for the throne right now. Actually, most of the major networks are being very sympathetic about it. The spin at the moment is of the thank the gods she's okay variety. The fact that you still lit the flame helped with that, Zin replied. We'll see if that holds. I didn't do it for the brownie points, I muttered, swiping both hands over my face. Highness. The sympathy in Zin's voice threatened my already tenuous grip on my emotions. Don't. My voice was too sharp, cutting through the air like a laser blade. Sorry. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute, okay? I turned toward the windows and gripped the sill so hard it was a miracle the wood didn't splinter. Snap out of it, Hale. You can't fall apart now. Killing someone wasn't easy,
and I saw the man's sightless eyes when I closed my own. Zin gave me space. Emery, unsurprisingly, didn't. He'd taken me seriously when I said I wanted honesty.
Let it go, Highness. You were protecting yourself. It's obvious the Empress isn't herself.
I think you'd be surprised how close that was to the arguments we had before I left, I said. My reflection smiled wryly back at me. She hit me less then, but that's about the only difference.
With respect, Highness, she might treat you less like a wayward daughter if you stopped giving her the opportunity.
I know, I sighed. I'm trying, it's just... She brings out the best in me, apparently. I forced a smile. It's not the violence that bothers me, Emery. I used our dedicated comm on my smarty for the first time since this whole thing started. Did you hear what she said to me? Emery didn't even blink.
No, Highness. What did she say?
Not here. We need to get out of the palace. The ocean would be best. The roar of the waves and the song of the dolphins would give us the perfect cover for a conversation that had to be private.
You're not going out in the open again.
I'm not staying trapped in here for the rest of my life, however short it might be. I didn't miss the fury that ripped through his face at the suggestion he couldn't keep me alive, but I wasn't about to back down. No one knows I want to go. It's not like some dolphin will be lying in wait to try and kill me, and we have to talk.
Fine,
he said, surprising me with his abrupt agreement.
Zin, tell Jet to come in.
I turned away from the window with a frown at my ecom. He's not coming back on duty, is he?
He asked if he could speak with you, Highness.
Jet came into the room, looking weary but healthy, and dropped to a knee in front of me.
Highness.
Faze took care of you. Did they get you hooked back in? I smiled, shoving aside my worry.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can spare you for the day, Jet. Get up, man. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow. He looked up at me in surprise.
Ma'am?
Was I not speaking Indranan?
Your Highness, I've come to give you my resignation.
Excuse me?
I failed you.
Jet dropped his eyes to the floor.
Your blood was spilled. It's unforgivable.
I whirled on Emery. Did you tell him he had to do this? He looked just as startled as I was. That wasn't good.
No, Highness, I don't think...
I waved a hand, cutting Emery off, and turned away, casing the room as I did. Zin and Cass had the same looks of poorly concealed shock as the rest of us, but there was a smug look in Null's eyes that I didn't like at all. My brain raced through my options at lightning speed. If Jet had been on my crew, I would have bought him a drink and given him my share of the profits from the job. I learned early on from Po Sin that fear was a great motivator, but that it didn't inspire much loyalty. That came from praise and tangible rewards. Rewards happened in front of the rest of the crew. Ass-chewings were private affairs. I nudged Jet with a bare foot. Get your ass up.
Highness?
You heard me. Get your ass up. I let him get to his feet and then grabbed his face with both hands. Ojait Yuli Gaiden, I realize you hit your head today. However, I doubt very much it scrambled your brains enough to make you believe I would let you walk out of here in disgrace. You saved my life. I shook him. The bracelets Stasia had forced on me in a desperate attempt to break up my severe outfit, jingling with the movement. Then I released him with a smile. I would be a fool to let you go. I thank you for it, and I owe you for it. Jet was still staring at me, confusion etched into his weathered face. His dark grey eyes darted between me and Emery.
Your Highness, Highness, your Empress Mother will object. You will hold your tongue, Nalmari. I haven't asked for your opinion. I didn't raise my voice, but my devur jumped like she'd been stung. Okay, so most of the time ass-chewings happened in private. You think on it, I said, with another smile at Jet. My influence sucks at the moment, but that'll change eventually. If it's in my power, I'll grant you whatever you ask. Now, go get some rest. Winking at him, I gave him a little shove toward the door. You say, "Yes, ma'am," and get out of here. Yes, ma'am, Jet echoed, still looking utterly baffled as he left the room. Zin, out. I waited for the door to close before I turned on Nal. Do we have a problem? No, Highness. I welcome suggestions, Nal, but not if they are prefaced by, "My Empress Mother objects," or "My Empress Mother will be offended," or any variation thereof. I don't care about what my Empress Mother would do. I am not her. Is that clear? Perfectly, ma'am. Get out of here. I watched her go and muttered an unpleasant word under my breath. Emery, when you have a moment, I'd like the files on all my bodyguards, I said, and headed back to the window. May I ask why? I'm not going to interfere with your choices. I grinned at him and leaned against the sill. But I think it's only fair I know something about the people who are risking their lives for mine, you included. I think I've misjudged you. I'm not even going to ask what that means, I replied with a laugh. Let me get my boots, Emery, and we can go to the beach. We avoided the throng of media at the front gate and took off in an air car for the coast. Cass and Zin stood like statues around Balham Bay, silent sentinels against the chill winds that cut in off the water. I huddled deeper into my heavy coat, burying my nose in the pristine fur of a silver tiger fox as I walked along the shoreline. I could see the palace from here. The bright blue domes and intricate windows peeked out from among the tall buildings of Krishan's downtown. The winter sun flashed off the steel surfaces, bouncing around and making the gold accents on the palace walls gleam. Our ancestors had carried the plans and designs of their forefathers to this strange planet, surrounding themselves with memories of India in every rounded archway and curved dome they constructed. The architecture of our capital reflected our roots at the core, and then became more and more modern as it splayed outward toward the sea. Emery stood at my side, unaffected by the cold, in nothing more than a heavier version of his uniform jacket. Nal's right. Your Empress Mother will not be happy about you keeping Jet. The wind and the song of the dolphins grabbed at his words with greedy fingers, tearing them into shreds almost as fast as they left his mouth. She'll deal. He saved my life, Emery. I'm not going to can him just because I got hurt in the process. By that logic, I should toss the lot of you. I trusted them now, and I didn't want to have to try and forge ahead without them. I swore as I connected the dots. That's why I don't recognize any of her guards, isn't it? All the familiar faces around my mother were gone, and it shocked me to realize how much I cared. I'd seen the fear in her eyes when she grabbed me. She was sick, isolated, and I had no clue how to help her. I suspect so, Highness. Bial replaced Ven after the accident. Convenient. He was on the short list, Highness. I made a face and didn't look Emery's way. Every Ecum had a short list of replacements that could be trusted to take over if they were killed in the line of duty. Given how few people he trusted, I wondered if he had more than just one. Doesn't mean I have to trust him too. Ven's dead. Bial could be responsible. Bial picked the 3 guard replacements for those who died with Ven. Then either he or your Empress Mother replaced her other guards, one after another. She is extremely ill. She's slipping into paranoia. I tried hard to keep the tears out of my voice. Now wasn't the time to remember the scared little girl whose mother had suddenly become Empress and left her alone. She said she couldn't trust anyone around her. I recounted her words. I know that paranoia can manifest at the end, Emery, but she didn't seem sick. If anything, it was the most lucid that I've seen her since I got back. It doesn't make sense. What are you thinking, ma'am? I don't know. Something is off. I squinted out at the ocean. I can't put my finger on it. Shaking my head in frustration, I crouched to examine the shimmering grey sand. I tugged off my glove and stuck my fingers into it. The cold burned, 1,000 slivers of glass. But even that pain didn't ground me, and I couldn't wrap my head around whatever was bothering me. The desperate pleading in Mother's voice during that brief moment of sanity had jammed a knife into my chest and twisted it sideways. She'd given up any hope of surviving, laying all her faith on me instead. The one God's damned daughter who'd failed her time and again. That doesn't give me a lot to go on. Emery crouched at my side, dark eyes still tracking the space around us, ever alert for any sign of a threat. I know. I'm sorry. I looked up from the sand. Emery's face was expressionless, and I knew anything I told him would be calculated and analyzed with the speed and precision that only a tracker could manage. But there was something else, a flicker of concern in the depths of his eyes that gave me the strength to bare my soul to him. He was my last link to Portis. If I couldn't be honest with him... I saw an old friend at the lamplighting. I swallowed. Taz was in the crowd. I spotted him just before the shooters appeared. Trust was a double-edged sword here. Tazarian Benten Shivan had been my best friend, and the man Mother wanted me to marry. Of course, if she'd suspected he was a member of the Upja, I doubt she'd have been so excited about our marriage. I don't know why he was there. He wasn't one of the shooters. The words tumbled out of my mouth as I watched suspicion cloud Emery's face. I don't believe in coincidences. Neither do I, but he wasn't pointing a gun at me, Emery, and he seemed just as surprised as everyone else when the shooting started. I shook the sand off my hands. You think I'm stupid for defending a man I haven't seen in 20 years? I think, Emery replied, clearly choosing his words with care. You are quick to discount the Upja when you haven't been home for a long time. There is no doubt of their goals, Highness. All their propaganda for the last year has been about removing your mother from power. He helped me find Father's killers. Did Fenna mention that? I looked away, and changed the subject with the kind of ruthless disregard only a royal could get away with. Mother and I had a decent relationship up until she was crowned. Even after, it was strained by the necessities of life at court, but we still managed to get along well. I wasn't ready to talk about the Upja with Emery. I wasn't ready to admit to him that my sister had been in love with one of their leaders, or that both of us had been involved with the rebels before I ran. When Father died, things got bad. I dragged in a breath. I was unmanageable. I remember the day we lost him, and I've seen the footage. You reacted with astonishing calm, Highness. He made me leave him. I should have stayed until the end. The confession was hoarse, and I blinked back tears. I idolized him.
It drove me crazy the way people treated him. Even after everything he'd done, he was still nothing more than the Empress's husband. I couldn't believe the bitterness in my voice. He was a hero, a genius. We would have beaten the Saxons if he hadn't. The words lodged themselves in my throat. I surged to my feet, needing to be on the move, and started down the beach with my skirts held in my hands. I wanted to follow in his footsteps. I wanted to join the fleet, join ITS, anything to get me out of the damn palace and the bullshit restrictions that were strangling me, all the politics and lies. But Mother didn't want me in the military. She wanted me married and out of her hair.
Highness, can you see it from your Empress Mother's position? She just lost her husband. Perhaps she wouldn't send you into the war because she couldn't risk losing you too.
Whirling on him, I threw my arms out wide in an extravagant gesture. She lost me anyway. I thought if I hunted down the bastards who killed him, she'd at least let me live my life, but it wasn't good enough. Nothing I ever did was good enough. I dropped my arms, my anger vanishing so abruptly my knees almost gave out. I locked them, smiling sadly at Emery. Did you know Mother never said I'm sorry? From the moment Daddy died, she never said those words again, I murmured. Until today. I can't help her. I can't save her. I can't fix this. I failed her again.
Not your Empress Mother, no. But you can help your people, ma'am. You can fix what's wrong here. Or at least get things started.
She's going to get worse, Emery.
Most likely.
I need some allies in court. Whom do you trust? He shook his head with a slight smile.
I don't trust anyone except Zin.
I gave him my best hurt look. You still don't trust me? His smile grew, and he dipped his head.
Maybe just a little, ma'am.
It was just the thing I needed to shake me out of my misery. That's something, I guess. The laughter snuck up on me, spilling out of my mouth and into the freezing air. I bumped him with my shoulder, still giggling, and was rewarded with a little answering chuckle from my bodyguard. Well, you're kind of stuck with me, seeing as how I'm the heir and all, I said, once my laughter died out. Emery didn't say anything to that declaration, and I felt oddly vulnerable for a moment. I need your help, Emery, especially if Mother is going to keep me out of the briefings. I need your help navigating this mess. You've been around court more than I have. Everything I know I learned from gunrunners and criminals. I trailed off, uncertain how to continue.
It's not true, ma'am. You learned plenty before you left, and—
Emery shrugged.
I'd deny it in public, but you weren't far off the mark when you said there wasn't much of a difference between a princess and a gunrunner.
Yes, but I was trying to persuade you to give me a gun at the time. I'm not sure I really meant it.
Lying? Manipulation to get what you want? See? You're already more than prepared for everything this planet can throw at you.
If I didn't need your help here, I'd suffocate you in the sand.
Yes, ma'am.
I tugged my gloves back on. I guess we're stuck with each other then. I'm freezing. Let's get back to the palace. Chapter 15. The sun rose over the horizon as I sat curled up on one of the chairs in my room, blessedly alone for the first time in what felt like forever. I'd followed Mother's edict about not leaving my room since the flame ceremony, but it hadn't prevented me from having an endless parade of visitors to my room for the past 4 days. Admiral Hassan had been by to see me twice, and Matriarch Desai had caught me up on the council meetings I was barred from. There had been a dozen other meetings with various people in the palace, and 2 short interviews with carefully selected members of the media. The remains of my breakfast were on the coffee table, and a fresh cup of blue chai threw steam up into the air. The fire Stasia had thoughtfully built up before she left roared in the grate. I wrapped my hands around the mug, inhaling the sharp spice until it brought tears to my eyes. The sweet scent of clove reminded me of better days, of trips to the far north, where there were snowdrifts deep enough to bury myself in, of long days playing with my sisters in the snow and coming back inside to warm ourselves by the fire. I put my cup down on the delicate glass table to my right, noting in a kind of detached amusement that my hand was shaking. Fiendishly difficult didn't even begin to describe this situation. Death trap might be more accurate in the long run, and I still had no way to get free of it. The burst of clarity in my room last week and my mother's desperate plea continued to haunt me. I'd pored over Dr. Satir's reports, trying to find something that would explain my nagging doubt. I didn't have a reason for it, which was the messed up part. Between my conversations with Clara and the Admiral, plus all the information Alba was feeding me on a daily basis, it was clear the Empire was in trouble. There'd been riots and unrest before my sister's deaths, and they had only gotten worse since then. Things seemed to have died down somewhat with my arrival and the approaching holiday. It was almost as if the whole Empire was holding its breath and waiting to see what I would do. My standoff with Mother over the baby wasn't helping matters. Despite Clara's best attempts, she'd continued to insist Ganda be the official liaison with the heads of the 3 councils. Until we got this sorted out, I couldn't meet formally with the Matriarch Council and receive their confirmation of my position. This meant that even though my public stock had risen after the assassination attempt, within the palace I had less power than Mother's cats. They got to go out whenever they felt like it. Unless I fixed that, consolidating my position was going to prove difficult. Of course, I could just walk into a meeting and see what happened, but I wasn't certain going head-to-head with Mother was the wisest idea. I had learned a thing or two about diplomacy in the intervening years, no matter what anyone thought. My hiss of frustration echoed over the crackling fire, and I shoved myself to my feet to pace. I wasn't going to challenge Mother outright for the throne. Things were bad enough without adding that to the mix. We had to wait for her to come around to the idea of abdicating again. But I wasn't going to get married either. I'd loved Portis too much, and even though we'd never gotten married, I couldn't just up and marry a total stranger. The very idea of it made me ill. I rubbed the heel of my hand over my heart. Because that was the crux of the issue, I realized. I didn't want to forget Portis. I didn't want to marry someone else and have their baby like a goddamned holy cow, even if I could. The idea sprang into my head, awful and perfect all at once. I pressed a hand to my stomach, sinking to the ground with a silent, gasping apology to a dead man for using his love as an excuse. I didn't stay down long. One of my bodyguards would notice the spike in my readings and come to investigate. It was better to move, better to be on the offensive. Grabbing my gold skirts in my hands, I scrambled to my feet and marched out the door. "Let's go, boys. I need to speak with Mother." Zin was already on his feet. Had probably been on his way to check on me, but even he had trouble keeping up as I headed out of my rooms and up the hall to Mother's. I dropped into a curtsy in front of the door guards. "Princess Haley me requesting an audience with Her Majesty." There was a beat, and then another, as requests were issued and orders shot back over the smarty comm lines. "Granted, Your Highness. Please go in." I nodded my thanks, sure that this was going to be the subject of a hell of a lot of gossip in the 30 seconds it took me to get to the door of Mother's bedroom. Bial stood just outside, a frown marring his handsome face.
"Highness?"
"I need to speak to my mother about the wedding," I said. "How is she?" Zin didn't quite suck in a breath, but I saw him stiffen. Bial raised an eyebrow, opened the door, and started to precede me through. "Alone, please, Bial." I didn't have to force my awkward smile. "It's family business."
"Of course, Highness."
I was glad only my bodyguards had access to my vitals, so Bial couldn't see how hard my heart was hammering as I passed by him and pushed the door shut behind me. "What is it, Haley-me?" Mother was still in her dressing gown, her skin paper-thin in the morning light. "Mama?" It was with cold deliberation that the little girl quaver wafted through the room. I was counting on Mother's instability to smooth the way for my lies. Her haughty look melted, and I felt doubly damned for the deception when she smiled. Swallowing back the guilt and my pride, I dropped to my knees at her feet. The tears that leaked out were real, and my mother tilted her head to the side with a frown. "Child, what is it?" "Mama, I can't get married yet," I whispered, continuing in a rush when her face started to harden. "I can't, because I was already married to Portis." Mother blinked. "Oh, Haley-me, you didn't!" "I didn't know who he was." I dropped my voice with a wince. "We were in love, Mama. I just—" "You have been mourning. You went to temple. You offered prayers for your sisters." There was a dangerous flash of fire in Mother's black eyes, and the cup in her hand rattled oddly as she set it down in its saucer. "All the while sullied with a marriage to a commoner." I scrambled to keep things on a sympathetic level. "I know, but I didn't think you'd want anyone to know, so I had to play along. I was afraid it would embarrass the family." I wrapped both my hands around hers. "That's why I can't get married, Mama. Why I have to wait to have a child. You know it wouldn't—" "Yes, I know." She pulled her hands out of my grasp, waving them in the air. The ring on her trembling finger winked and flashed in the sunlight. "Stupid child," she muttered. "The lighting of the sacred flame was permissible even with the mourning for your sisters, but if anyone found out you were mourning a husband, and a commoner at that—" She rolled her eyes at the ceiling. "Shiva help the condemnation that would rain down on our heads." My brief moment of sympathy was lost, and I've never had to fight so hard not to punch someone in my whole life. Mother was relatively coherent this morning, but so deep in her role as Empress that all she could see was how this would affect her rule. I wasn't even going to press her on just why she thought people would condemn me for something like that in this day and age. I tried to tell myself that was fine. It was what I'd hoped for, and it didn't cut me to the bone. It didn't matter that Portis and I had never actually married. Anyone who knew that was dead. "Fine!" Mother was lost in her own political world, unaware of my misery. "You may have your 4 months, but you are not to mention a word of this to anyone else. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Mama." I folded my hands together and pressed them to my forehead. "Do I have your permission to involve myself at court?" I asked formally. "Yes, now go on so I can eat my breakfast in peace." She waved an irritable hand at me, so I got up without another word. I curtsied low, then left the room, giving Bial a sharp nod on my way. I'd gotten what I wanted. 4 months was the traditional mourning period. Hopefully by that time I could figure out what to do about this whole heir business. I'd gotten her approval to participate in court, which I took to mean I could involve myself in anything I wanted. And I'd fucking trade it all just to see Portis smiling at me again. Halfway back to my rooms, the doubt that had been assailing me over Mother's dementia slammed into me with the same force as one of Johar's side thrusts. I spit curses into the air, grabbing for Zin when my knees gave out and I stumbled toward the wall.
"Highness,
I'm all right," I gasped, even though it was a lie. I wasn't all right. I'd never be all right again.
Cass, find Dr. Satir."
Zin didn't listen to me, scooping me up and striding down the hallway to my rooms.
"Zin, put me down!"
My struggles almost earned me a broken nose when Zin nearly dropped me on my face. He recovered enough to set me on my feet, and I staggered for my bedroom, slamming the door when he tried to follow. The awful thing I'd just witnessed replayed in front of my eyes, overlaid on a memory. Mother's ring, flashing in the sun, the sparkle trembling in a distinctive rhythm, the way her cup had rattled in the saucer. Once, twice, a third time. Well, this ended badly. I really thought we had something special. I raised my hands carefully, keeping them well away from my guns.
"Give me the money, Hal. You shoot her, and I will peel the flesh off your body, 1 centimeter at a time. After, Portis is finished with you."
Howe sounded pissed more than anything. I couldn't blame him. This piece of trash was messing with our already tight timetable. The gun pointed at my right eye shook. Once, twice, a third time. The quick, rhythmic fluttering of an AVI junkie. "You're angel-touched, Jones," I said, clicking my tongue. "How much longer do you have?"
"Shut up! Shut up!"
His hand steadied, then repeated the distinctive tick that gave the drug its street name. Angel wings. Through the hazy memory, I heard Emery just outside my door.
"You left her alone." "She shut the door in my face," Zin replied. "Next time, kick it in."
I reached up and twisted the knob, opening the door before Emery could do just that.
"Highness."
I gestured at him to turn on his jamming device. "You'll be pleased to know Mother has agreed to a postponement of my duty to provide the Empire with a daughter and has given me permission to involve myself at court once more."
"We're alone,"
Zin said. "She's got flutters." I got to my feet and pressed the back of my free hand to my mouth. "Oh, holy. Emery, Mother doesn't have dementia. She's addicted to AVI. The flutters appeared in long-term users, when rapid degeneration of the nerves set in and their bodies started failing.
"You saw it?"
A jerky nod was my only answer, as terror crawled over my skin. She couldn't possibly be using intentionally. Someone had to have been dosing my mother with AVI for long enough that she was now in the end stages of addiction. Someone had to still be dosing her, or she'd be suffering from major withdrawal. Amanita virosa indus, a fungus found on the planets in our home system, similar to a poisonous strain found on Earth. But small doses only caused hallucinations, rather than death. Some enterprising soul had discovered that concentrating the mushroom concentrated the mind-altering effects of the drug. Mixing it with a counteragent removed the immediate deadly ramifications, but long-term exposure still resulted in death.
"Highness, sit down."
"I don't want to sit down. I want to kill someone. She's not a junkie, Emery. This is my mother, the Empress of Indrana. Someone is dosing her. It's the only explanation." I grabbed on to my anger, using the heat to burn away my frozen fear. I got the look in reply. Then Emery sighed and pulled an S-Colt 45 from under his jacket. I had a heartbeat to panic, and another to feel utterly foolish when Emery flipped it around and handed me the gun.
I saw the recording of the attack. You're right, Highness. You're safer armed. There are ammunition packs in the other room. That cost you a lot to admit, huh? I took it. I just said I wanted to kill someone, Emery. Giving me a gun probably isn't the best of ideas. I second that. Emery shot Zin a look. I trust you, Highness. Don't shoot anyone who's not trying to kill you. And for God's sake, just kill them. Don't shoot pieces of them.
Zheng Quen was fibbing, Emmy. I didn't shoot his toes off one at a time because he insulted me.
True. I believe the reason for it was because he tried to kill you, ma'am.
I tucked my tongue into my cheek and dipped my head in acknowledgement. That actually wasn't the whole truth either. Quen had tried to kill Portis because I'd snaked a deal out from under him. We'd just left Po Sin's employ, and I knew that without a reputation for violence, we'd be space junk before the year was out. When I'd found out about the hit on Portis, I'd visited the man Quen had paid to kill him first, and then I paid Quen a visit. Civilized people gasp and shake their heads at the story, but I don't regret it one bit. Gun running is as far from civilized as you can get, short of maybe the space boxing league. I could have killed Quen for what he tried to do, but live people spread your reputation around a hell of a lot faster. It bought us the space we needed to build our own business up without looking over our shoulders all the time. After that incident, only the truly idiotic tried to cross us. The gun Emery had given me was a magnificent piece, matte black and compact enough I could hide it under a decent sari. I'd always liked the weight of the S-Colts, but they were more appropriate for land use. Firing one on a spaceship could cause all kinds of problems, and not just for the person who got shot. You're being surprisingly sanguine about Mother. The weight of the gun in my hand calmed me down. The idea that someone would try to kill your Empress Mother wasn't completely discarded, Emery said. The fact that whoever's behind this actually managed to start with her is worrisome, Zin admitted with a grimace. Ven was right to be paranoid. He'd heard some unsettling rumors, Highness, Emery supplied before I could ask the question. The kind of things a bodyguard hates hearing. It worried him enough to send Ofa and Tefiz to meet with us. Speaking of bodyguards, do we have to tell Bial? Emery nodded his head. I can't keep it from him. Dr. Satir will insist. And even if she didn't, he could be part of the plot. How else could they have drugged her, Emery? I dragged a hand through my hair and hissed in frustration. If Dr. Satir didn't catch it on any of her scans, Bial might have missed it also, Emery said. It doesn't show up on normal tests. That's why it's such a popular drug. No one would think to check for something that common. Which is why they picked it. It's a perfect plan. Zin muttered a curse, winced when Emery smacked him, and apologized. This is getting worse by the minute. I don't like it. Right there with you, I said. Agreed, Emery said at the same time. The three of us shared a grim smile. All it took was a simple test to prove me right. Dr. Satir's horrified look told me the answer before the words left her mouth. I don't understand, Your Highness. You didn't have a reason to look for it, either of you. Bial shook his head. Very kind of you, Highness, but this is my job. I should have thought... He broke off and rubbed a hand over his face. How long has it been going on? It's going to be impossible to pinpoint when she started ingesting it. I would need to know what kind of a dose she's been getting to even guess at a timeline. How bad is the damage? I asked. Translation, When is my mother going to die? Dr. Satir paled. Highness, as you noted, the shaking is a sign of nerve degeneration. Her liver is failing, and so are her kidneys. The paranoia will only get worse. A Farian? It was a stupid question to even voice, the last desperate gasp of a grieving daughter. You know they can't heal things like this, Emery said. He was right. Farians weren't magicians. Their powers encouraged the body's natural healing ability, speeding it up, nothing more. They couldn't reanimate dead tissue, repair dead nerves, or stop my mother's brain from slowly unraveling. Bial cleared his throat. Highness, we will need to convince your mother to abdicate the throne as soon as possible. We cannot risk having her— You! I whirled on Bial, and the man actually backpedaled. Will not convince my mother to do anything. You are her bodyguard, a task which you have failed at, I'll add. My mother is the Empress of Indrana, sick or not. I will speak to her, and she will make the decision to abdicate the throne herself. I will not bully her like a child. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Bial bowed his head. Dr. Satir, come with me. I waved a hand at her as I headed for the door to Mother's bedroom. I take it you're done talking about me? Mother was propped up in her massive bed, looking like a ghost against the mound of purplish pillows. Her hair was down, silver-black curls falling around her shoulders. You look like someone's killed your dog. If I had one, that would cap things off nicely. Mother laughed, but it quickly dissolved into coughing. I fumbled at her bedside table, pouring her a glass of water.